Do you love games with farming, resource gathering, crafting, and community building? Graveyard Keeper offers all of that and more, but with a delightfully dark twist. Managing a graveyard isn't just about keeping things tidy, it's about extracting maximum value from the recently departed and testing the limits of your morality. Witch burnings for profit? Sure. Sacrificial dark rituals? Why not? In this video, I'm leaving no stone unturned as I explore everything Graveyard Keeper and all 4 DLCs have to offer. With a story overflowing with laugh-out-loud moments, rich lore, and delightfully flawed characters, I'm taking completionism to new heights by maxing out the graveyard. A daunting feat that's anything but easy. Curious how I managed to conquer it all? Let's dig in. Welcome to Graveyard Keeper. Our story opens in modern times with our hero on his way home to his love. He's looking at his phone while walking into traffic and... So I'm dead now? Nah, Red Eyes Black Robes is here tells me that I'm now a Graveyard Keeper. I need to seek out Jerry. I rise from my bed in sweet home set in the medievalish world of Graveyard Keeper. I dig up the mound of dirt to meet Jerry, the talking skull with amnesia. We are gonna be the bestest of buddies. I will never regret not betraying him. I feel that a problem that a lot of players that take on this game face is that it's easy to feel stuck. I want to show you some methods that I use to get an early boost in the game. First, I've got a bit more tutorial to get through. Once I have control of my character, I don't want to follow the arrow quite yet. I want to talk to the garden blueprint table to unlock some additional dialogue before getting to town. Okay, now let's go meet Donkey. A talking donkey, of course. Donkey has a whole storyline, but right now all we need to know is that he is going to bring us corpses once every day at dusk. Jerry then ushers me into the morgue. Sure, I guess. He tells me to slice some flesh from the body. Oh, this game, we're in the deep end already. There's a very wholesome, yet somehow flipped on its head vibe going on in this game. Of course, this is what I'm here for, so I get busy extracting resources. Upon extracting my first piece of flesh, I learn 3 cooking recipes for burgers, sandwiches, and baked meat. Delicious. Next, I have to take the body to the graveyard. The gist is that every corpse has a rating in skulls. White skulls good, red skulls bad. This rating impacts the maximum quality that a finished grave can be. On the graves themselves are 2 components, a tombstone and a fence, which will provide points up to the value of the body within. I now meet the bishop. He's in charge of the church and its grounds, providing me with more information about my new role here as keeper. Interring a body provides burial certificates, which I can now sell to Horadric, who I'm gonna meet right away. I also learned that the bishop is a humorist himself. Here's one. Who is BB? I am. Ha 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 ha. Blessed and beautiful. Ha. Anyways, he then provides me with a task to fix up the graveyard to a rating of 5 and some new technologies. The concepts of stone and wood. This unlocks the technology tree. Before going to the tavern, I do a little bit of tidying in the graveyard. These dead bushes are negatively impacting my graveyard rating and will provide sticks. These are a resource that I'll need to craft my first main goal, getting my hands on better tools. I'm gonna need a lot of resources, and that begins with gathering them. I then follow the road east to the village. The biggest building is the Tavern. Inside we meet 2 characters, Mrs. Chain, who won't be too important unless a quest requires something from her, and Horadric, the Tavern Keeper. This man has some work for me. Having interacted with the garden, I can ask Horadric about it. I do unlock it, but I need to speak with the merchant. It's his garden, but in this case, it's much easier to ask for forgiveness than permission. Finally, I ask him about trading some meat that I just so happen to have. I'm gonna need a royal meat stamp. Apparently, there was an incident and Horadric won't sell unlicensed meat anymore. I can either get this from the church or from the black market via Snake, another main character. Horadric hasn't seen him in a bit though, telling me I should ask Miss Charm about him. Finally, upon asking about a town pass, he introduces the final main character of the primary storyline, the Inquisitor. The last bit of dialogue with Horadric gives another task to bring a letter to the blacksmith Cresvold. I sell my first burial certificate for a whopping 1 silver 50 copper, and let's blow this popsicle stand. One final note here, I am avoiding most other dialogue right now. There's a perk that I want before opening more dialogue options. I scoot down to Creswald's place and my conversation with him unlocks combat. First, I have to fix up this sword that he gave me using the whetstone, showing the player how to repair tools. I also, because early fantasy world combat, have to defeat a couple of slimes for Creswald. Easy peasy. Now that I can swing my sword, I want to go back to the tavern to break a few barrels for additional resources. While here, I let Haradric know that I delivered the letter and he gives me a beer for my troubles. Perfect! This is going straight to Jerry back at the morgue. There are other barrels in the town that I break, south of the tavern, and in the yard just south of that. I head back home and Jerry stops me next to the garden. This chat with him unlocks a new technology for foraging mushrooms, berries, and apples, which are going to be my early game food source. It also unlocks dough and bread, which I'm going to transition into once the farm is running. Back at home, I go to sleep for the first time in this strange new world. Sleeping recovers energy, health, and saves your progress. Be aware, this is the only way to save your game. I'll be abusing that fact later. Upon waking up, I meet Yorick. By the way, I'm gonna be skipping the majority of the dialogue in this game. I highly recommend playing it for yourselves. It's hysterical. Yorick has an annoying neighbor in the graveyard asking me to remove them. This teaches the player about exhumation. I start today by clearing some space in the workyard. Clearing these bushes has rewarded me with 1 red and 1 green point for each bush. I'm going to use these points to unlock the sawing technology. I can now, from my blueprint table, build a sawhorse. I set that up, but before I can really get into crafting anything, I want to gather some food. I head up to what will become the bee area. Up here there are 5 berry bushes, all of which I harvest. These regrow quite quickly, and I'm going to be eating a lot of these for energy. On the way home, I stop to chop down some trees. Chopping this first one down leaves a stump, which I also dig up for a chance at some sticks. This has dropped a log onto the ground. I can carry one thing overhead at a time, but I can push as many as I want in front of me. I cut down another tree, then carrying one log and pushing the other. I then harvest the entire grove just north of the morgue, pushing it all back up towards my workyard. I stack it all into my stockpile, ready to be used tomorrow morning. I unlock the soft spares technology, allowing me to extract more resources from bodies. An argument could be made that blood is the most important resource you can get from bodies. Mwahaha, blood! Sorry, couldn't help myself. There's a cluster of berry bushes and wild mushrooms right next to my garden. You can assume from now on that any time I'm passing these forageables, I'm checking them for food, at least in the early game. I clear more bushes in the workyard, then using my pickaxe to break apart this rock. While trees and forageables will regrow naturally, these rock clusters will not. I mean, obviously, it's stone. There are other methods to harvesting infinite stone, marble, iron, and other resources later. Using the green points that I've earned from doing all of this, I also unlock the important parts technology, allowing the extraction of brains, hearts, and intestines. I give Jerry his beer, and he reveals more information about my main task, getting home to my love. I need to use the portal on Witch Hill, but there's a bit of complexity to that. Obtaining the pieces required to open the portal is the overarching goal of this playthrough, while also completing everything else I can. Jerry refers me to the library, and for more information on that, I'm gonna need to see the astrologer. While I fix these graves, let's take a quick moment to break down the main characters. You'll notice the clock on the top left part of the screen. This shows where in the 6-day week I currently am. Each main character is assigned their own day and will be at a set location on that day. Currently, I'm on Gluttony Day, which is aligned with the Merchant. He'll hang out just south of the tavern on this day. Next is Green Envy Day. Snake will be in the dungeon of the church on these days, but first I need to unlock that. Wrath Day is aligned with the Inquisitor, who will be on Witch Hill. Sloth Day for the Astrologer, showing up way over at the Lighthouse. Pride Day for the Bishop, who we've already seen at the church. And finally, Lust Day for Miss Charm, who will be at the Tavern. These align with the 7 deadly sins, although greed is missing. But don't worry, my desire for resources will more than fill that void. Each time the donkey brings a new corpse, he'll ring the bell. Ugh, that bell. My grind to max the graveyard left me a little bit salty about that bell. I grab the body and head to the morgue for processing. Whoops. Sorry, buddy. I didn't mean to drop you there. Actually, can you just chill here till morning? I'll be right back. So refreshed. Right, so this body with 1 red skull and 2 white skulls is kinda trash. The maxed out bodies I'll be using in the endgame have a rating of 0 red skulls and 26 white skulls. These skulls can be either added or subtracted by the organs in a body. Some organs will give a set amount of skulls, but the hearts, brains, and intestines give variable amounts. After extracting this one's heart, it didn't impact the body at all. Pulling out the intestines has changed it to 2 red skulls and 1 white skull, but I've also made a surgical error which adds another red skull. Well, this sucks, but because I just slept and saved, I can now quit and reload. Let's see what yanking out this brain does. Nothing good. Okay, I'll reload again. No, I won't be doing much of this save scumming. I'm only interested in getting a few small boosts in the early game. Plus, later, there's a perk that shows how many skulls every organ is actually giving. Instead, the only 2 things I'm going to remove are the blood and the fat for a net change of -2 red skulls and +2 white skulls. Those 2 at least are gimmies for improving body quality. 4 white skulls isn't super, but it's good enough for now. Time to bury this guy. I'm not gonna bother making a new plot, I'm just gonna dig up that guy that Yorick asked me to. The bodies that first spawn in the graveyard are a static spawn, and I feel like this one is the worst of the lot. However, for the purposes of Yorick's quest, you can choose any body from this lower right corner. I inter the new body, taking this rubbish one for a ride. But first, I can get a little extra value from it. For this body, I certainly don't care about what rating it has, and I go full black market, extracting everything. To finish this quest, I now need to dispose of this body, taking it over to the river and bloop. This game is so much fun. Jerry pops out to let me know that burning bodies is a far better method than shooting them down the river. But I like river. He also introduces the known NPCs tab, showing my relationship and quests with every character. If you're feeling lost on what to do next, just pick something in this tab. Back in the Workyard, I used some of that wood I gathered crafting some flitch. I feel this illustrates why gathering food and early game energy management is so important. If you were unaware, you do have a hotbar. Add food from your inventory and it'll be keybound for easy use. Crafting rewards me with more red points, investing into the woodworking technology. There are more techs that I want, but at the moment I am flat out of green points. Digging up more stick bushes rewards a few, and these vine clusters reward a fair amount of green points, but they're quite demanding on energy and tool durability. I unlock mining and keep hunting for green points. I also gather a little bit of stone opportunistically just to have some in reserve. Right at dusk, like clockwork, Donkey's bell rings. Sounds like more profits to me. I follow the same strategy as with the last body, extracting blood and fat, putting down a new grave, and filling it with my new friend. Rest in peace, buddy, at least until you have to vacate so that I can bring in more prestigious corpses. Anyway, my inventory is getting quite full, so for now I'm gonna pop all of the body parts that I have into the unrefrigerated trunk outside of the church. Don't worry, it's fine. Bodies will decay, but these parts will not. The flesh, though, comes with me. It's going to the kitchen. Later in the evening, I continue building out my workyard, building both a, one sec, out of energy. Okay, now Jerry's here. The Inquisitor is at Witch Hill. I'll get right on that. I then don't build anything at all, instead shooting off to the bee area to harvest some wild honey. Watching back my own footage can be a lot of fun. Sometimes I get distracted so easily, but I feel that's just kind of the nature of this game. By the time I remember I need to get to Witch Hill, I'm actually passing by Donkey on his duskly corpse delivery. This is the Inquisitor. He loves burning witches. He loves it so much that most of my relationship with him is going to be based around witch burnings. My first task is to bring him some firewood and flyers for more burnings, of course. He needs a friend in the village, and I need a few things from him, so I'll play along for now. I process the latest body, burying it for more graveyard raiding, and now, finally, I build my carpenter's workbench and chopping spot. I knew I'd get back to it. I craft some firewood to keep on me for the Inquisitor, and then I add some to my kitchen oven. Do not use sticks as fuel. You will regret it later. I'll get my farm producing soon enough, and I'll start using this kitchen for all of my energy needs. The first order of business the next morning is to go and meet the astrologer out at the lighthouse. It's a bit of a walk, but he's gating a couple of major events right now. By the way, this is the lighthouse keeper. He's who you go to for fishing. Fishing can be used as a great food and money source, and I totally will not neglect it until the very end of this video. Also, while out at the lighthouse, make sure to harvest the apple trees. There are 3 stumps that you can dig up that will grow into additional apple-bearing trees. They will not do so unless you dig up the stumps, so be sure to do this early. This area also has some additional mushrooms and berry bushes to forage. I head back to town, meeting Dig along the way. Dig wants honey. And that about sums up Dig for the moment. I stop at the tavern where I'm gonna get a few things to make my life a lot easier. First, I sell my 3 burial certificates, so now I am rolling in cash. I then buy a teleport stone, which will allow me to teleport to points around the map as I unlock them. For free, forever, with a fairly short cooldown. Buy this stone. It saves so much time walking around the map, and yes, they do share a cooldown, so you cannot benefit from having multiple teleport stones. Before leaving town, I visit Cresvold again. I learn about iron and get the blueprint for a furnace. While I'm here, I'm gonna spend every remaining bit of money I have to buy some iron bars. I can then open up my inventory, select my teleport stone, and poof, I'm home. The next morning, I learn the primitive foraging technology. From my foraging, I have decent green points, but now I'm flat out of the red ones. Crafting wooden planks grants 2 red points each, so I'll just make a bunch of those. And aha! 20 points allows me to unlock the tools technology. To craft these, I need a wooden anvil, so I plop one of those down, and then I craft myself an iron shovel, an axe, and I'm out of material. I equip the 2 that I did craft right away, and this is so exciting. These tools have a work efficiency of 100% compared to the 70% efficiency of the starter tools. Trust me, over the course of the playthrough, this will make a massive difference in time and energy management. I unlocked the garden, and yet I still haven't touched it once. I built a couple of farm plots in a not-so-great spot. I'll be changing all of my layouts later, but for now, all I need to start farming are some seeds. I then unlock a few more technologies, beekeeping, and simple gravestones. Coming back full circle to the tools, using the last of the iron that I bought from Cresvold, I craft myself 1 set of simple iron parts and my new pickaxe. At this point, I'd been playing for about an hour, and having these tools this early is going to make a huge difference. Next, I want to unlock more of the world around me, heading to the cellar in my house. This introduces Snake. He definitely represents the more criminal aspect of the game, because, you know, nobody knows what happens in my morgue. He wants through this gate, which, by the way, is going to lead me to the library, but there's some debris in my way. I'll deal with that soon. Right now, I want to use my new tools to gather some of these leftover resources in the cellar. Another tip here is when you're using a tool to press and hold the action button. This essentially charges up the tool, so as I hit these buckets, I'm able to one-shot a few of them. This trick again saves on time, durability, and energy. I pick up the resources, including a bit of flour, and learn 2 more recipes for baked mushrooms and apples. I want to put that flour to use right away, and I don't feel that this next mechanic is very intuitive. To craft dough, I need water, which can be harvested from this well. There's a second step though. Now in my inventory, I can use these buckets to reveal the water resources that I can now craft into dough. I craft it all up, getting all of that dough cooking away in the oven. This will just passively turn into bread, so I'm free to go about my day. I chop a bit more wood from the swamp north of my house, then teleport to the tavern to meet Miss Charm. She's singing Wadala Boo Debida Boodop. The classics. I haven't actually commented on the voices that they use in this game. I love them, and Miss Charm is probably the one that I mock the most. Boisson! In order to speak with Miss Charm, I first need to prove my worth. This introduces me to Wagner, who's in love with Miss Charm. If I bring him some ink and paper, he'll write a proper poem for Miss Charm for me. This interaction unlocks the journalist perk. This is the perk that I mentioned earlier concerning dialogue. Now, every interaction I have with the other characters in the game has a chance to yield a story. The stories are definitely a resource I feel is very important to start accumulating early. I can now finally introduce myself to Mrs. Chain too. She has a few recipes, but otherwise won't be important unless another quest sends me to her. I have some bread and green points waiting for me at home. Excellent. Now I need iron. I head north of Sweet Home into the swamp to gather it from these clusters. Just like I mentioned with the stone, these clusters will not respawn, but I can infinitely farm iron once I have access to the quarry. I grab some opportunistic wood from the swamp and also chomp the grove south of the morgue. All of this is coming home with me. Since I now have better means of acquiring resources, it's time to start putting them to use. The next leg of my journey will be my quest for faith. That means unlocking the church. The next morning, on Gluttony Day, I head to town to meet the merchant. He loves food. I'll quickly mention now that though I won't be showing absolutely every bit of every cutscene in this game, you can expect heavy spoilers as the game progresses. My dialogue with the merchant gets me a copper quality story. That journalist perk is already paying off. I get the info that I need, including full permission from the merchant to use the garden. No longer relying on these berry bushes for food is going to be a nice change. There might even be a lucrative business opportunity with the merchant, but he wants to sample some crops that I've grown first. On the south fork of the wheat field between Sweet Home and the village is the farmer. Talking with him unlocks a few more simple cooking recipes, and I can trade with him for seeds. Today I can afford nothing. I want to get more resource production going, so I build a furnace in my workyard. I'm going to use it to smelt that iron that I harvested, but I'm going to need fuel. Don't use sticks for fuel. I mean, do what you want, but I don't recommend it. I chop some firewood and I get a bunch of iron smelting. Next, I'm going to craft some wooden grave markers. To unlock the church, I need to raise my graveyard rating to 5. I take some time fitting these markers onto the graves that I've recently added. Using iron from my forge, I craft some nails, using them to craft wooden repair kits. I can use these to patch up some of these nastier looking graves. That only handles the repair of the wooden bits though. There are stone components too. I unlock the stone working technology. I pop down and build myself a stone cutter, but before I can craft stone repair kits, I need clay. Don't have that yet, and after a couple of moments perusing the tech tree, it's not in there either. Instead, I unlock transplanting, which I won't use for a long time, but I do want the grape farming behind it. I also unlock improvement and decay to further my garden endeavors. Once they begin. Finally, I unlock advanced foraging and glass. This should keep me busy for a minute or two anyway. After a bunch of crafting leading me into the next day, I head up to the blockage that exists at the B area. Using materials that I just crafted and some elbow grease, I can clear it, opening up more of the map. The first thing I find is a gigantic tree. This is the first glimpse of zombie automation added by the Breaking Dead DLC. The purpose of my quest for faith is to allow me to create zombies. Zombies that will become my workforce, automating and removing so many tasks from my hands. This area also holds the refugee camp, part of the Game of Crone DLC, which has not triggered yet. More importantly, this area gives access to the quarry. It features a little shack and a bed that I can sleep in, but up here is where I can harvest stone, marble, iron, coal, silver, gold, limestone, pyrite, sulfur, and diamonds. I have all of the iron that I need for now, so I'm heading back home, but the trip up here also unlocked the quarry as a waypoint for my teleport stone. I realized right at the twilight hour that I wanted to see the Inquisitor today. I give him the firewood, but I can't craft flyers quite yet. Giving him the firewood, though, gives enough relationship increase to unlock permission to use the western half of the graveyard. I lay to rest my most recent body, add a grave marker, and use my wooden repair packs to fix up the rest of the busted up wooden parts. The graveyard is now quality 12. Sweet! I head to the western side to unlock that and get busy tidying it up as well. The next morning, I unlock the hard spares technology, so now I can extract every part from a body. Well, excluding sin shards, part of the Better Save Soul DLC, but I'll get there. I spend some time gathering resources and cleaning my workyard, leading me to the next Pride Day. I tell the bishop the graveyard is looking pretty sweet, he agrees, and we can head inside the church for my first sermon. May the Force be with you. Wait a minute, can you imagine a world in which Star Wars doesn't exist? Weird. Anyway, this nets me my first 3 faith. It also unlocks the church basement and study table. There is a lot that's gonna go down into this basement. Alchemy, literary works, research, everything else that comes down the stairs, cause we're down in a basement and things are going down. Anyway, unlocking the study table down here is going to lead me to my first blue points. Red points are for raw resources and crafting, green points are for more natural things, food, blue points are for the spiritual. I'm feeling super broke and I really want seeds, heading to the tavern to sell my 1 burial certificate. I've been gathering honey, by the way, that's why my health is so low. With that money in hand, I head back to the farmer, please be awake, and by some miracle he is. I buy the seeds that I can afford and get my first crop each of wheat and carrots planted. The next morning, I'm greeted by a new character, Marquis Teodoro Jr., or Tio, as I'll refer to him. Tio is going to be my main point of contact at the refugee camp that I mentioned, part of the Game of Crone DLC. I won't be getting into it right away, but that's actually a big regret that I have in this playthrough. I feel like I should have gone deeper into all of the DLCs as early as I could. My first task here is to build another tent and a well so they don't die from thirst. You're on my to-do list, my friend. See you soon-ish. I get some more materials ready in preparation to clear out the first blockage in my cellar. I get her done, but unfortunately the blockage that then connects home to the church basement needs a wooden beam. That's a technology that I don't have quite yet. Donkey is back, but this time he's parked. He resents my recent success because, like his boss, I'm just some capitalist pig. I benefited from his cheap labor, so he leaves me a present. Freeze frame! I dig it up way too quickly, but, yeah. So there's a couple more carrot seeds for me. Gross. I trade another burial certificate to Heradric and then bring some of the honeys that I've gathered over to Dig. This is going to unlock the cake recipe, which provides a pretty nifty buff. I also buy some hemp seeds from him, and I should buy a seed oil, but I don't, so I'll be back. I get a couple of trunks built up at the garden, then I plop down a bunch of compost heaps. These are going to take crop waste that I'll be generating and turning it into both maggots and peat. Maggots can be used as fishing bait, but it's the peat that I really want. It is a great early game fertilizer. Donkey is back, but with new demands. Now he's only going to deliver corpses every day except for Pride Day and will no longer work for free. Carrots for corpses, that's the new deal. I have to build a box here to leave carrots in, 5 per corpse, otherwise no more bodies for me. Also, he wants seed oil. Don't! First, I want my garden to be working for me, getting all of that built up, ready to produce and plant as many seeds as I have. With the blockage in my cellar cleared, I can now meet Snake. I have to convince him that I'm not a threat using faith. Threatening him does not work. Well, just add it to the list of faith needs. I also need 5 for Miss Charm. The next morning, I'm greeted by Cresvold outside of my house. He's not arresting me, per se, but I'm going with him whether I like it or not. There's a town meeting at the tavern about some attacks, possibly vampire attacks that have been happening lately. Because I'm the main character of this game, I am in charge of the investigation. I agree to help for a fee. Yes, Heradric, for a fee, and I now have new tasks. These tasks are also tied to the Game of Crone DLC. You can always tell by which color the task marker is. Purple for Game of Crone, blue for Better Save Soul, and yellow for Stranger Sins. Breaking Dead, as far as I know, does not add any quests. Before I leave the village, I should point out this little egg basket on the east side. It's actually a shop teaching me a couple more cooking recipes and allowing me to purchase feathers and eggs. I buy a couple of eggs in preparation for making some cakes now that I have that recipe unlocked. I visit Dig again, buying that seed oil, always a pleasure, sir, and before leaving town there's another merchant that I want to visit. To my left here is the beekeeper, he's a hoot, but I'm heading to Rosa. She handles dairy products, and the last thing that I need to craft cake is milk. Upon returning home, I'm confronted by the shepherd because I'm the vampire? I mean, I did recently say that blood was the most valuable resource from a body. Sure, I'll eat some raw garlic to prove I'm not a vampire. No? Okay, a second bunch of garlic? Ugh. The shepherd is still not entirely convinced, but I do gain some more information about the vampire investigation. I'll put this right behind water for the refugees on my priority list. I give Donkey his seed oil, getting the corpse train rolling again, harvest my little crop, and put the crop waste into the compost heap. This will start producing peat fertilizer for my upcoming crops. In my kitchen, I craft up some flour from the wheat and combine that with milk and egg to create pastry dough. This combined with honey and berries in the oven yields cake. I'll need that for research right away. I gather a bit more honey and my health is now quite low. At night in this area, there are bats that spawn. I can defeat them for their wings, a substitute for using human flesh for paper, but I wouldn't recommend it. In my opinion, bat wings have better uses in alchemy later in the game. This is definitely a losing battle though, I'm outta here. And here's where I make a terrible mistake for my early game. In order to study, you need science points, which can be gained through studying paper, notes, chapters, books, and lenses. There were some notes in the basement already, so I am covered at the start. I brought my cake with me because it's going to give me the buff Circumspect, so when I research items that require faith, I gain additional blue tech points. And what, of all things, do I research? My old tools. Don't do this! Researching different items gives different amounts of tech points. These tools are going to give me a bunch of red points, but I want blue points. Studying organs from bodies and grave components are going to be the best bets for getting blue points. So that's going to slow down my quest for faith. Rats! I quickly put a few of those better items in the trunk down here to remind me for next time. I'm going to unlock a little bit more of the world around me now. I grab a few materials and head west past the church to the broken bridge. I use those materials to fix it up, unlocking access to the big swamp. Then I realize it's Sloth Day and there's a skull in my inventory that needs to go. I give it to the astrologer and start unlocking more information about the portal and the world around me. He gives me a key that unlocks the gate Snake wants past in the cellar. Basement? Dungeon. As you can see now too, these stumps that I dug up earlier have grown into apple-producing trees. Another tip I can offer you is that you can carry things on your head when using the teleport stone. I can carry this log with me to the tavern because I need berries. Will I ever be free of these constant energy needs? I trade my old tools away to Cresvold, taking my log with me back to the farmer. Using this fat stack of cash, I buy a big batch of seeds. This is what I needed to kickstart the farm. And my log finally makes it home. I plant the new crop, harvest the previous one, and process all of the waste. I will always be composting the waste from my crops, so I won't keep mentioning it. I plant down the last 2 batches and should have enough peat to start using it as fertilizer on the next crop. Here are your darn carrots, Donkey. Will you please go back to work now? Yes, thank you. I plant the next body, sticking with the method of only extracting blood and fat. Next, I craft some wooden grave fences because the markers that I've made alone are not capturing all of my available points. In my eternal struggle against energy, I cook some baked mushrooms. Cooking as much of your food as possible is very much worth it. Donkey is here and he lets me know that the revolution is on. He threatens to burn down my home, graveyard, garden, and church, so I agree to help. I now have another box to turn in items Donkey needs, apples, and a cookbook including the 50 ways to cook ratatouille with vegetables and cats. These are difficult times. I install those fences and more headstones at the graveyard, bringing my rating up to 18. Speaking with the bishop, I gained the technology for gathering sand and clay. Perfect, I can make those repair kits now. It's Pride Day, so I give my first official sermon to the people. Our church is great. The congregation is unimpressed, and because I failed this sermon, I only collect a single faith. So that sucks. I can check the results of my sermon here. Yep, failed. Also, money earned from the sermons that I do in this donation box is a second avenue for money making, though it isn't great. Following the east bank of the river next to the church north, there's a pile of sand. I can now dig this up infinitely for my sand needs. In the tech tree, I unlock ceramic bowls, and wowza. I already have a couple hundred red and green points, but I am completely walled by blue points. I set up my potter's wheel in the workyard, and oh yeah, that was sand that I gathered. I need clay. To gather clay, I'll go just south of the church, where there's another spot that can be farmed infinitely. I'll quickly note two things here. One, if you use 300 energy without sleeping, that's 3 full energy bars, you'll eventually get the tired debuff. It will passively deplete 1 energy every second until you sleep. Second, my shovel breaks. I'll have to take this home and repair it on the grindstone using my whetstone. And sleep. Yes, please sleep. The next morning, I unlock paper crafting. I take a scroll through my tech tree, but I am so stuck behind blue points right now. I'm so choked that I studied those tools. And my first real sermon failed. No sense dwelling on that though, it's time to check out the swamp. If I follow the path north, I'll discover another blockage. This unlocks nothing new, leading back to the quarry. There are more iron clusters in this area, which I am 100% gonna be gathering. Until my pickaxe breaks. Aw man! There's a body waiting for me back at home, and this is the first genuinely awful one I've seen. Even after extracting the blood and the fat, it's still 2 red, 3 white, meaning I can only get a single point from it in the graveyard. So I'm just gonna pull all of the extra parts out and burn this fella. I do this just south of the morgue. Wait, just kidding, I don't have that unlocked yet. Okay, in the ground you go, 1 point is 1 point. Actually, no, since I pulled all of the other parts out of it, it's now worth 0 points. That's fine, it'll be a 26 skull body eventually. The next morning, pickaxe repaired, I head back to the swamp. I want that iron. The swamp is a bit of a twisty maze, but I do eventually get it all. Another thing I would definitely recommend here is bringing 6 flitch, 3 planks, and 10 nails on your first trip to the swamp. Those materials will allow you to repair the bridge in the swamp and have a straight shot to Clotho, the witch that lives in the center of it. She teaches me the basics of alchemy and witch burning. Right on. I bury another body, and the next morning greets me with ripe crops ready for harvest. I don't quite have the peat that I need yet, but I am able to fully load the compost heaps with crop waste to get more. I gather a bunch more wood, I cannot wait to get my zombies doing this, and deal with the latest corpse. The next morning I grab a whole bunch of carrots to make sure the donkey continues to bring me bodies. I spend the day resource gathering and deal with another body. Burial certificates are my best source of income right now, so keeping donkey stocked up with carrots is important. I craft more tombstones and fences because I want my graveyard rating to be just a little bit higher. I deck out the recent graves, bringing my rating to 26. I have also been diligently keeping the furnace lit, smelting more iron. I sell my most recent 5 burial certificates. Yes, let the money flow. I speak with the farmer's son opportunistically about my vampire investigation and spend the majority of my money on seeds. 8 beet, 8 carrot, 8 cabbage, and 16 wheat. You plant these 4 at a time, hence the common denominator. I deal with another body and get to work egg-spanding the garden. I won't plant this right away though, I want that other crop to finish growing so that they're both in sync. In my oven, I've started crafting carrot cutlets for energy as well, because Donkey doesn't get to eat all of my delicious carrots. The next day, I install more fences at the graveyard, increasing my rating to 32. Perfect. I'll quickly give my sermon before I forget, not failing this time. 3 faith, booyah. Reflecting on moments like this, knowing how much faith that I'm going to be getting in the endgame is so much fun. I'm gonna put that faith to work immediately, forgetting my cake buff and researching blood, gaining 20 blue points. Yes! And oh, hold the phone, I'm out of science. Along with ways of getting more science. So I unlock writing in the tech tree using some of those blue points. Another tech that I've been desperate for is the circular saw, buying it for 200 red points, 20 green, and 10 more blue. I can now open these basement blockages connecting the church to Sweet Home and the morgue. I get cracking gathering the materials to put my circ saw together. I also now have the clay that I needed to make some of these bowls. I'll need those in just a second. Back to the circ saw, I need complex iron parts, so I destroy my old wooden anvil and plop down a new metal anvil. I craft the complex iron parts, and the circular saw doesn't fit anywhere. Rats! This is super wasteful of my resources right now, but I'm gonna be forced to redesign my yard. Wasteful as it is, I'll be redesigning it a second time too, but that'll be later. For now, I have my new circ saw ready for action. I can now craft wooden beams and have more efficient methods to craft billets, flitch, and planks. I take my freshly fabricated beams downstairs and fix the blockages so that now my home, church, and morgue are all connected underground. I craft more resources, continue yearning for zombies to do all of this for me, harvest the garden, and use some of those resources to fix the mortuary desk. I can now build things in my morgue, but currently there's nothing more that I want. Right, back at the farm, I'm gonna start using peat for fertilizer. To do this, simply plant the peat and you'll see that the farming tile now shows little signs indicating its level of fertilization. There are two types of fertilizer, boost to increase growth speed and quality to, well, increase quality, as well as the number of seeds that drop. Without fertilizer, you will run a net negative of seeds. Be aware of that. Peat acts as the lowest tier of both quality and boost fertilizer. You can see that by the little copper image on the signs here. There are gold and silver varieties of each available later. I get the field planted, and this is starting to look like a farm now. I'm going to convert pretty much all of my wheat into flour to bake into bread for energy. It'll be my primary energy source until I get into winemaking anyway. Don't use sticks for fuel! No, what am I doing? I then take a quick moment to repair the meditation spot just outside of my home. This spot will recover my energy slower than sleeping, mind you, and it will also remove that tired debuff. I'd never really recognized the value of this before, but in this playthrough, it's going to be a key part of my strategy in the late game. I deal with the next body, but I'm gonna be done burying corpses really soon. Next, I decided it was time to expand my workyard. As I continue progressing, keeping my resources organized is going to become more and more important, and for that, I need space. I then get a whopping 72 bread going on the fire, and after a day of crafting, bury another body. Oh, but I'm out of energy. I really need more bread. The main way to generate more faith is to upgrade the church using technologies from the theology tree. I unlock Comfort of Faith, which is going to allow me to build additional church benches, bringing my rating to 8. I'm gonna be thirsty for blue points for a while, but the first prayer that I'm aiming for is the combo prayer. With that, I'll start pulling in more faith and money. In order to keep studying items for blue points, I need science, and for this, I'm gonna start working with the written word, building a desk in my church basement. I can use it and some sand to convert some old books that I found down here into paper. Note that doing this gets me a blue point each time. Writing is great for blue points. I researched the paper, getting 16 science points, allowing me to study a bone, fat, and wooden marker, putting me at 58 blue points. I'd have more if I'd remembered the cake. It's time to unlock some more technologies. First, I unlock Business of Faith and Price of Faith, unlocking the combo prayer. This also gives me the Cardinal perk, increasing money gained from sermons. The first tech gave me the recipe for flyers, which the Inquisitor is going to want 10 of. I unlock stone gravestones for better graveyard options, Light of Faith for my church, writing supplies, unlocking a storage option in the basement, and some recipes which will help me write my next technology, books. Finally, I unlock weapons so I can craft myself a better sword and armor. Things feel like they're really starting to take off now. The first of those unlocks that I put to use is Light of Faith, installing some candelabras in the church. Temporarily, I'm just gonna fill every available space with these, boosting my church rating to 17. While the farm being ready again is exciting, we're gonna move forward with the expectation that I'm rotating it whenever I notice that it's grown and continuing to compost. I'll let you know when the really fun stuff begins. My final project of the night is rearranging the garden, destroying my initial plots to make room for more composting. The rest of the upper spaces I devote to farmland. The next day before my sermon, I speak with the bishop. I turn in those clay bowls that he requested. They're perfect for ugly people, apparently, and he tasks me with upgrading the graveyard to a rating of 30. Good thing I'm such a proactive keeper, eh? The fish fillets I'll deal with later, and I let him know that I am the freaking man. The graveyard is already done, getting a gold story. This is amazing. He also wants a church quality of 20, mine being 17 right now. That quality increase alone bumps my sermon faith reward to 5. I'm getting somewhere. My upgrades to the graveyard and the cardinal perk now let me get 1 silver, 40 copper for the sermon. Not bad. I felt the best thing that I could do right now was go after that combo prayer, so I looked at what that was going to cost me. For the gold quality, a lot, including 7 faith for the craft itself. I'll likely just have to go after the copper version for now, and I'm going to need some paper, so I craft a church workbench. In it, I can craft a few writing supplies, including paper from skin. Huh, gross. Crafting the gold quality combo prayer would be amazing, but tearing up my hardcover costs another 3 faith, among other expensive resources. I will get that gold quality eventually. That's gonna take a minute, so after fixing the corpse hatch outside, I pop inside the morgue to fix the inner portion. Now when Donkey drops off a body, they'll drop directly into the morgue instead of sitting outside, slightly slowing their rate of decay. I'm gonna get started into alchemy soon, unlocking alchemy storage. That's only 10 red points, that's nothing. The combo prayer is gonna take a minute, so I take my 5 faith and give it to Snake instead. He gives me instructions to the Keeper's Key the astrologer gave me, but I need faith to study it, so I'm stuck again. At least there's fresh bread at home waiting for me. I build out some additional storage in my workyard and spend a bit of time getting some basic organization laid down. I have another 5 burial certificates to sell, putting me in now double-digit silver. Oh yeah. It's gluttony day, so I pop out of the tavern to turn in some hiccup grass from the swamp to the merchant. I learned that he's cursed to not taste anything, and then because of my efforts on the farm, I can turn in all of the crops that he wanted. I learned that there's coin to be earned shipping produce to the town. All I need is my trade license locked behind my rightful citizen status at the church. I buy all of the eggs and feathers from the basket, preparing myself for some more writing. I talk to Rosa, furthering my vampire investigation, and buying more milk to go with these eggs. It's then time to go back to the farmer to spend the rest of my money getting a bunch more seeds. My efforts on the farm are also starting to give me a steady supply of carrots for Donkey. I've missed a corpse delivery or 2 because of this. No more running out of carrots for this guy. Because I'm only able to perform a sermon once per week, I decided now to start working on the final design of my workyard. This was sooner than I intended, again tearing all the machines down wastes resources, but once I have this set up properly, I won't ever need to worry about it again. I'll be referencing a guide by Delarin, hope I got that one right, for all of my machine layouts in this video. It has so much good information, including alchemy cheat sheets, tavern event stats. It's incredible. I used this resource so much during this playthrough. I'll leave a link to Delarin's Reddit post in the video description. When I arrive at the morgue to deal with the recent body, there's a second? Oh, and ew, it's still moving and talking? This is Uric, marking the introduction to the Better Save Soul DLC. Features added by this DLC and embalming is what allows me to get 26 White Skull corpses later. Like the refugee camp, I am gonna backburner this for a little bit. I want zombies and all of the automated resources and money that they'll provide. In my second furnace, I get a new resource smelting, glass. This will lead me into alchemy and, more importantly, the ability to create ink and start writing. I buy the cremation technology and the little firebug inside of me just lit up because I want to stop burying everybody I get. Oh, and of course, fire pretty. I need wood to burn, so I chop a bunch more. At this stage in the game, I am constantly gathering and crafting more resources. This includes crafting flour and dough, baking even larger batches of bread to supplement my energy needs. That's gonna be another 80 pieces of bread in the queue. Just north of my yard is another blockage that leads to Witch Hill from the west. I get this cleared out because I want to start working on my vineyard. Wine is going to be my primary source of income through this playthrough. In preparation for the next sermon, I craft a bunch more stone grave fences, which, by the way, is rewarding even more blue points. I install them where I can, bringing my graveyard rating to 46. I still need a rating of 20 in the church, and for that I have a quick shortcut. From the bishop, I can buy 3 candles. I can then place these candles on my candelabra, giving a temporary +3 bonus for a church rating of 20. Temporary or not, that objective is complete. I give my sermon, and the church rating of 20 yields 1 additional faith for a total of 6. And also 1 silver, 84 copper in the donation box. By the way, the amount of faith I get is dependent on the church rating, but the amount of donations I get is dependent on the graveyard rating. Higher ratings, more resources. Makes sense? Using my latest faith, I studied the Keeper's Key, getting an active key. I have a few faith points left over, so I research a heart for a total of 104 blue tech points. By the way, the garden is coming along swimmingly, but again, I can't wait to have zombies do all of this for me. I hope you aren't sick of hearing me say that. I buy some new tech, glassblower for conical flasks, master gathering for red mushrooms, and a perk giving me more resources from small plants. Grape farming, of course, this teaches me recipes for hops as well. Gardening, writer's inspiration, leading to paper production, and inventing stories so I can create my own. For kicks and giggles, I also grab embalming liquids, though I won't start on embalming for a little bit. I'm really feeling pinched for wood right now, so I craft a bunch of stone fences. Wait, what? Crafting these fences gives me blue points, and once I have enough, I can grab the woodcutter technology, giving me additional logs from chopping trees and the ability to chop big trees. No, not that big of a tree, that one's for my zombies. I am, however, getting pretty good at pushing these disorderly piles of lumber back to the yard. It's Envy Day, and now that I have the active key, I want to see Snake. This passage leads us towards the dungeon. Our hero sees what he's looking for, making a beeline, and oh, whoops, I have died. I wake right back up at home, confused. Anyway, I want that diary, so I head back down. Snake, on the other hand, is blown away by this. He wants to use my immortality to his advantage, requesting a bucket of blood and 5 bloody nails. This unlocks access to the dungeon, but that diary is what I want. Well, one of 2 things that I want. I'm led to the left where some weird creature is chained to the wall. Gunter. You know what? No, I'm gonna call him Gunter, because Gunter wants me to touch his tralala. I'm just kidding, but he does want me to hit him with my sword a couple of times, since it's been so long since he felt anything. Gunter is from the Breaking Dead DLC, and he is a zombie. He points me in the direction of some leftover zombie juice, which will allow me to create even more zombies. Not like Gunter here, though. He's special. I smash a few pots and chairs for resources, grab the Keeper's Diary, and I'm done down here for the moment. Gunter's instructions lead me here, back to the blockage that I cleared in the bee area. I'm able to dig a zombie out of here, unlocking the sawmill. I bring my new buddy up to the giant tree, but I'm gonna need more technology to put him to work, so I go back home and craft a few fences so that I can buy it. Nice! I head back up to the tree, install the required resources, and build the sawmill. I can now put this zombie to work forever chopping wood. Now, I'll also need a porter zombie to bring the wood back to my workyard, but I have a solution for that too in the short term. For now, work hard, my friend. I've continued burying bodies as I've received them, now with a graveyard rating of 59. I'm pretty over burying bodies at this point, so I'm gonna set myself up to start cremating. I can do this just south of the morgue, building a trunk and a couple of burning places. It's Sloth Day, so I head out to the lighthouse first thing to visit the astrologer. I give him the Keeper's Diary, getting a dump of information about the portal and next steps. I learn how to craft acid, and I now have more tasks to complete with Snake. I decided, what the heck, I'm gonna check out the dungeon right away. There are 15 levels in total that are randomly generated. In order to advance to the next level, you must defeat all monsters on the current one. While going through here, be sure to keep an eye out for pots and breakable chairs, tables, that kind of thing. The pots especially have a chance to drop seeds, which will help boost my garden. Once everything is defeated, I can progress to level 2 and then pop right back out to the main level. Now that I plan on burning the corpses I receive for the foreseeable future, I want to start collecting organs. You know, like a totally normal person. Skulls especially, I'm gonna need quite a few of in the not too distant future. I part out the body, love this game, and I bring it to my burning spot, lighting it up. Oh, that's pretty. I give the weekly sermon, and since the candles burned out, I'm back to getting 5 faith. Through my efforts in the graveyard though, I'm now getting 2 silver, 36 copper each sermon. It's improving. From the dungeon, I was able to collect some gold quality onion seeds. The wheat, cabbage, carrots, beets, and hemp that I'm growing right now do not have quality. Onions, pumpkins, lentils, hops, and grapes all do have quality, copper to gold. I fill out what I can in the field, adding to my resource pool. I'm so proud of myself, by the way. I remember to eat my cake this time before studying. It only gives a couple of additional blue points, but it is helpful. I study a brain and intestines, consuming all of my faith once again. That's around another 100 blue points though, booyah! I want to continue pursuing that combo prayer, so I craft some pigskin paper next. Yep, that is exactly what you think it is. I then craft a soft cover, the first step in book creation. In preparation for the next steps, I want my workyard sorted. This will be the final time that I'm tearing out any machines from my workyard and rebuilding them. I will be exclusively following the guide that I mentioned earlier. No more wastage, hopefully. Using some of that pigskin paper that I crafted, I also upgrade my furnaces to furnace 2s. The distractions never end. I deal with the latest body just like the last one, taking it down to burn. The previous body dropped me some ash, salt, and it still drops a burial certificate. This is going to keep my cash train flowing without having to invest a bunch of time in the graveyard. After crafting all of those fences, I'm quite low on stone, and another way to gather it is from this rock wall in the B area. I can harvest a single large slab and carry it with me, similar to the logs. Real quick though, this guy has almost filled up the stockpile, so I'm simply gonna grab him and switch him to be the porter. He can carry everything that he just chopped back to my yard, and then I'll be flipping him back and forth until I get more zombies working for me. Using my teleport stone, I carry my stone slab, I'm gonna call it Slabatha, back home with me. I rest Slabatha on the stockpile and then totally forget about her for a while. That woodcutter perk sure helps with burning bodies though. On top of my current wood demand, I am chewing through billets. I feel it's the right path though, especially because I plan on maxing the graveyard. Every body that I bury now, I'm just gonna have to exhume later. My furnace 2 has been smelting a bunch of conical flasks for me, and I load up with a bunch of other materials to start building out the church basement. I don't get too far, but I do place down a hand mixer, deconstruct the current study table, and get some storage established using alchemy racks. I rebuild the study table, then realize that I've built 2 hand mixers. I really will stop wasting resources eventually. I build a desk, and finalize all of the construction. I want more technologies, unlocking stone carving next. I disassemble more of the former workyard in preparation to put these machines back down in their final positions. I'm waiting on my first couple advanced conical flasks to finish crafting. I'm gonna need those soon. The last part of the workyard that I want for now is the Stone Cutter 2. I get this built and then head over to the tavern to sell 7 burial certificates. The first recipient of my recent payday is Dig. I want more hemp seeds and more seed oil. A lot more. I also bought a beer from Heradric to loosen up Jerry while I rummage around in his head for an old rusty key. This key is going to unlock the soul room for the Better Save Soul DLC. And yes, by the way, every body that I receive these days is getting stripped for parts and burned. Just like buckets of water from the well, I can use the seed oil in my inventory to break it down into oil. I'm going to use this to make my first bit of polishing paste. At 1 second, I need more sand. Okay, polishing paste plus stone equals polished stone. These resources that I'm putting together right now are to continue building the church basement. I build an alchemy workbench and an alchemy mill. I then gave a quick sermon, same 5 faith as last week, and continue to build my toys. That'll do for the moment. My high efforts require constant energy, and I've also added beet slices to my roster of meals now. I take that old rusty key from Jerry's skull and give it to Yurik, opening another whole area within my morgue. This unlocks the Souls Room, where I'm going to be spending the majority of my hours in this playthrough. Not story-related, mind you, but entirely for the ostentatious goal of maxing out the graveyard. There are a couple of glass shards around that I can harvest, but I won't be starting into this DLC for a little while longer. In order to curb my demand for wood, I invest some tech points unlocking precious metals and related ore. Then, in Anatomy and Alchemy, I pick up Embalming and Embalming 2. I want the fridge pallets so that I can store bodies and burn them in batches instead of one at a time. I also grab Anatomy 2, unlocking the Preparation Place 2. In order to use components in Alchemy, I first have to study them. I can then combine ash and oil into black paint. Once you craft an alchemy recipe, it will always show up in the workbench, but you have to discover it first. I make a bunch of black paint, then crafting it into a bunch of ink, using that to craft a pen and ink. Using my gold story, I attempt to craft my first set of notes. A 20% chance for gold quality, and I get it, yes! I then repeat the process, hoping for some silver notes, and I'm not quite as lucky, getting mostly copper notes. Combining one of each gold, silver, and copper quality yields a 10% chance for a silver quality chapter. I go for it, and copper. Fair enough. I take the soft cover I crafted before and my chapter to create a book. I don't currently have the faith to craft the combo prayer, so it's back to waiting. And by waiting, of course, I mean the endless grind for resources to supplement my quest for faith. Now, I mentioned taking some strain off of my wood supplies by unlocking more mining technology. Along that same branch, I also unlock gems. It's time to start setting up this quarry. All I want for the moment is a stockpile and a stone cutter. On this rock face over here, you can mine an infinite supply of iron. It comes off of the wall in slabs, which need to be processed in the stone cutter. That's another body. I'll be right back. I mine a bunch more iron until my pickaxe breaks. I process the slabs, and because of the technologies I unlocked, I get some silver nuggets. Rats. I wish they were gold. Alright. Third time's the charm. Back at the quarry with a healthy pickaxe, I head east following the rock wall. Here, I find a vein of coal that can be mined infinitely. Coal is far easier to mine in large quantities than wood, replacing the firewood fuel for my furnaces. Because of my technologies, I'm also finding limestone and sulfur while mining this spot. I actually work all the way through until my pickaxe breaks again. That should be a big enough boost that I don't have to come back here for a little while. Now that I have coal, I want to open up steel production right away, so I smelt a bunch of that coal down into graphite. I deliver another banger of a sermon, more faith, more money. I invest that faith immediately into creating a copper quality combo prayer. The combo prayer gives extra money and faith, and I am pumped to pray next week. It's time to unlock even more techs, Power of Faith and Illumination of Faith. Both of these will allow for even more improvements to my church rating. On second thought, I'm gonna need more iron anyway, and I'm really hoping to find some gold, so it's time for more iron mining. Some silver, then more silver, and some silver. Ugh. Hey, remember Slabatha? I finally process her and her rock twin, Roxanne, into usable stone. These are the last two stone clusters in the area, and I'm gonna need a lot of stone for another project that I'm gonna start on very soon. I proactively buy the technologies for zombie ore mining and zombie quarrying. I then craft a new headstone for 5 blue points, giving what I need to unlock steel. I upgrade my anvil and craft myself an upgraded hammer to improve my work efficiency. I then craft one more headstone because I want to stash these in my church basement for study later. All of these grave implements reward excellent blue points. I'm back at the tavern selling another 8 burial certificates to further my cause. I'm going to continue buying seeds from the farmer. Even with the peat fertilizer, I'm still slightly negative on seeds every round. Plus, trading with him is leveling up my tier with him, unlocking new seeds at the next tier, like the pumpkins, onions, and lentils that I discussed earlier. I do edit a lot of the resource gathering out, but I'm compelled to tell you that I am still perpetually out of wood. My little zombie is working hard, well, maybe closer to hardly working, because alone, he just is not enough. I take a pile of resources over to the church with me. I start by deconstructing everything that I've built so far except for the benches. They can stay for now. I build a confessional on the left and right-hand sides and fill the rest of the remaining space with candelabra 2s. This increases my church rating to 27, so that combo prayer will be even more juicy tomorrow. I do the second level of the dungeon, finding more gold quality onion seeds, but nothing else interesting. All right, here we go. It's Pride Day. I grab my combo prayer from the basement, head upstairs, and I get 8 faith. That feels a little underwhelming, but it is still an increase. I'm now also making 2 silver 26 copper plus 2 silver 18 copper bonus for my prayer for a total of 4 silver 44 copper. That's going to turn into a bunch more seeds. With the number of resources that I'm having to gather lately and my recent ability to craft steel, I think it's time for another tool upgrade. I craft an axe 2, shovel 2, and pickaxe 2. The tools that I'm currently using are 100% efficient, and these new tools are going to be 150% efficient. This removes even more burden from my resource gathering efforts as I continue pushing towards zombies. I haven't mentioned it yet, but they also require faith to resurrect. Using my new axe, I craft a ton of wedges in preparation for a bunch of stone mining. I have another 4 burial certificates for Heradric, keeping that money train, inching forward anyway. Don't be afraid of spending your money in this game to progress. I'm going to end up buying easily 100 gold worth of resources by the end of this playthrough. Speaking of buying things, where's this farmer? Hello? I'll just pick up your forage over here. Oh, hey, buddy. I was just looking for you over there. I buy myself back down to 61 copper, but it's all in the name of progress. Those wedges that I was crafting were for the stone wall at the quarry. Up here, you need wedges to break off the slabs of stone. This does give me 2 at a time and is right next to some stockpiles, unlike the stone wall by the B area. I harvest a whole lot of stone, processing it from slab into usable stone. I'm making the most of this trip too, harvesting another huge amount of coal for fuel. I process more stone, get myself set up for the next visit, and head home. Carrying a log, of course, anything to help my wood reserves. Keeping my now 3 furnace 2s lit non-stop has become a bit of a costly endeavor. With that said, everything continues to grow. I unlock a few more techs in preparation for alchemy. Insects provides moths, butterflies, and bees, all of which I'm gonna need lots of. I'll be needing bees to build bee hives, which are also now unlocked. There are 2 wild honey trees here, but this is why I call this area the bee area. I can build 7 beehives here, requiring 70 bees in total. I just unlocked the ability to collect bees, so that'll have to wait. With the same perk, collecting wildflowers now has a chance to yield butterflies during the day or moths at night. I'm gonna need a fair few moths for speed potions. Whoops, I didn't mean to bring this guy with me. Guess he'll just spend the night with me at home tonight. I'm gonna try to just not think about it too much. Gosh, I am so refreshed. That's 3 more burial certificates for Heradric. Since it's nighttime, I spent some time harvesting wildflowers looking for moths. There's actually a better spot to do this north of the town that I'll discover later. It's incredibly dense with flowers. Some of these moths can be turned into the lighthouse keeper to claim a simple fishing rod. Wait a minute, the bishop wanted some fish. 4 quality fish fillets. It's gonna take like all of my money to buy these from the lighthouse keeper, but it saves me from fishing. Hey, Bishop, here you go, my friend. Fresh, I hope, and caught just for you. Church upgrade unlocked. All right, I just need papers. Becoming a citizen costs 10 copper. Done. But the building permission I need is 20 silver. I currently have 1 silver, 62 copper after the fish. Still worth it, isn't it, my followers? Believe in my ability. Believe in yours. Donations accepted below. That's another 8 faith and 4 silver, 44 copper of profit. That helps anyway. In the morgue, I build my first embalming table. This has nothing to do with anything, and I'm sure it'll get used before I destroy it. Apparently, I'm not quite done wasting resources. Cake buff absent again, I study a tombstone for a stack of blue points. I immediately spend these on iron castings for Furnace 3 and steel parts. The upgrade only costs 2 stone and 4 complex iron parts each, which is no problem. Looking good, I'll upgrade the others once they're done their current smelts. I rebuild my potter's wheel and a new machine, the paper press. I craft a bunch of ceramic bowls using them and steel in my freshly fitted Furnace 3 to create my first steel parts. I'm dangerously low on food again, so I processed a massive load of flour into dough. Oh, wait. Body to deal with. Here we go. I do store a body on this embalming table for a bit. Next, I build a resurrection table in the morgue. I pop my latest client on there, and for 1 zombie juice and 10 faith, I can have another zombie. I got 3 zombie juice from those shelves next to Gunter, and the last sermons have been kind. I hit the button, and it's alive! It's alive! And immediately put to work as the permanent porter at the sawmill. Enjoy your ever after. Cool, that's gonna help immensely with my wood demand now that I always have logs trickling in. And I do mean trickling. These zombies are not the greatest available. I gather resources for more building. Let's go. It's time to jazz up the morgue. First, a preparation place 2, which completely freezes decomposition when a body is on it and provides a lower chance of surgical errors. I'll just quickly demolish this embalming table, which totally was used, kind of, and the old preparation place. I'll just finish that new one real quick. Embalming table 2 goes right back in the same spot. The higher tier embalming table also freezes decomposition and embalms faster. So what I was saying is that I was crafting all of this wheat into dough. This game really has a way of pulling the player between tasks, and it pulls me in deep. I unlock advanced alchemy, and with it, more options for alchemy. The next part might bother some people out there. I'm just saying, if you're a neat freak, maybe don't look at the western half of my graveyard for a while. In preparation for my plan, I tear down the remaining trees, but there are a ton of logs left behind. I will be very slowly chipping away at bringing these home, but they're gonna sit here for a while. So much bread. And this will not be enough. I unlock the assembly stand next. I also upgrade my carpenter's workbench to the next tier, opening additional crafts. I try to keep a good stockpile of components around, so at any time... Oh wait, hungry, need to grab some bread. Okay, so anytime I start another build project, I already have the materials that I need prepared. I upgrade the next furnace, smelting another big batch of graphite. Yes, these furnaces have been on constantly since they were built. 40 more conical flasks? Yes, please. Speaking of new building projects, it's time for another one. I build the Alchemy Workbench 2 and a Distillation Cube. While most workbenches are simply a direct upgrade from each other, the Alchemy Bench 1 and 2 are different. The Tier 1 version allows combinations of 2 ingredients, while Tier 2 allows for 3, opening up recipes like the Speed Potion. With my alchemy setup started, I want to progress my gardening efforts, unlocking simple fertilizers, zombie gardening, you know it, and brewing, because beer is great. Back in the morgue, I'm building up a fridge pallet. I typically skip the other pallet types and go straight for these. They can store 2 bodies, and the fridge variety also completely freezes decomposition. Don't mind me carrying this log from the yard with me to the service. These confessionals are so cool, they have a chance to generate both faith and stories over time. Another sermon, I left my log at the door, and another 8 faith to me. I grab the donations and sell my old prayer to the bishop. Okay, 11 silver, 35 copper, over halfway to affording those papers. I then spend some more time progressing through the dungeon. I'm getting pretty mangled down there. Here, Heradric, I have 4 more burial certificates for you. Don't mind the blood. This is the flower field that I mentioned earlier, by the way, just north of the village. If you're picking flowers, this is the place to do it. A perk of processing so many bodies is that I have lots of spare parts. Before Snake has even whispered about his ritual, I can take some skulls to build them into the walls and columns at the entrance of the dungeon. I don't need to do this for a while, but hey, I'm being proactive again. I then continue studying grave components for more blue points. They're just so good. I unlock Graveyard Enhancement, learning how to create lawns. These are part of my short-term master plan. I also unlocked carved gravestones and grave monuments for access to more things to study. I continue through the dungeon where I can get bloody nails from these flayer dudes. Oh boy, did I ever play this one close though. One more hit and I'd have been toast. Not that dying is hugely consequential, but it's a point of pride. This time, while buying seeds, I make sure to leave myself at least 20 silver for that building permission that I need. I grab that next, showing it to the bishop, and bam! Upgrade! But there's a problem. I need to be a rightful citizen to pray in the big church. Yep, forgot to mention that one, didn't you, bishop? I also haven't done my sermon yet today, so I really want to get this sorted. To become a rightful citizen, I need 3 silver, but I only have 1. I've been farming like a madman, so I grab a bunch of crops from my kitchen to sell. The farmer will take them, 10 silver back into my pocket. Back to the church, purchase my papers, and town pass, why not? Here you go, bishop. Ah, the darn papers. Can I give my sermon now? It's getting really late. Think of it like a test of faith, he says. Patience, same thing. My next tasks with him will be to upgrade the church to a rating of 50 and graveyard to 200. Thank goodness, though, I can get my prayer done for the week, just in the nick of time. I buy even more technologies: marble quarrying, complex fertilizers for access to the best fertilizers, winemaking, and zombie vineyard to help automate it. Also, now that I have the tech unlocked, I'm gonna start grabbing a bunch of red mushrooms. The best place to find red mushrooms are in the 2 swamp locations. I'm gonna want a whole bunch for alchemy. With the skin that I'm acquiring from my recent clients, my paper needs are solved in the short term. Science for studying is no longer an issue. Also, every time I pass by it, I'm filling my distillation cube with more material. I want to start creating a stockpile of alchemical components. Now that I have the souls room next to me unlocked, I can start extracting sin shards from bodies. With my goal of maxing the graveyard, I'm going to need thousands of these. Speaking of needing lots of things, I still need more stone for that project I mentioned. I build the zombie stone mine, hoping that I can delegate this task. I brought a body to the quarry. Yes, just a body, not a zombie. Work, darn you! Ugh, this new generation's so lazy. Well, that's not gonna work, but I did bring some materials to build a couple of trunks. Okay, buddy, you're coming with me. It's so hard to find good help these days. Gotta do everything myself. I'm gonna lay the first part of this project down since I'm, broke right now. My garden is doing great, and I am absolutely swimming in peat. Combined with all of this stone that I'm mining, I can create lawns in the graveyard. I'm going to be using lawns to boost my graveyard rating, hopefully into the 300s, pretty much for the rest of the playthrough. I actually won't be touching the graveyard again until the very end, where I rip all of this up and pursue the maximum rating of 2,488. Today's sermon nets me 8 faith and now 8 silver, 56 copper in donations. Based on the amount of lawns I was able to build in the graveyard, I need a lot more stone. I processed the first batch. If you weren't aware, after choosing a craft in some workstations, you can select the infinite option to process the recipe forever, or whenever the ingredients are available. I gather another whole bunch of stone, installing it all in the graveyard. I also want to spend a few resources fixing up this fence for another 10 rating. That's now a total rating of 288. I grab a few more resources, filling out every available space with lawns. 304. That'll do for now. My expansion endeavors have been very resource intensive. I'm doing a lot of crafting, and I've run out of iron again, having to mine a bunch more. No gold again, I'm afraid, just more silver. I do a bunch of coal mining for good measure. Those now 5 furnaces are hungry. With my fridge pallets, I'm also now processing bodies in batches of 4. I feel batch crafting is a far more efficient way of going about this. I'm still extracting what I deem necessary for my cause. I then burn them, fire pretty, just in time for Donkey to bring me another. No distractions! I spend the morning of Pride Day refilling my clay supplies, then heading up to the church. The bishop is blown away by how good these lawns look. Just ignore all of the logs on the west side. He has a task to increase my graveyard to a rating of 200? Pfft. Done, and I'll be increasing my church rating to 50 real soon. Today's sermon, 8 faith, but let's check out these donations. 19 silver, 24 copper in total. That's free income every week forever. Smelting all of this glassware and steel parts is also giving me a fair number of blue points, which is really nice. In my Stonecutter 2, I'm going to use some faith to create carved pieces of stone, 4 in total. Using those, I craft more varieties of headstones for later study, also netting more blue points. Unfortunately, I've now used all of my faith, so I'll study moths and hemp? Nope, need more faith. Okay. In my hand mixer, I take a bit of time to break down moths into chaos solution. I use them, acceleration powder, and blood to craft some of those speed potions that I keep mentioning. Potions as well can be equipped to the hotbar, which I'm doing in preparation for some more dungeon crawling. I slam back my first speed potion and start cruising. These double your movement speed. They're perfect for, well, all of the time soon I hope, but definitely for exploring these dungeon floors. In the dungeon, there are veins of material in the walls. Silver, gold, and even some diamond nodes later. I don't have a pickaxe? This confused me so much while playing. How could I not have a pickaxe? I head home to repair my tools, and my pickaxe is completely gone. What? I mean, I have the resources and I need a pickaxe, so I'll just craft a new one, I guess. This is so weird. On a good note, though, I've now unlocked the Tier 2 and 3 trades with the farmer. I can now buy all crop varieties, but none of them are gold. I'll be improving the quality of those seeds myself. I have another 5 burial certificates for Heradric, and despite my spending, have a healthy 35 silver to my name, which I spend a bunch of buying silk from the merchant. I buy 12 silk. This, by the way, is the only way of acquiring silk. In preparation for the vineyard, I also buy some grape seeds. Alright, time to use all of this new space in the church. I start by demolishing all of the old wooden benches. I take a quick inventory of the parts that I need and get crafting. A lot of crafting. This is going to be an expensive upgrade. My efforts in the dungeon have gotten me the bucket of blood and bloody nails that I need for Snake. I turn them in, getting another gold story, right on. I've been finding a few of these lately, which is great. Snake is doing snake things over here, speaking in tongues and summoning a chicken? Okay. Hey, can I have that for some meat? Speaking of meat, I now have enough trust with Snake for him to give me the counterfeit meat stamp. I probably won't sell my meat raw, but it's another objective completed. Okay, back to the church project. I start by using the 12 silk I just purchased to create the best possible benches. These will never need upgrading again. I install 2 wooden church shrines and finally have space for 4 wall candelabras. I then have a bit more space to fill in another 2 floor candelabras. Building these increases my church rating to 61. Oh, I'm gonna be rolling in faith soon. It's Wrath Day, reminding me to craft some flyers for the Inquisitor. I won't get to him today, but I'll have them ready for next week. I finished my study with hemp, which I'll be breaking down for acceleration powder for more speed potions. I upgrade my kitchen at Sweet Home, also adding some shelf storage. Alright, let's see how much faith I'm getting today. My efforts have now raised my faith income to 19 every week. Now I'm getting somewhere. Fire pretty, and responsibly eating some cake, I continue studying. These high-level stone grave markers are worth so many blue points, and they aren't even the best available. I now have 266 blue points to spend. I let Heradric know that I have my meat stamp and he'll now buy meat from me. But what I'm really here for is to sell my 4 burial certificates and give all of my money to the merchant. More grape seeds and a bit more silk. The 12 silk is all you need ever in the base game, but I'll need this silk for the refugee camp and my tavern eventually in the DLCs. I don't actually have the vineyard unlocked from the Inquisitor yet, but I found out that I can sneakily plant a few seeds down right now. I'm of course fertilizing with peat, and I get my first little grape crop planted. So exciting! In other exciting news, the mystery of the missing pickaxe is solved. My last one broke while mining coal, and because my inventory was full, it just fell on the ground. I've now picked it up again, so now I have 2 pickaxes. You can find these precious nuggets not only when processing the iron, but also while mining it. I'm starting to find a little bit more gold, which is so relieving. I have enough things to spend my money on right now. It's Wrath Day, and I've made sure to catch up with the Inquisitor this time. In fact, I get quite bored waiting for him and his entourage to make it up to the spot where I can finally talk with him. I turn in my flyers, but the Inquisitor's worrying that his witch burnings have become a bit stale. On a plus note, I do have permission to use the full vineyard now. I'm now sitting on about 300 blue tech points, so it's time to get spending. Marble gravestones and carved marble gravestones to start. I also snag the Art of Stone. Those were some expensive unlocks, but those new grave components will provide a huge amount more blue points when I study them. I head up to the quarry, building the marble quarry. This, just like the stone, requires wedges to mine, and I mine a fair bit of it. Marvelous. To make things a little bit easier on myself, I did set up more stockpiles. By the way, happy 100th day in this playthrough. I thought that was a fun little tidbit to include. I process the slabs, taking the materials home to start crafting with. If you hadn't guessed, I'd rather have zombies doing this, so I unlock Zombie Quarrying 2. I also have enough points remaining for Embalming Liquids 2 as well. Sure. This just doesn't get old to me. Also, now that I'm raking in 19 faith every sermon, I think it's really time to start pushing the needle forward. I studied the marble cross and then eat a cake. Then some other marble grave pieces popping right back up to 258 blue points. Easy peasy. I have been installing these better parts on some of the graves as I've studied them, boosting my graveyard rating just that little bit more. I then do a whole bunch of marble mining, then a splash more iron before heading home. I gotta keep that bread processing after all, it's still my primary energy source. Rain shall not quench my fire. My passion burns bright. Most of my storage is feeling really full these days, so I also build more in the morgue. And a bit more. Now I can sort out all of these organs that I've been hoarding. The last 2 zombie juices that I got from Gunter definitely go to the morgue storage. I really need to use these and get another 2 zombies. The first harvest of grapes is ready for an okay yield. I want to get this place ready for some real production, building 4 zombie vineyards and filling the lower field with crops that I'll manually maintain. Behold, the fountain of faith flowing freely fills me with fresh fervor for future feats. Donations are accepted below. These people like it, so should you. I start processing some red mushrooms for toxic solution. This will be used for flavor enhancer, allowing higher tier fertilizers, and golden elixir, a part of the embalming process. I unlock distillation cube 2 and master of alchemy. This gives a perk which produces 1 extra reagent from any material, which is phenomenal. Speaking of golden elixir, I also unlock that tech, Embalming 3. Zombie alchemy workbench, because I'm not doing this all by myself, and finally crypts, unlocking the best marble grave parts outside of the DLCs. That alchemy master perk is already doing work, doubling my output from these mushrooms. Breaking down some brains yields life solution. In the alchemy workbench, I combine ash and life solution to produce growth enhancer. Again, now that I know this recipe, it will show up in the table's recipe list. If you don't want to spend time experimenting with alchemy, the Graveyard Keeper wiki has fantastic resources on, well, everything. For my next trick in the alchemy workbench 2, ash, toxic solution, and life extract makes flavor enhancer. I want these top-end fertilizers to really upgrade my farming game. I can craft these fertilizers at the church workbench using a bunch more peat. Oh, that crafts 10 at a time. Even better. I'm gonna need all of it. On top of the quality fertilizer 1, I craft a bunch of quality fertilizer 2. I won't be using boost fertilizer as I really don't see the resource cost being outweighed by the benefit, as it only increases growth speed. The small boost that I get just from the base peat fertilizer is fine. The zombie vineyards can be upgraded for better productivity. This costs 12 of quality 1 and 12 of quality 2 fertilizer to max out the zombie farm. Now it can sustain itself for seeds instead of being net negative. I upgrade all of my zombie vineyards, but in hindsight, this is a little bit of overkill right now. I'm quite short on stone still, and I think it's long past time to make more zombies. I grab this fella that I've been saving, he has 6 white skulls, and zombify him. The more white skulls a zombie has, the higher work efficiency it has. One note is that red skulls do not negatively impact work efficiency like they do graveyard raiding. While these zombies aren't the fastest or best workers out there, free stuff is free stuff. Speaking of lower efficiency zombies, one thing that I've been doing is keeping an eye on my lumber stockpile. Any time that it's full, I'm stopping to craft a bunch of wooden products. This helps to offset my slow lumber zombies so that they can continue bringing in that trickle of lumber. That new zombie at the quarry too, he'll slowly fill these 4 stockpiles, and now all I have to do is occasionally pop up here and process the slabs. At least until I can get this guy some buddies. Maybe some friends too. I want to start upgrading my grape seeds, first planting down some quality 2 fertilizer, then my silver quality grape seeds. With this fertilizer and my gardener perk, I have a chance to get some gold seeds when this harvest is ready. Alright, this guy needs help. Watching back this footage, it's stunning to me how many resources I actually gathered in this game, and honestly, how effortlessly the hours just melted away. I upgrade my alchemy lab a little bit more, installing 3 tier 2 distillation cubes. With the recent upgrades to my abilities to make things, I had an idea. That idea starts with some lenses. I grab the simple printing press tech and random text generation for zombie-generated stories. I can only imagine what zombies come up with for creative writing. I plop my desk 2 down here and take a look at my odds for gold quality notes. 30%. I might need some more perks. I was so lost in all of that it's suddenly time for another sermon. It's going to be a stretch, but if my plan works out, I'll be getting a lot more from these very soon. Which, of course, involves more zombies. More! But I'm out of zombie juice now, so I study some cabbage. I love the random sentences I get to say while making this script. I can break down that cabbage in the alchemy mill, processing it into health powder. Health powder plus blood equals zombie juice. I'm gonna grab a bunch of these. While processing the nearly daily bodies I get, I've been keeping an eye out for good ones. These 6 white skull dudes have been chilling on this fridge pallet for a while now. Rise! I was curious if my zombie could work in my kitchen. I am so over crafting flour and dough, but nope, oh well. Instead, this guy is being put to work making silver quality grapes. I'll keep upgrading more seeds myself, but I do want to start making a stockpile of grapes. I set the craft to infinite and forget about it for a while. The other zombie is going to be quarry bound, and I brought materials to construct more zombie quarries. Both sides of the marble quarry and both sides of the mine, which generates iron and coal. I build up some some porter stations, prepping for more zombie workers. So much flour, so much water, so much dough. All right, oven, your turn to do some work. That's another 212 bread coming my way. That's all I had fuel for. It's time to start getting into some more advanced crafting. I build 2 copper quality steel chisels followed by 2 silver quality steel chisels. Using even more materials, I have a 30% chance of upgrading one of these silver ones to a gold quality. Not for now. A bunch of the pieces that I need are going to require more faith anyway. The good news is with the marble that I mined, I can start polishing it, which gives 1 of each tech point. It's not fast tech points, but I'm going to need a lot of polished marble anyway. For that, I'm also going to need a bunch of iron chisels. I craft a few more, getting myself back to 91 blue points. By the way, let's just zoom in on that real quick. Yeah, 890 red points, 1,339 green points, and 91 blue points. Blue points are hard. To help with my writing endeavors, I grab the Writing Tricks technology. Along with a prayer to boost writing quality, I get the Writer perk. It increases the quality of my writing by 30%, but that Playwright perk sure looks juicy. Another 50 blue points will get me there. My next grape crop is ready, netting me 2 gold grapes and seeds along with the silver quality produce. That quality fertilizer too is so good. I'll also show you that you can double down on fertilizer. I can first install peat, then quality fertilizer 2 will overwrite only on the quality side, still getting that small speed boost. I can now plant 3 silver quality grape crops, and I will definitely be planting gold after this next harvest. I really don't need all of these grave fences, but they're a super cheap way for me to earn blue tech points right now. I give the week sermon, and this very well might be the last sermon I give using this combo prayer. I then deconstruct all of the fences that I built back into stone. This is a loss of stone, but like I said, cheap blue points. I then snag the playwright perk, giving me an additional 50% to my writing quality. With my 2 new writing perks, when I craft using my 3 gold quality stories, I get 3 gold quality notes. They can then be combined into a gold quality chapter, all with a 100% chance of success. This chapter, combined with a gold quality hardcover, has a 70% chance to get me a gold quality book. That gold quality book will then yield a 100% chance of crafting a gold quality combo prayer. Yes, please. The next part of the process, just like the copper quality combo prayer, is to craft a soft cover. I can now start upgrading this though, needing a tanning agent and 1 faith. But distractions! Heradric can smell the onions that I've been farming on me. He gives me some pub food onion recipes, and I trade with him a whopping 16 burial certificates, putting me for the first time over 1 gold. Can't have that, I buy a bunch of supplies from Cresvold, pushing to unlock more tiers in his shop. Over time, I've managed to collect a few of Clotho's requests. I give her a silver quality pumpkin, learning a bunch of soup recipes, and a health potion. Okay, she now remembers she's Clotho. Hi Clotho, nice to meet you. She helps me out with the merchant's taste problem, teaching me how to craft spices. Clotho's shop is full of all kinds of alchemical reagents and potions, and I decided to buy a couple of death solutions and tanning agents. I'm constantly melting down things for reagents, by the way. It would sure be smart to have a zombie doing this instead. Anyway, I now have everything that I need to upgrade that soft cover to a copper quality hardcover. For the next step, I need more faith and steel parts. Hey, I have those. I'm also going to need golden jewelry details, so I unlock the jeweler tech. I can now smelt gold and silver. But I still need 50 more blue points to be able to craft the gold details themselves. Don't mind me real quick. It's all in a day's work. Now that I have the tech, I build a jewelry table on the far side of the yard. This probably won't see much use. I also get some of that silver and gold smelting. The details are going to cost a gold ingot, almost check, steel parts, check, and faith, check? Oh yeah, once the gold is done smelting, no problem at all. I get straight to work on my silver quality hardcover, immediately upgrading it to gold quality. I guess I'm moving a bit fast, I had to wait for it to land in my inventory there. That gold quality hardcover plus my gold quality chapter, 70% chance of success. This was so expensive. Are there any techs that can help me right now? I mean, not really, but you know what I can do? Teleport home, sleep, and save my progress just in case I get the silver quality one. I give it a shot and... gold quality book. I am so happy with this. It immediately gets crafted into a gold quality combo prayer. 3 days until I can unleash that bad boy. That project did chew through the majority of my faith, so I spend the last couple of points studying ingredients to continue my alchemical needs. The next grape harvest is ready, 6 gold quality grapes and seeds to add to the other 2. Now I get to plant 2 sets of gold seeds with quality fertilizer too. And of course continuing to plant more silver seeds because with the fertilizer, they're also going to net me more gold seeds. I'm just going for broke at this point, farming even more blue points. I'm about to do a bunch more mining, unlocking the miner perk to increase the chance for precious metals and ores. I'm putting a big strain on my iron supplies lately, especially when I do things like building 5 more fridge pallets in the morgue. Upon arriving at the quarry, my zombies have almost filled the stockpiles, so I get busy catching up. So much processing. This new combo prayer better get me all of the faith to help build my zombie workforce. Let's give it a shot. 12 on the first batch. Okay, not great. Oh yeah, though, so much faith piles into the second lot that it spills into my character. 33 faith plus 34 silver and 50 copper every sermon now. I pop outside to let the bishop know that the church's rating is above 50. He's seen enough now. This church is ready to be upgraded to a cathedral. But first, I have to make 3 gold quality marble statues of the bishop. Pride Day indeed. I also sell him my old combo prayer for just a little bit of additional cash. To craft those statues, I'm gonna need gold quality chisels, but even those only net me a silver quality statue right now. A 30% chance to craft. Fail. But I do get gold on the next craft. That still doesn't help me right now, though. The best possible statue that I can possibly make is still only silver quality. I'm gonna need more perks before I can craft these. Industriousness comes at the end of the Game of Thrones DLC, and I'm a ways off of that, but the engineer and mason perks seem achievable. First, I'll grab the steel weapons tech for a better sword and armor. I farm some more blue points and unlock skilled casting as well, unlocking the best swords in the game. I want to go deeper into the dungeon to find a gold vein, but the monsters are getting pretty tough. At this point too, I'd say that the gold grape crop is officially established, gaining 16 gold seeds this round. It's definitely going to take off from here, and to conserve on resources, I'm only going to continue growing gold quality crops from now on. I craft up my new steel armor. It provides 5 armor compared to my iron armor's 2. Each armor point reduces damage by 1 when hit. The enemies in this dungeon can be tricky, but it's a lot of fun. It's kind of like a dance. Some of these monsters are getting straight up terrifying though. What is this thing? I'm getting serious like Act 3 vibes from Diablo 2. Ugh, I hated that marsh. Here's what I'm looking for. Once I clear all of the enemies out of the way, I'm free to mine this gold vein. Oh, but I have so many inventory problems down here. There we go. That's 8 gold nuggets, a massive boost to my gold supply. That gold vein was on level 6, by the way. Today, I progress into 7. At this depth, I now have to deal with spiders that swipe at me, jump back, and fire a web ball. But they're no match for me. Ooh, another silver vein. Yes, please. I finished level 7, progressing straight to level 8. I have found a few health potions along the way, which are definitely helping during this process. Floor 8 has these energy ball things that rush at me. A quick step out of the way, and they go away. Oh my gosh, inventory, please. Also, a note, you cannot use your teleport stone in the dungeon. Luckily, I just started this floor, and I really need to deal with my inventory. Alright, level 8 is cleared. 27 grape seeds, but I need more quality fertilizer too, which is just a couple of crafts away. I also continue drinking in this gold combo prayer. 33 faith per sermon is giving me so much more freedom. I mean, the steady flow of money is nice too. I then continue studying more marble grave markers for a huge amount of blue points. That's now 511 that I have to play with. Tech 1, Best Friend for the Jeweler perk. Be sure to get this perk before mining the gem nodes in the dungeon. This perk is going to give a +1 drop to them. Also, Tricks of the Trade for the Carpenter perk, making me more efficient with my circular saw, and the Mason perk, increasing the stone I get from each slab, and increasing the stone crafting quality by 50%. Engineer gives a perk of the same name, increasing that quality a further 30%. That 30% quality also applies to the crafting of steel chisels. Great synergy. Zombie winery, zombie brewery, digestion, strong alcohol, and blending are all easy choices, opening up my cellar crafting options. The final perk gives Wine Master, increasing the energy that I get from wine and beer by 20% and my crafting quality of those items by 80%. Oh, and I also grab Gentle Butcher and Surgeon to eliminate my chance of surgical errors as long as I'm working on a preparation place too, which I have. With my new perks unlocked, I check back on those marble statues and I now have an 80% chance to craft a gold one. That is so much better. While grabbing more marble, I'm pretty good on stone for the moment, so I move the stone zombie over to the mine. Now he's going to be producing iron and coal. The storage in the workyard is getting tight again, so I build an additional 6 trunks. Check this out, by the way. Remember to press and hold that action button when using your tools. I keep it pressed all the way from the last trunk to building this one in a single whack instead of 3. I decided now was as good a time as any to start dipping my toes into the DLCs, starting with Better Save Soul. Yurik's been chilling here for a while, and I finally get the rundown. This dude is sinful, just full of sin. I'm gonna have to help him with that. Also, this is Smiler. The constant cheeky nods to pop culture in this game are on point. This unlocks some new recipes and an entirely new tech tree. This is the DLC that will allow me to create graves with a rating of 26 each. I start by repairing some of the machines. First, the soul extractor. I think the name pretty much says it all with this one. Next, the broken soul healer, which is a little bit more complicated. This is going to help me prepare souls before sending them, but I've got to build it up in steps to gain the full effect. The broken soul portal is next, my method of sending, aka converting souls into a usable resource, gratitude. Via soul receivers, I can use gratitude to remotely craft and assign jobs to zombies using the map. This mechanic is so powerful, and I really wish that I'd invested in this earlier. I build 3 Soul Container 1 bases, the workbench, 2 chests, and only 2 pallets for now. All of these components increase the total number of gratitude that I can have. The workbench in this room offers some alternative crafting recipes and the ability to modify organs at the cost of sin shards. I apply some oil to the latch of the hatch and open sesame. This little bunker, hideout, guest room, yeah, is pretty busted up right now. I get to work right away repairing everything. Oh, I found a lost tooth when repairing the bed. That's super gross. I finish repairing the room and Yurik gives me a gold hot dog. I should have done this sooner. This also allows me to install the gigantic stained glass feature in my church. There are 7 hollow spaces in it. Whatever could those be used for? Also, gross. I guess it's Jerry's tooth? Ugh, I just realized I haven't encountered soap in this world yet. Anyway, 39 gold grape seeds. I've been a bit distracted with other tasks, and I've accumulated a few bodies. 17, actually. Whoops. Here's the first batch. I have nothing but the utmost respect for my clientele, as you can see. I want to start building up some additional food types. Some of these are going to give additional buffs, like deep sleep, which helps restore energy faster while sleeping. Another thing that helps with sleeping is only sleeping during the night. If you sleep during the day, you're going to be getting less energy per tick. I finished building up the soul room and I struggled at first to wrap my head around what exactly I was supposed to do in this DLC. It's the only one that I had not played prior to this playthrough. The next batch of bodies is ready to go, collecting the ashes from the first. I'm out of billets though. I am constantly out of things. There we go, all better. Oh my gosh, it's Pride Day again. I'd like to say a few words. Our church is great. Fun fact, way back in the early days of this game, it was only Our Church Great, not Our Church is Great. I think they should have kept that. It was so on brand. I have 8 burial certificates for Heradric, bringing me to nearly 3 gold. Moneybags over here. Can't have that. I ask Mrs. Chain about the vampire out of convenience, but I'm really after her recipes. They're all useful, but baked pumpkin is going to be what I make the most use of. These give the slow metabolism buff, which extends the duration of most other buffs by 30% when active. For example, my speed potions last 10 minutes normally, but if I consume them while under the effects of slow metabolism, they last 13 minutes. That's substantial. I also bought a silver quality wine for Jerry opening the Stranger Sins DLC. Jerry likes the wine, but wants something a little stronger, referring me to a buried keg outside of town. The spot I'm looking for is just north of where Dig sits. This isn't a barrel though. This is some kind of archaeological machine? Cresvolt then comes up to let me know that I can't just be randomly digging in town without permission. Whoops, sorry about that, mind the hole. That's 58 gold grape seeds now. I think I can officially call this crop upgraded. Alright Jerry, about that machine I just dug up. Jerry proposes that I build a tavern. I'll need to start by buying some land from Heradric. One thing at a time though, back to the soul room. Now that I've unlocked this mechanic, bodies that come in will have souls attached to them. I can extract that soul using the soul extractor. I put in a piece of flesh to this open slot in the soul healer and then heal this soul. This gives me back 1 healed soul and 1 sin shard. I can then send that healed soul through the portal for 7 gratitude. This gives me enough to unlock the Healer Enthusiast technology. That now opens up the next stage of quests in this DLC. I unlock the blueprint for human soul healing. I can then attach the extension, Healing from Pride. This adds an additional part onto my soul healer, but to fully activate it, I need a pride-charged sin shard. For that, I'm gonna need to find somebody who's incredibly prideful. Alright, Heradric, 2 things. First of all, how much would it cost to buy some land? Not for a tavern or anything, just curious. 9,682 gold, 54 silver, and 11 copper? What? Or it seems I could take advantage of a disadvantaged senior named Dig. Okay. And secondly, who's the most prideful person that you know? What? The bishop? Who wants multiple statues of himself and shows up only on Pride days? Surely not that guy. Alright, quest triggers fulfilled and I chat with Uric to form a plan. I need an ode to the bishop, which means a trip to Wagner. I also finally bring him that paper and ink that he requested many moons ago. He's willing to write my ode to the bishop. This should be good. I then buy Wagner a wine to keep the juices flowing, gaining an extra story. Cool. Catch you later. I keep myself busy waiting on fresh bodies for more souls to extract. Now I have space for both flesh and skin in my soul healer. As I install more components in my soul healer, I'll be able to more effectively heal souls, gathering higher quantities of gratitude and sin shards. I can unlock the next text in spiritualism: stone grave fences, praise for souls, updated equipment, useful equipment, and more marble grave fence. Finally, a use for all of this hemp that I grew. I make a bunch of hemp rope in the church workbench and gather the other materials I need for upgrades. First, the Soul Extractor 2 is upgraded. 3 Soul Container 2s follow with increased capacity. They need to be built in 2 stages, so I'll come back for these. I want to start installing some soul receivers, among other upgrades in the alchemy lab. These soul receivers can be installed at the Quarry, Alchemy Lab, Church, Morgue, Souls Room, Workyard, Cellar, Sweet Home, Garden, Vineyard, and 2 DLC locations, the Refugee Camp and the Talking Skull, my eventual tavern. They are what allows you to craft in these areas remotely from the map at the cost of gratitude, but it's a mechanic that I did not take advantage of enough while playing. This is so powerful, and I'm about to unlock the ability to use it. I've got a new soul to extract, and I can finish constructing these Soul Container 2s. I can also craft the 2 wall crematoriums, giving me a far cheaper way of cremating bodies. I can run these wall crematoriums on coal, taking a massive burden off of my wood supplies. Alright, with the pallets installed and soul receiver installed, this room is nearly done being constructed. Also, just look at all these gold quality grape seeds now. I finally realized too that I should change my zombie over to crafting the gold quality grapes. Because it's a tier 3 vineyard, this will sustain itself with seeds crafting gold quality grapes for eternity. What an existence. I've earned enough reputation at 65 to unlock my trade license at the Royal Services box. 50 silver? That's peanuts at this point. Ooh, aristocrat papers though, 12 gold. My new trade license is definitely going to help with that. In order to charge a shard with pride, I need to bring a sin shard. I read the Ode to the Bishop. Oh, blessed and mighty holiness, higher none could ever be. Overwhelming beauty, kindness, everyone's impressed by thee. Aw, man, the bishop got so excited there that I prematurely have the shard, but I want to finish too. Wheresoever you step, the gloom seems to drift a world away. Whensoever you speak, your wisdom drips from every word you say. Drips. Yeah, he loves it. I do my weekly sermon and present the still slightly wet pride shard to Uric. I strap him into the chair, install the shard, and turn it on, baby. Urik's exhausted, but in return gives me remote craft control. I've got the gratitude that I need to unlock the next tech in spiritualism, Experienced Healer. This leads to stone gravestones, exquisite writing, updated equipment 3, simplified farming, and marble gravestones. All of that only cost 10 blue points, but my red and green points took a serious hit. Sometimes, too, it is possible to fail healing a soul. In that case, I only get a single sin shard and no gratitude. I upgrade to the Soul Extractor 3, the highest tier, and install the extensions for Gluttony and Wrath on my soul healer. I can now insert blood and fat in here. Have you caught the pattern yet? Each organ is associated with its own of the 7 deadly sins. Flesh with greed, skin for pride, blood for wrath, fat for gluttony, brain for sloth, heart for lust, and intestines for envy. With some faith in hand, I can finally start chatting up Miss Charm a little bit more. I get some information and instructions to throw some fake coins in Snake's face. That should be interesting. While I also get some information about the town pass that I acquired, I'll never actually be able to go there. With my upgrades to the soul healer, I'm starting to get up to 4 sin shards from a soul. The more sin shards extracted from a soul, the more gratitude it provides, 23 in this case. This gives me enough to unlock the final tech in spiritualism, Professional Healer. I can now install the extensions for Sloth, Envy, and Lust. This opens the last 3 slots for organs in the soul healer, intestines, heart, and brains. All of the parts are here, now I just need to improve them. It's Gluttony Day, so I visited the merchant to let him know that I have my trade license. This building that he stands in front of can be used as a shipping warehouse for my produce and many other types of crates of resources. I have to increase my reputation, which I can do with flyers and prepare some crates for sale. I'm swimming in cash, kind of, so I buy more silk because I know that I'm gonna need it for the refugee camp. Oh right, the refugees. I guess they've been waiting on me to deliver fresh water for, a while. I'm sure it's fine. I built the final upgrade, Soul Container 3 bases in the Soul Room. I also brought the materials for the second stages. Shiny. With all of the sin components installed in my healer, I can now extract up to 7 sin shards from a single soul. In my play, it never seemed like a range. I only ever got 4 or 7, which is the maximum without a buff. 38 gratitude for that one is pretty nice. You're welcome. Here, I briefly scope out that remote crafting feature. From the map, in any location that I've built a soul receiver, I can remotely craft anything at that location. Here, Snake, get coined. He barely reacts. Okay, this wasn't fun at all. Nothing to report here. These wall crematoriums are so handy, by the way. The only downside is that they provide 2 less ash than the pyres outside. But trust me, I'm gonna end up having way too much ash as the playthrough progresses. It's time to get into my first bit of organ modification. In the workbench, I can use sin shards to increase the count of either white or red skulls. I can only ever increase, never decrease. This is going to be a lot easier to do once I can see the stats of each organ, so I'm just going to put this to bed until I have that perk. Alright, I've unlocked everything I need to build out my cellar, and I haven't built a single one of them yet. I'll start with the zombie winery, 2 winemaking barrels, and an extra trunk for storage. Then 2 more trunks and 2 brewing stands. By the way, this passage below the cellar connects right to my business with the merchant. Or a secret bush entrance, my favorite. By the way, one by one, I am slowly removing these logs from the western part of my graveyard. I thought I'd mention that just in case it's been bugging you this entire time. My buddy Yorik here deserves a nice place to exist for eternity. Ah, lightning! What's going on here? Yorik! I'm doing my best, man. This graveyard is gonna be a marvel when I'm done with it. Okay, no damage from the lightning. Ugh, moody. Jerry thinks that Yorik is totally unstable. Spineless, even. I think as a floating skull, he's pretty spineless. Ha ha ha. Right, next in the cellar, a vine press, an alcohol distiller, and a whole bunch of fermentation barrels, 8 in total. And of course, a zombie brewery to round everything out. A soul receiver looks good here, and one final trunk. I build it all up, and don't forget anything at all. More faith for me, and I get to work crafting a bunch more speed potions. I'd really like to cruise around with the speed potion buff all of the time. I study onions and start breaking them down in the distillation cubes for toxic extract. I feel I could have saved a lot of time in this playthrough if after crafting the gold combo prayer, I just made a bunch more zombies. I still spend a fair amount of time manually crafting stuff. Alright, Miss Charm, I did what you asked. All this friction between her and Snake is because of Miss Charm's mother's necklace, which is now my problem. North of town, there are more merchants that you can buy from. The brothers Corey and Tress handle stone and wood supplies, but I'm going for the woodcutter. I have an axe 1 for him, and in return I get some more cooking recipes, lasagna and pasta. Delicious. I then bring a load of gold quality grapes down from the vineyard to the cellar. I'm gonna start by using up some of those silver quality grapes, processing them in the vine press. I can then make wine from these in the wine barrels with a 30% chance of it being gold quality. This most recent soul gives me 7 sin shards. That's what I like to see. My gratitude is full right now, so I can store this healed soul in the soul container 3. In here, the souls will no longer decay. Come on, wine. Finish, finish, finish. There we go. Okay, eat a baked pumpkin for slow metabolism, drink a speed potion for a 13-minute buff. By the way, these buffs are additive, so I now have 13 minutes and 48 seconds, 47, 46. I'm going to continue manually processing wine for a bit, but I should have a zombie doing this. Honestly, I should have zombies doing everything that zombies are capable of doing. After foraging all of the red mushrooms, I visit Clotho in the swamp, but I already know how to make the recipe for spices. I just got confused and haven't. Cool, in the hand mixer, I process cabbage to get health solution. Oh, wait, it's Envy Day, I'm gonna visit Snake. I am all over the place. About Miss Charm's necklace, it's gonna be a whole thing. I'm introduced to the mountain fort, and offering my help increases my relationship enough with Snake to ask about the restoration tools for the astrologer. Yes, the web connecting these characters is so complex. He just has the restoration tools, and has had them for a little while. No offense, just business. Nice one, cue ball. Since I'm astrologer bound now, I'll craft that acid that he's been asking me for. Not today though, today is the Inquisitor's Day. Just watch the difference in my movement speed when this buff runs out. It's brutal. Aw man, and I'm out of speed potions too. They disappeared fast. Hey Inquisitor, can we talk? How about now? How about now? Now? Okay. Now? Please? Ahem. Good morning, Inquisitor. I have the silver quality wine that you requested. We exchanged words, and I now have another new business opportunity. I can now build a buffet tent on Witch Hill. After preparing the resources, I can do that the very next morning. I want those guards to vacate, but for that, I'm gonna need some more trust with the Inquisitor. Helping him make witch burnings better seems like the way to do that. I'm gonna need gold quality burgers and beer. It's Sloth Day, so straight to the lighthouse with my presents for the astrologer. The portal home is made of 2 main components. I find out that the barrel requires a necklace, golden angle, and an endless notebook. The plot thickens. I also ask him about the Necronomicon and the vampires for my investigation. I am so on this. With the clues that I've received, I now know who the vampire is, but you do not, because I haven't shown him yet. Part of the Necronomicon questline involves the lighthouse keeper here. He's just been using it as a leg for his wardrobe and will trade it for 5 maggots. I should be able to manage that. Oh yeah, I can also install that meat stamp that I got a while ago into my cooking table. That's fun. When I'm doing random stuff like this, it's just because I'm running down the timer on my teleport stone. I'm narrating this playthrough chronologically after all, and yeah, this is where you put the meat stamp once you get it. Anyway, back at the lighthouse, I give the keeper his 5 maggots. Sweet! The astrologer led me to the gypsy baron who lives, here. Oh, he wants silver quality fish fillets. Here you go, buddy. Fresh for you. For this, he teaches me some kebab recipes. Delicious. Aw man, we still aren't friends? Okay, fine. I wake up early on the morning of Pride Day. The bishop is coming and I can get those gold quality statues ready for him. 3 for 3 at 80%. Nice. Another day, another sermon. For you, Bishop, here, the statues you requested. One of which will go right here in the entrance to the graveyard. Glorious. Hey, 5 more graveyard rating is 5 more graveyard rating. With that, I can now upgrade my church to a cathedral. But there's a problem. To hold sermons at a cathedral, I need aristocrat papers. The ones that cost 12 gold. Just kidding, says the bishop. It's not like the last upgrade. Ha, so funny. I'm so glad that my stress amuses him. From the gold quality onion seeds that I found in the dungeon, I grew some gold quality onions. I used them as well as some baked meat, don't worry about it, to craft some gold quality burgers. I'll put these to the side for now, ready for when I make the beer for the witch burnings. I want more money, and I think a great path to that is the business with the merchant. So I craft a bunch of flyers to promote myself. Hey, Heradric, how's business? Good? 9 more burial certificates for you. Yeah, I'm about to indulge in a bunch of shameless self-promotion. Okay, later, buddy. So yeah, marketing campaigns. Remember to like, comment, and subscribe for more exceptional content. Right now, I'm feeling a serious need. A need for speed. Potions. It's one of those things that once you have it, it's really hard to not have it anymore. In order to craft that gold quality beer, I need to grow and upgrade hops. This is sold by the miller, but first I have to upgrade his shop. 100 flour for me, I guess. I also want to get deeper into alchemy, so I do a bunch more studying of raw resources. Wait, cake? Nom. Right, I study gold, silver, blue jelly, bat wings, hiccup grass, red flowers, electric powder, spider webs, butterflies, pen and ink, and tools. Sure. My axe 2, pickaxe 2, shovel 2, and iron hammer, which are worth a huge amount of red points to study. From my alchemical endeavors, I now have spices to give to the merchant. I have a new task to cook 5 royal dinners for him, but no news on the business as I have not yet created any crates of products. I then get myself even more prepared for the zombies that I don't have, building a zombie alchemy workbench. I rebuild my desk on the far side, as well as some more zombie writing desks and a zombie alchemy decomposer. So, I'm out of stone again, but I can give the Necronomicon to Snake. He's going to need a shrine to complete his dark ritual, and I'm gonna help. Of course I am. I ask him about his endless notebook, but I'm gonna need a maxed relationship with Snake to get it. Okay, halfway there at least. For the ritual, I need a rating of 20. Good thing those skulls I already installed are providing 4 of that 20. I install 2 more distillation cubes where my desk used to be and a printing press down on the lower row. I get those constructed, rounding it all off with some additional alchemy racks. While I'm at it, I also expand my storage in the morgue and head back to the miller. I've unlocked tier 2, and I'll take it all. I'll start with the hops and these copper seeds, but hopefully he has some silvers at tier 3. I do more marketing, raising my fame to 10, craft a whole whack of flitch, and return to build all 10 pallets, the maximum available. I'll be starting to make some money here real soon. I'm running short on quality fertilizer 2 again, so I start prepping another batch. In the alchemy mill, I break down a bunch of hemp for acceleration powder. That's gonna set me straight for speed potions again, but now I need more chaos solution. I do the weekly sermon, and looking around, I'm gonna have to do more upgrades to this cathedral soon. Hey Miller, what you got going on today? Boom, tier 3 unlocked. I also visit the farmer, buying some silver quality seeds from him. Heck, I'll just buy them all. I want to start upgrading all of my crops. I finished crafting the fertilizers, and yeah, I want more, but 80 should do for now. Hello again, Miller. Oh, nice, he's got gold hop seeds, but only 1 along with 1 silver. This is gonna take a minute. In the meantime, I have lots of fertilizer to start upgrading these other crops. As a note, some crops like grapes, hops, and lentils here in the lower garden require beds with garden sticks. Be careful of where you build these. They block player movement, so you can actually get yourself stuck. Hey man, any more hop seeds in stock? A couple more of each type, I'll take it. Also, whenever I find myself nearby, I'm gonna start shopping at the beekeeper to purchase bees. I need a total of 70 to build my beehives and another 30 to build the beehives at the refugee camp. Okay, the money-making goal. It's time to build a crate factory. This bad boy allows the packaging of various different resources into crates so that I can sell them at my business. The majority of what I'm going to be shipping are crates of gold quality crops. Speaking of, they're all upgrading nicely already, onions being the best thanks to the dungeon loot. Hey Miller, I'm back again, and nice! 4 of gold and silver, 6 of copper. Thank you, sir. I've also slowly been assembling cooked items to create those gold quality dinners for the merchant. I'm using gold quality toast with onions, gold quality baked pumpkin, and if I make a few more cakes, I'll be golden? Good one, me. I get those crafted up, ready for the next gluttony day. I decided it was time to start looking at embalming. This is actually why I've been stubbornly holding out on creating more zombies. I don't need them to be great, but decent would be nice. Looking back, I would get more stuff automated earlier and then upgrade the zombies over time if needed. To prepare for embalming, I break down a bunch of gold and silver nuggets in the alchemy mill. Distraction sermon! This game, I tell ya, time absolutely melts away. I've been keeping my prayer nearby, by the way, in this trunk, and I'm now sitting on 87 faith. I study green jelly and conical flasks. Don't know about that second one, actually. I then study my steel armor for an absolute boatload of red points. I've been studying these reagents too, but I don't really gain much from that. I can break down the green jelly in the hand mixer into order solution. Then, in an alchemy workbench 2, crafting together silver powder, order solution, and life extract, I get silver elixir. I'll just craft a bunch of these. I'm gonna need a lot. By the way, I've started using gold quality wine as my energy source. Just watch my energy. Bam! 0 to full. That feels good. Red wine will also regenerate health when consumed. Next, gold powder, order solution. Missing something, one moment. I quickly study lentils, processing them down in the distillation cubes. A good thing I have 5 now. No sense being idle while that processes, so in the hand mixer I break down a bunch of bat wings for chaos solution. These are going to be put towards making a huge batch of speed potions. Distractions never ending, I'm back at the merchant. I want to make sure to give him those gold quality dinners that I just made. Cool, see ya! Bees, milk, and sticks. I'm trying to level up all of the merchant shops. Today, the miller has 6 of each quality of seed. Jackpot. I'm not even going to bother with the copper quality seeds anymore. Speaking of hops, I now have some gold quality hops that I want to brew into beer. I get some gold quality brewing on the go, feeling like I'm checking boxes non-stop lately. A few chores later and the beer is brewed. I even have enough hops to make more? Heck yeah! Back in the lab, it's Dexter time. No, it's time to mix up 16 more speed potions. Gold powder, order solution, and health extract from lentils, and I create the gold elixir. I'll take a bunch of those, please and thank you. It's Wrath Day, so supplies in hand, I head up Witch Hill to sell my soul for profits. Seize a business opportunity to work with a growing friend for mutual benefit. Serve the burgers, serve the beer, let's do this thing. He loves the setup, relationship up. Time to ask all of the questions. I'm trusted enough to get rid of the guards up here, and he agrees to release the gypsy woman for the Baron. I also ask him to participate in my next service at the Cathedral as a special guest. He has no time for such nonsense. I'm gonna have to find a member of the royal court. Alright, enough jib-jab, let's burn stuff. Beer! Fresh beer! Beer washes away all sins. Juicy burgers, sweet as holy ecstasy. I'm going to hell. But hey, 4 faith and 33 silver, all in a day's work. Continuing with my alchemy, I study sulfur. I can break this down in the alchemy mill for life powder. My distillation cubes are busy as well, doing another round of moths for chaos extract. Maggots in the hand mixer provide life solution. While it's still night, I spend some time picking flowers for more moths on my way to visit the Gypsy Baron. Your friend is free. I ask about this mysterious Esmeralda and find out that she's Miss Charm's mom. The tangled web of relationships forks again. Just up the road here is the gate to the mountain pass. This is another area that isn't accessible but will play a part in upcoming questlines. I bring news of Esmeralda to the astrologer and find out that Miss Charm is actually his daughter. Because she hates him, I have to talk to her on his behalf. Of course I do. This week's sermon is brought to you by watches. Because I need to keep track of time better. How is it Pride Day again already? I spent that time assembling materials for Snake's ritual, a couple of crucified skeletons with pumpkin heads, 2 on the wall as well, 2 blood fountains, 1 out of polishing paste, 2 blood fountains, which I can then fill with blood, bringing my rating to 20. Ritual ready. Okay, back to alchemy. I make a bunch more flavor enhancers. My crops are drinking fertilizers as I try to upgrade 4 varieties at the same time. Worth it. I want my money train with the merchant rolling, but to kick off my business, I still need those initial 7 crates. I have a bunch of produce laying around as I've been upgrading my crops, so I craft 2 crates of silver onions, 2 crates of silver pumpkins, and 1 crate of gold onions. And it's Lusty, gotta go see Miss Charm. I update her on the necklace, but I can't yet tell her about the astrologer. I need a bit more relationship with her. What should help with that is that she would like me to get some of Mrs. Chain's perfume for her. Mrs. Chain will provide that for me if I bring a basket of food to Clotho in the swamp and catch her 12 frogs. Did I just check 1 box and 3 more appeared? Heradric, on the other hand, just wants to chat. He heard about my beer and burgers at the witch burning and wants a sample of my gold quality beer. Anything for you, buddy. The hops crop is up to 47 golden quality hop seeds, by the way, so golden quality beer, not gonna be an issue. The other vegetables are also progressing nicely. Trust me, it would be way more impressive if my inventory wasn't full. I can use this harvest for my last 2 crates, 1 gold quality pumpkin crate and another gold quality onion crate. They're lowered automatically to the cellar where I can then ferry them down the passage to the warehouse. I place them all onto the pallets. Oh, these things are heavy. Hey, merchant. I brought the crates. Definitely not at the last minute. Oh, right, I guess you have to sell these for me first. Alright, I'll just buy some of these gold jewelry details. I'm gonna need a lot of these. Time to deliver this basket to Clotho. I do not want it in my inventory. Foraging all of the mushrooms on the way, of course. I don't really want to catch frogs, so instead I just buy them from Clotho. Alright, check this out. While harvesting more red mushrooms, I started to realize the power of remote crafting. I can keep my distillation cubes running from anywhere, and I can have reagents crafting as I gather more. It's time for a bit more dungeon progress. I've started encountering these masked black slimes that shoot a 3-shot barrage. Is it just me, or is anyone else getting some serious Spirited Away vibes from these guys? I'm gonna want the black slime that they drop for more alchemy, which is the reason I continued pursuing the dungeon. These floors are getting pretty dangerous though. Things can fall apart fast. Ouch, that was all of the bad. No harm, no foul though, a quick extra snooze just in case. I feel so refreshed. I can't let that stand, so I go back down to clear that room. Even starting this room back from full health, they take me back under half. This was a crazy room. I finish off the last couple of enemies on floor 9, right next to another gold vein. Perfect. I progress to floor 10, but nope, I'm out of here for now. Oh, hey Snake. One moment, I'm a little unprepared. Okay, so about this ritual. This place is scary. He's impressed, especially with the pumpkin heads. Now I just need to bring him a damask sword, the highest tier of sword in the game. Before I get into any other trouble, I pop back out to the swamp to buy the last couple of frogs that I need. Now, this is taken care of and it can leave my mind. Next task? I have enough bees for a few beehives, so I'm gonna build those. These can be harvested daily and cost half of the energy of wild hives. Hey, Mrs. Chain, I got those frogs for you. Also, the food is delivered. Thanks for the perfume. Okay, bye. At night, just west of the Mountain Fort Gate, is Kukol. I ask him about the necklace and for a little information about the Lord Commander. I can buy weapons and armor from Kukol, including that damask sword that I need, for a lot of money. Maybe later. I decided it was time to start investing into the Game of Crone DLC, finally building them another tent. This tent will allow space for more refugees, providing a higher maximum happiness rating. Building and upgrading the camp costs happiness, which recharges passively as long as the villagers have food and drink. My bad. I probably should have built the well first. While I'm here, I enter the center tent to speak to Master Alaric, the person who fits the profile of the vampire about the vampire. He's kind of hard of hearing though. About the... Oh, forget it. I'm just gonna follow him some night and see what he gets up to. I get a whole bunch of water ready, and I do mean a whole bunch. I don't really have a ton of excess food, but I do have wine. That'll keep them going. I slap all of that into the storehouse, but the refugees will be able to sustain themselves soon enough. My task says to wait outside Alaric's tent at night. I must be missing something here. I'll try again later. I study black jelly and immediately start breaking them down in the hand mixer for death solution. I've been waiting for this. Life powder, death solution, and blood combined to create alkali. I'll have a bunch of this, please. Yes? Just needed an energy top-up. For my next trick, health powder, life solution, and chaos extract create glue. And a bunch of those, please. Thank you very much. Alkali, glue, and both the gold and silver elixirs that I made earlier will be my primary embalming ingredients. I get some materials together so that I can craft embalming table 2s in my morgue. I'm gonna want 6 of these in total. Because of this, I'll be sticking primarily to batches this size when embalming. I have been accumulating bodies, just waiting for this moment. I load 6 of them onto the tables right away, but I actually need to craft the embalming fluids. At the church workbench, I craft 40 of each: lye injections, glue injections, silver injections, and gold injections. I store all of these on the shelves in the morgue and get to embalming. I'm going to start with a lye injection. This will add 1 red skull and 1 white skull to the bodies. This craft is automatic, so I set up all 6 and I'll be back. More faith, more cash. I know that I'm standing fairly close to the morgue anyway, but I'm trying to form the habit of using remote crafting. Using it, I can get the next injection going, choosing glue. Glue adds 1 white skull. This remote crafting is so nice. I harvest the farm manually one last time, and I think I have all of the seeds that I'll need now. I destroy all of my farm plots, leaving my compost heaps intact. This is gonna take a minute, but I am just gonna drop down my first 4 zombie farms right now. These are just like these zombie vineyards, and I'll need to upgrade them with the 2 types of fertilizers to become self-sufficient. Looking and smelling like I've spent the last 12 hours in a field, I visit Miss Charm. She likes it. After giving her the perfume, I even get a kiss. Gritty. I'll have to secure a gold quality story for her next. Hey, I have some of those. But first, Heradric needs to try one of my gold quality beers. How do you like that? He actually loves it so much that he gives me the recipe for his secret project, which is on the table upstairs. Huh? Sorry, I tuned out there. Thanks, Heradric. I'm glad you like the beer. Excluding the ones that I've used to craft my combo prayers, I've received 9 gold quality stories from my journalist perk. I can spare 1 of them for Miss Charm. She wants me to convince the farmer to allow his daughter, Alyssa, to go with Miss Charm to an event. I've also now gained enough trust with her that I can speak about her father. She has nothing good to say. Right, upstairs, right. Dresser? No. This thing? Maybe this chest over here. The bookshelf? This isn't a bit, everyone. I had genuinely already forgotten where Heradric said the recipe would be. There it is, the table with the paper on it. Recipe, special beer, teaches me how to craft mead. Ha! Nailed it, first try. I've been kind of putting this off because, morals, but it's time to talk to Dig about that land purchase. He seems fine with it. Hey Heradric, can I use my Dig discount to buy that land? 9,682 gold, 54 silver, 11 copper, down to 30 silver. That senior's discount is insane. Don't worry, Heradric, this is definitely not for a tavern that will compete with yours. I have to talk to Corey, and on the way, I stop to buy more bees. Another 20 bees is another 2 beehives for me. Corey is busy with his current job, but I offer to become his supplier to accelerate the timeline. 12 simple iron parts and 12 wooden planks. Oh, and 12 nails. Are you kidding? I literally have that on me. And I still have to come back the next day? Fine, I guess I can't expect everyone to be this on the ball. By the way, anytime I'm nearby, I'm stopping to buy sticks from Tress. I want to continue leveling up his shop while cutting down on the late game grinding. I get the next round of embalming going, this time silver injections for -1 red skull plus 1 white skull. I finish dealing with the garden, installing a soul receiver, and a total of 6 zombie farms. There are a couple of remaining crop spaces available at the top end of the garden if I really need to manually grow something, but it's doubtful. The zombies don't understand how hemp works, but I already have lots of that. It's gluttony days, so I want to check out how my initial crate shipment with the merchant went. Now that we have a foothold on the market, we just need to secure support of the Royal Council. It seems we might have a weak link within the council that could easily fall victim to Miss Charm's assets? My next task is to convince her to help promote my business with the merchant. I pop inside to check my profit, 92 silver, 50 copper, not bad. I decided to check back on Yurik, it's been a minute, and he's left a note to find him at the tavern. He seems to be making friendly enough with the other villagers. Mrs. Chain and Heradric seem pretty cool with him. On to more important things. Corey, how's that last project going? It's handled, so I reinvest over half of the morning's profits, 50 silver, so Corey will now build me a tavern. On the way home, I stop by the farmer to ask about Alyssa joining Miss Charm. The farmer is not about that at all, but his son approaches with a solution. He wants me to help his uncle, my old buddy the miller, to fix up the mill. The news that the mill is fixed will be so exciting that Papa Farmer will just have to let Alyssa go. I fill in the miller on the plan, and he's here for it, but neither of us is very skilled with geometry. Add that to the list of requests for the astrologer. I check his trades, and holy moly, 8 of each quality of seed? I mean, I don't need them anymore, but where were these quantities earlier? Back to embalming, the final injection, gold, provides -2 red skulls plus 2 white skulls for a total skull change of -2 red and +5 white with embalming. They're done now, but it looks like Jerry and Smiler are having a bit of a fight. Don't mind the dead body that I'm holding over my head while we chat. Man, Graveyard Keeper must be stacked. That's some upper body strength right there. Jerry is complaining about all of the noise, and it seems there might be more history between these two than Jerry remembers. Oh, Jerry, best friend of mine. I'm so glad I'll never betray you. Anyway, I take one of my freshly embalmed bodies to finish up the process. I'll start with the Sin Shard, it's a free take, and then like the bodies in the early game, I'm going to be taking the blood and fat for a net change of -2 red skulls and +2 white. This makes the body I have 0 red skulls and 11 white skulls. That's actually fairly respectable considering before the DLCs, the highest possible number of white skulls was 16, which wasn't even worth pursuing because the grave markers only allowed for 12 points. These are nothing like the 26 skull graves I'll be pursuing later. Anyway, I'm rambling now. This batch of 6 are all getting the same treatment and being turned into zombies. It's time to expand the workforce. The last one is ready, I'll just chuck him here and stage the next set of bodies for embalming. I start again with the lye injections. I take my employees outside. Unfortunately, they're each gonna take a little bit of one-on-one time for direction. This guy is being assigned to a farm. 2 more join him, and then a 4th zombie I place on the crate station. He'll be responsible for packaging all of the produce that the other 3 zombies create. The last 2 get a lesson in the boss's time. Don't take it for granted, lest you be kicked along in front of him to the next assignment. The guy I carried, I assigned to winemaking, at first for 7 batches. Actually, what am I thinking? Make that for all time. I hope you enjoy it. My final new valued employee here gets assigned as a porter between the vineyard and cellar, fully automating the gold quality wine production. Well, actually, because he's more efficient, he's now crafting grapes, and the guy that was crafting grapes is now in charge of transport. Also, yes, the hops crop is producing very nicely. It's time to craft a bunch more fertilizers and upgrade all of these zombie farms. I craft a whole whack of quality fertilizer 1 and 2, making sure to keep my embalming processing remotely. The next morning, I upgrade the lower 3 farms with 12 of each fertilizer and start assigning jobs. Gold quality pumpkins, forever. Gold quality onions, forever. And gold quality lentils, forever. I'm just starting with the gold elixirs too, so I'll have another batch of zombies ready right away. I upgrade the top row of farms as well and assign my crate zombie to craft the 3 gold quality crops I've automated into crates. Forever! It's time to process the next batch, and I turn them all into zombies. I am kind of doing this backwards, by the way. Usually, it's preferable to perform these surgeries first and then embalm, but this is working. I'm out of zombie juice, so I set 8 of those to craft remotely while I finish up here. While those process, I'm gonna grab 1 zombie that I made and bring him down to the cellar. I put him into the porter spot, assigning him to transport the crates that I make to the pallets at the shipping warehouse. This should now be a fairly robust, nearly fully automatic income stream. I just need to provide flitch and nails for the crafting of the crates. I use almost all of my faith, going down to 8 from 128 at the start of this zombie creating process to finish resurrecting this batch. I'm going to automate another farm, carrots for corpses, and then swap out the vineyard porter for a more efficient zombie. This guy can just kind of hang out here for now. Wine is going to be very important, so I actually add a second zombie to producing grapes along with a third. This lower efficiency guy is quarry bound, but I'm gonna do it via the refugee camp. Sorry everyone, he's just from another job, he won't cause any trouble, I'll just deal with this real quick. It seems that what I missed here last time while waiting for Alaric to come out of the tent was movement, and I finally trigger the cutscene. In town, we see a conflict erupt between the shepherd and Alaric. Alaric didn't hear a word. I also like this random guard entering the cutscene saying that the village can sleep safe, blissfully unaware of all of this happening 20 paces east. Anyway, Alaric flashbangs us and I wake up in his tent. He can hear me now, apparently having borrowed a part of my hearing. Thanks for that. I get a massive information dump from Alaric though, and I agree to help him. All of this excitement is a little bit much and Alaric passes out. He needs blood. Bad. Speaking of thirst, I should finally build that well, eh? Huzzah! Checking boxes. Alright buddy, you're with me. I'm gonna be dropping him off on stone for now, but I'm in no dire need of it. I help my other zombies process the backlog of ore and bring another batch of resources home. I'm feeling pretty well stocked and yet also in need of so many things still. I complete the weekly sermon, restoring a small buffer of faith into my inventory. I then remove the trunk in my yard that the game started me with. I'm gonna put down a soul receiver in its place so I can operate the yard remotely as well. Back at the camp, I talk to Tio, letting him know that my tasks are complete. No bonus points for timeliness though. To really establish a foothold, the community next needs a garden and another tent. That's gonna be doable, and after I stop at home to grab supplies, I check the storehouse. You'll note that there are some berries and mushrooms in here. Those are actually from the community itself. After establishing the camp, they'll produce all kinds of stuff that I can, borrow? I also brought a bit of blood for Alaric. To advance my quest line, I need something from Tio for him, so community building is the way forward. I also decided to store some of these building materials that I need for future upgrades in the storehouse. Hopefully that'll prevent extra trips in the future as I inevitably forget things. I've been saving up my blue tech points for a big one, Super Power of Faith, costing 250. I want these final techs so I can finally max out my church rating. In order to get more blue points, I'm gonna do some proactive crafting. I'm gonna want a lot of writing materials in the future, crafting a bunch of stories that I've collected into notes and converting them into chapters. Right at the end too, I decided to finally craft this cookbook for the Donkey's Revolution. I have plenty of apples, so I'll pop them and the cookbook into the contraband box. What could go wrong? My morgue efforts have left me with plenty of pigskin paper. Using them, I craft 8 soft covers. I'm really just preparing myself again for future writing needs, getting some blue points along the way. I have enough to unlock Shining of Faith for Candelabra 3s. There are still a couple of techs to go because I will be wanting incense burners. My pallets at the shipping warehouse are empty, so I verified that everything is okay with the crate maker. I reset everything, setting the recipes back up, then dropping the zombie back into place. And getting stuck. Here, let me. There, it seems to be working now. At the contraband box, I do have a note from Donkey. Apparently they learned a few things. Rats can't read, but really enjoyed the pictures in the cookbook that I made. Plus, 5 apples was not enough, and the fight over them resulted in many casualties. On a plus note, I've taken the first step to earning their trust. Okay. I'm gonna visit Clotho in the swamp quickly. I want to finally set up my orchard, and she sells the apple saplings that I'm gonna need. She has 10 of the 12 that I need, but I'll plant these ones right away. I could also plant berry bushes here, but I feel that apple trees are far more valuable overall. I finish planting them and check the contraband box once again. This time, bank checks and jewelry await me. Revolutions are good business. Now that it's built, I want to check out my tavern. All right, it needs some work. The first piece that I need to construct is a wooden barman. Whatever you say, Jerry. I double-checked everything with my porter zombie and then again at the warehouse. Okay, it seems that I did sell some crates after all. 66 silver to me for the 4 crates. This is just a little slower than I anticipated, but it's all good. The production should catch up enough to fill this every week. Back in the church basement, I craft aphorisms about the evils of money. They're readable, not masterpieces, but written with feeling. I already submitted the 5 requested faith, adding these to the contraband box. The next day, I pop back out to the swamp to grab those last 2 seedlings from Clotho. Clotho? You home? Ah, good morning. She has exactly 2. Thank you very much. Planted, done deal. It's time to make a list of everything that I'm gonna need for the next church upgrades. I get busy crafting the components that I need, and I start deconstructing old parts in the church. Oh, never mind, the latest donkey gossip is here. I gotta go check that out. I have a pile of components, which suspiciously resembles scrap, and a note. They enjoyed my aphorisms, and I have advanced to stage 2. I'm now to convert these components into horseshoes and iron unicorn horns. Oh, and a magic pumpkin. Definitely need a magic pumpkin. Sounds like more trips to Clotho and Cresvold to me. I have another batch of bodies ready to embalm, starting with glue this time. The order doesn't really matter, but for these silver and gold injections, if there is not 1 or 2 red skulls to subtract, the injection cannot be applied. Typically, silver and gold injections should be the last thing that happens in the process of preparing a body. The first upgrades to the church will be stone church shrines. Here, and oh, never mind, out of beams already. Confessional 2s are the largest, only fitting here and here. Ah, it's raining. Of course it's raining. Just gotta get home to my love. Home to my love. One problem at a time. The final stone church shrine goes here. I build those up, bringing my church rating to 79. Next, I install the soul receiver and a chest. Oh yeah, I had this zombie from the last batch here. I meant to add him as the 4th grape farmer. It's Wrath Day, so I go up the hill to chat with the Inquisitor. The king must be possessed. He now requires evidence that someone is a witch before burning can happen. We need to convince him that all evil must be smote from this world. I unlock dark organs, opening dark variants for brains, hearts, and intestines. The Inquisitor will need 1 of each, and I'll be making sure to set aside a second dark heart for Snake. I had some leftover burgers and beer, so, you know, when in Rome, 33 silver, 4 faith, and bye. My church upgrades need a fair amount of those gold details, so I set a bunch of gold bars to smelt. I haven't done much of this. I'm very protective of this resource. Enough time has passed that the happiness has recharged enough at the refugee camp, allowing me to build the fence for the garden supplies. I can also gain 1 new refugee. I build that up, and now this lady is here. She would like me to build a kitchen for the camp. Sure thing. I give Alaric sun cream to Haradric as proof for dealing with the villagers' vampire problem. He very reluctantly gives me my 50 silver reward. Thanks, man. Having unlocked the dark organs means that I now also have access to the cultist perk for a whopping 300 blue tech points. This is going to provide the cultist perk, allowing me to see the red and white skulls on body parts. I have wanted this perk for such a long time, ever since getting into the zombie game, really. Processing spiderwebs in the alchemy mill provides slowing powder. Then, slowing powder, death solution, and order extract combine into tanning agent. I'm gonna craft a whole bunch of these to go with those soft covers I crafted. Also, wow, I'm going down to 2 faith here. I felt so faith rich there for a little while, but now I'm gonna need it more than ever. I decided to craft that barman doll next. Off to the talking skull with you. I put him behind the counter, and my buddy Yorick has volunteered to possess the doll and serve my customers. For free! He really needs people to talk to. This tavern is the main component of the Stranger Sins DLC, which expands deeply into the lore of this world that I find myself in. Downstairs, I find Jerry and that archaeological machine once I get rid of this pesky wall. Oh, sorry to disturb you. Apparently this is just the last keeper. Don't mind him? Jerry is going to tell me about artifacts that I'll need to find. Putting artifacts into the machine will give a peek into the past as we try to uncover more of Jerry's backstory. Meanwhile, in my head, all I'm thinking is, yay, free body! I get the gold injections on the go, finishing another batch of embalmed bodies. It's sloth day, so I pop out to the lighthouse quick to further my tasks with the astrologer. First, Miss Charm. Yeah, not thrilled about you. I have to help him find a way to make her forgive him, I guess. Next, I ask him about the calculations required for the repair of the mill, and we're good enough friends that I can just grab them right away. I get some more information on the items that I need for the portal and say goodbye. After a touch of trading, I buy some feathers for my writing endeavors, and because I'm okay for cash right now, I buy 2 blue skill point books from him. Reading this instantly rewards 25 blue points for the cheaper book and 50 for the more expensive one. Worth it. The first artifact that I pursue for my tavern leads me to Heradric. I ask him about the statuette of the ancient god, but Mrs. Chain does all of the cleaning. Okay, I'll ask her. Oh, apparently we have to step outside because she's convinced Heradric has been unfaithful. He bought perfume the other day. If I gather some evidence for her, the statuette is mine. Hey, Cresvold buddy, can you make me some battle horseshoes and iron unicorn horns? For a school project. 25 silver? All right. I'm just bleeding money lately. Wait, 50 silver for spoiling your mood? Okay. I'll be back tomorrow. Hey, Heradric, so about that trip to the town and the perfume. Denied. Back to Cresvold. Actually, you know what? No. I only want to deal with him once more, so I'm gonna go to bed first. These confessional 2s I've installed give better rewards than the tier 1s. 2 faith and a silver story in this case. Production at the farm is about to shut down because my trunks are absolutely stuffed. It's now to the point that I'm just going to destroy several stacks of maggots to make room. They are effectively useless in these numbers. I still only have the 3 beehives, but I have been lazily trying to accumulate enough bees to build the rest all at once. 34 bees in total, that's 6 to go. The next day, before talking to Cresvold again, I decided to quickly pop out to the swamp and enchant that pumpkin for Donkey. I have no shortage of gold quality pumpkins these days. I do have to shell out another 50 silver. It's a good thing that I got that crate business rolling. All right, Crezzy. Hey, can I call you Crezzy? About those horseshoes and horns. Thanks very much. I attempt to grill him about the town visit with Heradric, and apparently the perfume is for Mrs. Chain as an anniversary present. Aw, this has all just been a misunderstanding. Also, I'm super close to unlocking tier 3 in his shop, but I am so broke right now. All right, Mrs. Chain, everything is cool. This is all just a secret for you. Now she's upset that he doesn't like her usual perfume. She would have preferred the mistress. Oh no. I'm getting way too involved with these people, but a statuette for me. With the recent upgrades to my cathedral, I wonder how much faith I'm gonna get today. 6 bounce to my character with 2 stacks of 11 and 26 on the floor. That's 43, not bad, but there's still room to grow. Alright, it's time to fix the mill. Lately, I've been less about acquiring resources, instead going hard to progress the storylines. I check with the farmer, and now that the mill is fixed, he does in fact want his daughter to go to the concert. He just wants what's best for her. I feel like a good deed has been done. Now it's time for me to start working on the tavern itself. I've brought the materials to build my artifacts cabinet and 2 tables. In the basement, I build 3 additional shelves. The barman upstairs will sell items from these shelves to patrons for money. I'm going to give the statuette to Jerry, but I am not going to be covering these cutscenes. They uncover so much lore about the world of this game. I highly recommend playing this game for yourself to check these cutscenes out. Hopefully, some of the information provided in this video will help you in your adventures. Now that I've seen the scene, I can place the statuette in my cabinet, providing 1 additional tavern quality. 1 down, 16 to go. At the other tavern, I need to tell Miss Charm the good news. Alyssa is going with her to the concert. She just needs to quickly adjust Alyssa's age on the papers. Oh, but the adjustment was super obvious, so now she needs an aristocrat to sign off on the change. So much for that good feeling that I had. This is all sounding a little illegal. She says that I'm one to talk. I must get up to all kinds of things at my graveyard. Let's just say that they'd never find you. But I'll agree to help. It's all for the greater good after all. The greater good. BT dubs, Miss Charm. Have you ever done any marketing? She can help for some jewelry. Of course. Joke's on you, Charm. This is secondhand jewelry that I got from a donkey revolution. Origin unconfirmed. Yep, she's in. She'll market my business for me. I complete the teach the player about the tavern tasks, putting beer onto the shelf, and the tavern profits can start flowing. I can speak to the barman to access his inventory. Items placed in here will be used during events. Next to the bar is a meter with some stars. This is my reputation, and as I do more business in my tavern, my reputation will increase, earning stars. I can then spend those stars to host events. Right now, I only have access to Graveyard Fest. I then move a bunch of the wine that I've produced over here to get that ball rolling. I do a quick check of the shipping warehouse and, oh yeah, 10 gold quality crop crates ready to sell. That's better. Back in the church basement, I'm upgrading the 8 copper quality hardcovers to silver. That'll do for now, as I don't want to invest the gold into upgrading these again right now. Hey, merchant! We have Miss Charm support. The merchant is also a member of the Royal Council, so I ask him to be my guest of honor at the upcoming ceremony with the bishop. Turns out, they're estranged brothers. My orchard has now grown, and it nets me 180 apples every harvest. I can squash these down on the vine press to make pails of apple juice. I then drop these into the fermentation barrels to process into apple ferment. While that processes, I'll use my printing press to make a bunch more flyers, and I do mean a bunch. 160 for now, all the while accumulating more blue points. I'm 75 points away from that cultist perk. I use all 160 to help promote my business, though this doesn't actually do anything. The maximum benefit came after unlocking the 10th pallet for crates. I'm really low on moths again, and check out this flower field. If you find yourself in need of moths, butterflies, or even just some of the wildflowers, come to this area northwest of the village. It's so dense. I can now collect all of that apple ferment, loading it into the alcohol distiller to make booze. I'll need a bunch of this in order to throw an excellent Graveyard Fest event at the tavern. Alright, now back to the refugee camp. I do apologize if it feels like I'm a little bit all over the place, but that really is just this game. It's so easy to go someplace to do something, and then 20 minutes later you're down some other rabbit hole, remembering for the first time why you were there in the first place. I get the kitchen built, but I'm gonna have to wait for more happiness to refill before I can build anything else. I let the lady know it's done, and she's thrilled. But we could maybe do better? Fine, and I can now shop with her to buy an additional cooking recipe. Some of the booze is done crafting, and just like the water and oil, I can use it in my inventory to get raw alcohol. I'll store the rest of the booze and take the alcohol as another alchemical reagent. Combining acceleration powder, alcohol, and life extract, I can create aromatizer. A bunch of these, please. After breaking down a bunch more materials, I craft another batch of 15 speed potions, but my limiting reagent is now blood. I have been permanently speed buffed lately, mind you. I know I said that I'm pushing towards the cultist perk, but I just couldn't help myself. I unlock 2 other techs, Smell of Faith and Pheromones, unlocking incense burning in my church. Time to round up some materials. While progressing into the late game, another great way to farm some blue points is polishing marble. It rewards 1 of each point, and I'll be needing a ton of polished marble to max out the graveyard. In the church workbench, I can then craft the aromatizer that I made into incense too. There are 2 types of implements in the church, passive and active. Passive ones give the same amount of points at all times, and the active ones give some points all the time, but can have consumables added to them for temporary boosts. We saw this earlier with the candles that I used. These incense burners will provide a rating of 3 passively, but when I put those incense 2s that I just crafted into them, they'll provide an additional 4 each. The incense itself will continue burning for just under a day. I have been so up and down with money lately, but it's all in the name of progress. I pop back out to the lighthouse to buy more blue tech points from the astrologer. I really want them. These fridge pallets in the morgue are great, by the way. A new body drops, and it's almost like I'm on autopilot, scooping it up, tossing it on the pallet, and moving on with whatever it was that was in my mind at that exact moment. In the Souls Room workbench, I'm taking one of those gold chapters to try and craft a new prayer. An 80% chance, and I get the gold quality. This Pray for Soul's Repose is super broken. It's going to provide me bonus faith based on my current amount of gratitude. I am going to try to use this right away, but I still haven't discovered the full potential of the Better Save Soul DLC. I quickly pop back to the refugee camp to build another farm bed. I'm trying to be good about not letting that happiness sit maxed out for too long, but like I mentioned, there are so many distractions. These farms behave just like the zombie farms and are upgradable to become self-sufficient. The next morning is Pride Day and I let the bishop know that I have an accepted invitation for the special ceremony. In order to perform that ceremony though, I'm gonna need my aristocrat papers. 12 gold for those, so I'm a little ways off still. I light my incense, increasing my church rating to 99, so I pop outside and buy 1 candle to get the 3 digits. Nope, 2 candles I guess, for 101. I'm gonna try the new prayer, but even with my gratitude currently maxed, it only nets me 63 faith in total. That's not exactly the mind-blowing, broken amount of faith that I was expecting. Once I figure it out, faith is never an issue again. The money that I get from donations as well is significantly less than the combo prayer. I'll keep pondering on that while I craft more zombie juice. It's time to get the next batch of zombies working for me. I resurrect them all, and I definitely need some help in my alchemy lab. The first I place on the zombie alchemy decomposer. Next on the zombie brewery, and I verify my porter filter. You can actually filter what items you do and do not want your zombie porters to deliver. This porter station will take my alcohol products direct to the tavern for sale. I get that guy working right away, only wanting him to transport gold quality beer, mead, and wine for now. The booze I want to store. The third and fourth guys are assigned to the quarry mine for coal and iron. I want to have a couple of these guys handy in my yard too, placing one on the anvil. Excuse me? Zombie, please. I wanted these ones in place because I can now remotely assign crafting jobs to my workyard without it costing a huge amount of gratitude. All I have to do is queue the craft and the zombies will do the actual work. I've started finding dark organs on bodies, and I'm making sure to set a few of these aside both for quests and for research. Studying them rewards big blue points. I have actually managed to get one of each already. I cake up and study the dark organs, bringing me to a whopping 544 blue tech points. These workyard zombies I can also move around easily, switching this guy over to creating a bunch of wooden products for me. This helps with production, and it's not like I'm not constantly passing through this area already or anything. For Haradric, I have another 9 burial certificates going back over 2 gold. I can now also check my sales from the merchant, another gold 65 in my pocket. Money is really starting to roll now. My next artifact for the tavern leads me to the miller. Turns out it's actually the farmer's son that has the wine flask. Naughty, naughty. Because I am the least cool adult ever, I immediately tell his dad. And then I get slightly extorted, but 5 silver isn't bad these days. Alright, bye. I teleport to my tavern to turn it in, checking the sales here. Another 2 gold, 60 silver. Yeah, money is no issue suddenly. I give the flask to Jerry, which, by the way, provides an alchemy recipe, and I can then put it onto my cabinet. Alright, I've been distracted long enough. I spend 300 blue points to acquire the cultist perk. With no other big tech point goals, I just started spending points. Cremation 2, ceramic firing, stone prayer station, and complex printing press will do for now. Back at the refugee camp, I build another tent, and it's back to the waiting game up here. I decided to throw my first graveyard fest, but I'm not really set up for it at all. As you can see, my red wine got a sad face, as these weren't really classy people. They just wanted straight up booze. Despite the event not being of the highest caliber, it does help to progress my tasks. Now, to drum up more business, I'm gonna build a zombie greeter up front. Next to Dig's shelter, I can dig up the ancient door hinge, another artifact. This guy here was kind enough to volunteer to be my greeter. Sweet. He's actually gonna do like sign tricks and stuff like that sometimes. It's awesome. And then I do a bunch more marketing, raising my rating to 35. This still provides 0 benefit. I just wanted it. I install 3 more beehives, then heading back to the Souls room, and I want to start playing with modifying these organs. For the cost of sin shards, each organ, blood, skin, flesh, brain, heart, and intestines can have skulls added to a maximum of +3 white and +3 red. Once again, you cannot remove skulls. By the way, this is why I wanted that cultist perk. I can actually see what these brains are providing instead of guessing. I can now place this 3/3 brain into my soul healer for maximum effect. At this point in the playthrough, I was still learning the mechanics around this, but what I want is to have 3 organs in every slot of my soul healer. I got so busy with that Pride Day almost passed me by. I relight my incense, going for a combo prayer this week with the new upgrades. I get 53 faith, so slightly less than the other prayer, but I still hadn't quite figured out how to break that prayer. To unlock the full potential of this mechanic, I need to use my soul containers differently. Instead of storing souls in them, I add gold quality crops. 18 onions brings my maximum gratitude from 136 to 190. Aha! I get it now. First, I gotta chat with Yurik about his next steps. They are Wrath and Gluttony. For another artifact, I need to enter the farmer's home. Yeah, right. He wants me to grow a carrot the size of a log, and then he'll let me in. I randomly decided to keep spending tech points, grabbing blacksmith, rules of burning, and martial skills. These are among the last technologies that I have to unlock with tech points. I have so much to ask Clotho. First, can you help me enlarge something? No, not my thing, a carrot. No, not that carrot, an actual carrot. Easy enough, but in return, she's gonna want a date with Corey. I have to bring her some honey as well, so she'll be able to help me with some sauce for the merchant. Alright, I'll start with Corey. It seems crazy old ladies are a bit beyond his taste. Maybe his brother knows how to convince him. That kind of information goes for 10 silver. Fine, just let me progress. Apparently, offering him some kind of lucrative deal will convince him. Oh, Shepard wants to chat too. This guy. Anyway, I tell Corey that I have an idea for a monopoly on the sales of high-class magic potions. He's sold instantly and wants to meet Clotho ASAP. Just like that, eh? Back out in the swamp, I'll start with the honey for Clotho, getting some unusual ash in return. I let her know about her date and present to her my carrot. The orange one. Oh, yeah. Now this looks a bit more like my carrot. Distractions. In the alchemy mill, I process bone into white powder. I then combine white powder and oil to create white paint. I'll grab a bunch of these for paper, and I'll need one for Donkey's Revolution. Using fresh knowledge from Clotho, I also craft the special sauce for the merchant. It's mysteriously similar to mayonnaise. Alright, now I'll deal with the carrot. There's just something so amusing to me about carrying this carrot across the map. Anyway, the farmer promptly mocks my carrot's size. His were obviously bigger back in the day, but it's enough to gain access to his house, getting the Legionnaire's helmet. I could totally steal all of his stuff right now. Nope, not gonna do it. It's nearing the end of Gluttony Day, so special sauce in hand, I grab a sin shard and go to visit the merchant. I give him a sampler of my mayonnaise and whew, that tickled him the right way. This nets me my gluttony-charged shard. Must resist jokes that will demonetize me. It's so hard. That's what she said. Back in the church basement, I use some silk and white paint to create a revolutionary donkey banner. Then in my cooking table, I craft 5 jellies of incredible power for Donkey as well. Just look at these things. Is that Master Splinter? I turn in these supplies and some additional paint to make these donkeys look like zebras, and I'll have to wait with bated breath to see how this one turns out. I've got some booze for Dig, and he runs a bit of quality control. Yup. Fire pretty. It is in fact good stuff. Medallion, check. The refugee camp also has enough happiness now for the rest of the farm beds to be built. On my next visit here, I'll make sure to bring fertilizer to upgrade all of these, and seeds so that I don't need to feed these people anymore. After I finish harvesting the orchard, I notice Donkey standing there. This isn't his usual time, but the revolution is over. They were triumphant. But this was only the first step. The worldwide revolution has only just begun. I gotta get out of this place. For my efforts, I'm rewarded with the Ice Axe, a pickaxe with 200% efficiency compared with the 150% of my current tools. It's a quality tool, but I feel like there's something wrong with it. Maybe it's that little spot of dried blood that's on my mind. I'm now on the final stage of embalming another set of zombies to continue to boost my production. There are only a couple more gaps that I want filled. Dark organs, unusual ash, and a sin shard in hand, I visit the Inquisitor. I present these to him. Yes, sir, they are in fact witch ashes. Sniff them yourself. The Inquisitor gets super triggered, and I get my wrath-charged shard. I accidentally brought him 2 brains and no heart, so I have to make an extra trip home. Oh, hey donkey. Viva la résistance! Something like that. I give the last dark organ to the Inquisitor, bringing my relationship with him to 90. So close to being done with this man. I then drop off a load of carrots at the refugee camp so their happiness will rise faster. Cause, you know, not starving anymore. I also have the fertilizer to upgrade all of their garden beds to max, making them self-sufficient. I'll try to remember the seeds next time I visit. I present the next 2 charged shards to Uric. I strap him into the machine and we attempt to clean his gluttony and wrath. Like last time, he's weak after the process, so time must pass before I continue. I craft another batch of zombie juice and start on the next batch of zombies. Before finishing the last one, this guy is going straight to the farm. I want him to craft wheat for food, paper, beer, all kinds of gluttony goodness. The last zombie is now awake. Time to put these guys to work. This guy is quarry bound via the camp. I wanted to make sure their farms were working, and I noticed something here. You know what helps with building that last tent? Actually building it. Whoops. I bring my new worker up to the quarry, and after a quick game of zombie musical chairs, this place should be running smoothish. Just look at all these supplies. It was at this point that I realized I should be maxing these skulls on my soul healer organs, so I started that process. A second zombie for the workyard, a zombie to create stories for me, and another to brew compounds for me. I'm also going to assign a porter to the quarry so that all of these materials get ferried back to my yard. I give the weekly sermon, and I'm gonna stick with the combo prayer for the moment, but I really feel this is the point that I should have switched. There's a prayer that's gonna double the amount of sin shards that I get, and I need so many sin shards. I've gained some more tech points, so I grab the Swordmaster perk. This is actually the second last tech that's currently available for me to buy. I'm gonna halt crafting on one variety of crop crate. I want some gold quality crops to start accumulating so that I can add them to my soul containers. This one isn't even full yet, and my maximum rating is already up to 616. I found that it doesn't have to be crops, by the way. Any item can be put in these things. Gold quality items, though, reward the most rating at 3 per item. It's time to stop storing these souls because my gratitude buffer is now so much bigger with the vegetables. I check back at my tavern for another 1 gold, 87 silver. This is so easy now. I have more than enough money for my aristocrat papers, which I'm gonna buy right now. Why not? I can now notarize the changes Miss Charm made to Alyssa's age on official documents. It's for the greater good? The greater good. Miss Charm thought that being an aristocrat would make me taller or somehow better looking. Strange. I ask her if she's willing to perform at my tavern, and for a small fee of 10 silver, she's in. All I need now is the perfect love song for her to perform. While I'm here, hey Heradric, have you seen Uric? Okay, I guess him and Cresvold are hanging out. This Uric guy, I don't know, I want to give him the benefit of the doubt, but I'm getting some seriously shady vibes from him. For the love song for Miss Charm, who better to go to than Wagner? He's gonna need some inspiration for this one, and requests a particularly potent infusion to jog his creative juices. Sure, I'll scratch your back, you scratch mine. By the way, now with my tavern unlocked, I have access to a professional kitchen. It can't handle all of the recipes, but it offers much more efficient means of crafting many of them. The same goes for the oven in the tavern here. Jerry razzes me a bit about being a fancy aristocrat now. Oh, Jerry, my best friend. I'll always be loyal to you. The next artifact are some ancient lockpicks, and the miller might know something about them. As is tradition, nothing comes for free. These clues lead me to needing to go visit the lighthouse keeper. In my cellar, I can craft that infusion for Wagner in the distiller. Booze and red mushrooms. Oh yeah, Wagner's mind is about to be blown wide open. He feels so inspired. I'll let him focus for now. With no more large financial costs in my future, I turn my gold towards purchasing gold. I'm gonna start buying these gold jewelry details from the merchant on the regular for further church upgrades. Hey, Crazy buddy, good news! Miss Charm has agreed to sing in my tavern, and that should irritate Heradric something fierce. This satisfies Cresvold, and the legionary dagger is mine. He also reveals the location of another dagger in the North Forest. The Gypsy Baron is confused. He stuck it right there in that stump. He's trying to choose a new Baron in the old ways, and the most deserving candidate can pull a dagger from this charmed stump. He only cast the spell yesterday, and now it's gone. Looks like this is a mystery for the Hardy Boys. Or me, I'm on the case. I run through my list of suspects leading to Tress. He lost his knife, but fortunately found this dagger stuck in a stump. I can have the old piece of junk, and I get the rare dagger. The only purpose of this item is to sell for 37 silver and 50 copper, but because money isn't really an issue, I'm just gonna keep it, because all shiny things belong to me. Donkey is back with further updates on the revolution. They've now failed. The rats seized power in the post office, declaring a military dictatorship, and now things are worse than ever. Donkey's just gonna do what he does best. Eat carrots and deliver bodies. I kinda feel bad. Donkey's soul seems a little crushed. Poor guy. As the refugees turn in for the night, I get busy with a hammer and nail. I upgrade the cooking table, but that's all I can do. Check out this storehouse though. They're feeding themselves quite easily now that I've set up those farms. In fact, they have so much surplus that I could likely take some, but I live on wine. I make it back over to the lighthouse keeper and I offer him the opportunity to do a comedy show at my tavern with a drum kit. Only the best for you, man. I'm gonna need more reputation to accumulate before I can host that though. Onwards, good Yorick, keep selling that wine. I check my business profits, but they're quite low. Only 3 crates sold. Something's wrong with the production line again. I am absolutely swimming in iron these days. Thank you, zombies. This is all I wanted. I'm even going to be wasteful and use the less efficient iron recipe because I'm that rich. Actually, just kidding. This was in fact a mistake, and I still have nightmares about this inefficiency. I do figure it out by the 3rd furnace. This most recent soul has given me just enough sin shards to finish upgrading my soul healer. Now that all of the organs are 3/3 red and white skulls, I will have the best odds to heal every single soul that I get. It does seem like I'm out of flitch again though. This would explain why my crates stopped producing. I stopped by Clotho the next morning because I want to buy some more speed potions. I'm currently unable to sustain the blood demand to craft them all, and 7 silver is pocket change these days. There's the last beehive being installed. Glorious day. I grabbed a bunch of resources to run around the map with because I want to start building out my lantern network. I'll stop at the refugee camp along the way, opening a new spot. From the information that I could find, the only effect this lantern network has is preventing bats from spawning on the path that leads to the quarry. But also, it's pretty, and I want it. With my beehives filled out, I should probably finally grab that tech bee friend. Now I harvest more bees and no longer take damage from harvesting honey. And that, my friends, is every single technology currently available unlocked. The rest will be revealed through questlines while finishing up the main story and DLCs. It's time to tackle those last 3 sins with Uric: sloth, lust, and envy. For sloth, I'll be astrologer bound. For lust, Miss Charm, obviously. And for envy, we consult the book. This one might be trickier. It's someone that hides in the shadow of night, plotting secret deeds. Snake. Okay, target acquired. Uric provides me with a nasty rumor that he thinks should set off Snake. This guy, right? I question Uric more by the day. Speaking of Snake, I find my second dark heart. That's perfect, as I'm gonna need it for a quest for him a little later. After the amount that it took to max my soul healer, I'm now realizing just how many sin shards I'm gonna need in total. In the Souls room, I can craft Pray for Souls Contentment and the Pray for Souls through Cleansing Prayers, both gold quality. Oh, by the way, all of my soul containers are filled up with gold quality crops, 1936 maximum gratitude. I'm actually going to be able to push that even higher, but first I need to complete the quest line. Right now, I only have 320 gratitude after all, and it's gonna take me a little while to fill it up, which is why I crafted those 2 prayers. Soul's Contentment will increase the gratitude I receive by 10%, and the more important one, the Souls Through Cleansing Prayer, gives me a buff that doubles the sin shards I receive for the duration. The latter is the one that I choose today, netting only 28 faith, 15 silver, but now I have a sin shard doubling buff that lasts nearly 2 hours of real time. I show my aristocrat papers to the bishop. We're now ready to move forward with the special ceremony. This is the first time that the brothers have seen each other in many, many years. The bishop even has a Freudian rare moment of wisdom. Let's forget let's forget your old fights and forgive each other. Boole, 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 boo. Oh, right, and we're praying for rain too for the town, of course. They're in a drought. The brothers are reunited, and it's so heartwarming. This reunion provides me with the Mirror of Pride and Salty Fork, 2 of the 6 total items that I need to open the portal home. I go to check out Wagner's progress with my love song, and I find a note. We're screwed. Apparently, he's growing hair in strange places, and I need to meet him by the sea cliffs at night. Okay. By the way, I just love popping into my tavern for the random little 1 gold 65 silver boosts that it has for me. I then craft a bunch of flyers, wanting to keep a couple stacks of these chilling at the tavern for when I decide to start hosting more events. In fact, I'll take 10 of them upstairs right now. For the barman, I load his inventory with booze and beer, hosting the comedy stand-up event. The lighthouse keeper kills it. He's so happy with the event that he gives me what I want and provides me with an invitation to a show in the town for my dear friend the miller. To make him jealous, of course. Ugh, children. My event got a bunch of happy faces this time, and nearly 90 silver in profit. Cool. With a sin shard in hand, I have a suggestion for Miss Charm to improve her dancing. Uric has all the moves. Ooh, the devil. Oh yeah, let's just blur this out. It is too hot for YouTube. Lust charged shard. Acquired. Around midnight, I go peeping around the sea cliff. Wagner pops out and he looks a little different. I get my song lyrics for Miss Charm, but the guard from the mountain fort is approaching. They see him only as a monster, arresting him immediately. I then get that invitation from the lighthouse keeper over to the miller Toot Sweet. It turns out that he actually doesn't want it anymore, and the lockpicks I was after are mine if I let him participate in my comedy shows as well. Having a tavern is great. I know I said I wouldn't cover any of these lore cutscenes, but this one is too good. These are actually the current villagers, but from many, many years ago. They had opened the portal trying to summon the Master. He possesses the knowledge to totally transform your minds, man. This is the Master. The history of this world is as dark as it is funny. I place my new artifacts in the cabinet and I go to check on my refugees. Hey, I improved your kitchen, which is great, but a little more? It turns out she'd also like some beehives. Good thing I have my own established now. The moneylender here is the new refugee that I brought in. He can give you loans and acts as another shop for rare materials like gold, silver, and gems. The improvements that I've made to the camp give me just enough trust with Tio to continue my conversation with him. He gives me a Witcher's Eye, along with some goodies for my services. This eye is going to help me with the next stage of the questline. I'm also going to be able to grab one more refugee before leaving. Back in my soul's room, the soul that I just healed rewards me with the maximum number of sin shards, 14. With this buff, I can get between 8 and 14, but I found it to be more of a case of 8 or 14. Using my Witcher's Eye, I'm able to see glimpses into the past at a bunch of locations around the map. I follow the trail of clues as they appear. It seems that the guys were having themselves a raunchy evening. Until, aha! I dig up the spot, getting a vampire's jaw. This seems to be what I was after, but for some reason I cannot stop thinking about naked raven-haired women riding unicorns. Gosh, this game is so great. Hey Snake. Hey Snake. Hey Snake. Ugh, so bored. Oh, I'll race you. I'll teleport home and then I'll try to beat you back to your spot. And go. Ah, rats, you beat me. So anyway, did you hear about the theft of a large sum of money from the bishop? It's all the talk in the town. The rumor, of course, includes Snake's alibi, so he can't even be suspected of this great crime. Obviously, there's a better thief than Snake somewhere in the town. And an envy-charged shard for me, thank you. All right, catch you later, buddy. Love our chats. I should quickly mention that when you sleep in-game, it accelerates time. This includes the time being counted down from your buffs. I wake up to a strange woman in my home. She wants to put her fingers in my beard. This is Lady Beatrice, another Inquisitor. She gets a whiff of corpses, because me, so proceeds to spray unbearable pink spray all over the place. Ah, what the heck, lady? I prefer the smell of corpses these days. She's looking for the heretics that fled the town, my refugee friends. Sorry lady, can't help you. On the way to visit Clotho, I find more spots for my Witcher's eye. The Inquisitor really wanted Clotho in ancient times. Today though, all I ask of her is to disenchant this jawbone I found. It's actually an enchantment too powerful for Clotho, but she's not exactly running at full capacity these days. Maybe I could try a memory tincture. There are side effects, but she gives me the recipe and I can now purchase memory powder from here. It's 20 years past expiration, but it's powder. Should be fine, right? I craft some of the memory tincture, and to apply it, I need to spray it into both of my eyes. Super! Ugh, this is so much worse than the shepherd's garlic. Sorry I'm hiding here. It was embarrassing. It's allergies. I'm not crying. Clotho did say it might take multiple shots, so fortune favors the brave. Nada. All right, third time's lucky? Oh boy, and I've been launched. These are some shady vampires doing shady dark business for this mysterious lady. She is throwing some serious Beatrice vibes. As I come back to reality, my poor eyes hurt so much. I quickly checked this past week's profits, another 1 gold 65 silver at the business. Wonderful. My next artifact for the tavern leads me to the woodcutter. I need his belt buckle. No dice on that one, but the beekeeper might have a solution. If I don't cooperate with him, he'll have his bees devour me. He tells me about a barrel of honey by the sawmill that I need to dig up. I dig up the barrel of honey, buy sticks, of course, and keep moving. I am stopping at the Witcher eye spots anytime that I find them. By the way, part of the document that I mentioned earlier from Delarin has a map that shows all of these Witcher eye locations, on top of all other kinds of useful information. Back at the beekeeper, I buy more bees for my refugee camp hives, and wax for candles. Sure, here's your barrel, and he gives me some honey plaster to support the woodcutter's back. I bring it to him, claiming the ancient belt buckle. While I'm in the area, I can talk to the shepherd about the mysterious woman in a black and gold cloak that visited me. It seems like she might in fact be a vampire queen. And here it is, the choice that I definitely have zero regret over. In this specific dialogue, the Inquisitor is looking for evidence of witchcraft. I have the option to bring him Jerry. As I have mentioned throughout this entire video though, I will never betray my buddy, resulting in my missing one possible achievement. I have not mentioned achievements yet, but I will be getting 124 out of 125 achievements during this playthrough. The majority of the achievements come simply by playing, but I'll be covering a few of them closer to the end of the video. This one, unfortunately, is missable, and I want this video to come out this year, so I'm not doing another whole playthrough. I did ask the Inquisitor about Lady Beatrice as well. He's not a fan. I take all of my bees up to the refugee camp, building all 3 beehives for them. They will now collect bee supplies in the storehouse, which I could take should I choose. Now that I'm rolling in cash, I decided to visit Kukul once again, purchasing a damask sword for Snake's task. I crafted one for myself earlier, but I'd rather that my gold jewelry details go towards the church right now. I pop straight over to the lighthouse so I can ask the astrologer about his day with a sin shard in hand. He's not so good. Charged shard. That was a little too easy. Then again, he's dealing with a rat invasion, crippling back pain, but hey, luckily, thanks to his friend the herbalist, he'll sleep well tonight. You and me both, buddy. Okay, bye. My next artifact trail starts with the potter, Adam. In order to display his shards in my tavern, I have to increase its quality. So, supplies in hand, I upgrade my tavern. While grabbing more materials, I get distracted, but hey, check it out. 69 faith. Nice. I can place down 2 additional tables and 2 barrels, increasing my tavern's rating to 46. I check in with the bishop after the events of last week's special sermon. It seems that there was finally rain in the town, but more importantly, the brothers have plans to help stop the Inquisition's cruelty together. That's actually genuinely nice. I love this story arc between the bishop and the merchant. This week's sermon is going to be Pray for Souls Contentment, giving me an additional 10% gratitude from the healed souls that I send. I want to max out my gratitude and see what a maximum faith sermon looks like. At the camp, I let the cook know that her beehives are ready. Doing this for her unlocks a bunch more cooking recipes for me. I talked to Tio about an automatic well and about Lady Beatrice. She is, after all, hunting the people in this camp. Tio wants to prepare for her inevitable arrival, and I have some new building projects to work on. I talk about Lady Beatrice with Master Alaric as well, but I'm still not bringing him blood. Sorry, my friend, I know you need it to survive and all, but I need speed potions. Providing him with blood would reward me with small amounts of money or teleport scrolls, neither of which I really need. Back in town, I tell Adam about the improvements that I made to my tavern. His final request is to help him get rid of a couple of hooligans that have been bothering him, shouting nasty things while he sleeps. Strangely though, there are no footprints after the fact. I'll check it out. I want to continue expanding my prayer options, upgrading a gold quality hardcover from the silver qualities that I prepared before. I can then craft this into a gold quality book and into a prayer for repose. All deceased are welcome in my graveyard. This will increase the red and white skulls on bodies that Donkey brings, unfortunately not increasing the rate at which you receive them. Keeping myself incredibly busy right now, I give the song lyrics from Wagner to Miss Charm. She's so moved by the words and really wants to know who wrote them. That would be Wagner, currently in the Mountain Fort prison. We must save him. I must help. Sounds like the perfect opportunity to get the astrologer to step in. I poke around Adam's house at night looking for those troublemakers. Yorick, go back to the bar and make me some money, man. Taunt the bar patrons that are over 6 drinks or something, I don't know. I am, by the way, continuing to buy more gold jewelry details from the merchant when he's in town. At this point, I have about all I need to continue upgrading my church. I install a stained glass window and deconstruct my wall candelabra 2s, replacing them with 3s which require the gold details. My rating is now 92 passively. I do have to continue crafting aromatizer for my incense burners, but for the benefit, I think it is well worth my time. I don't always need to show this, but there's something so satisfying about coming in here once per week for another gold 65. Lovely. Plus another 2 gold 88 silver at the Tavern. This is definitely not a week's worth, maybe a couple of days? I construct another tent at the refugee camp, and this time I actually finish building it. I can be taught. I can give Snake that second Damask sword for the final part of his dark ritual. Because of a locked gate, my progress in the dungeon has been halted at the end of level 10, so I do ask him about that first. That's forbidden knowledge. He will never reveal his secrets. Fine, here's your sword. The Snake assembles his dark followers and sacrifices me. Ow! Hey, look, I'm back. Isn't it a marvel? Immortality. Huzzah. His followers now doubt the need to go to church, thinking that Snake is the freaking man. It seems like I'm done here for now, though. Snake needs some time to make his final preparations. I wake up the next morning to Snake mocking my routine. Yes, butthead, I'm always this refreshed. We've got a problem though. A vampire hunter is coming to kill Snake, and he'll probably also burn down the church, so it's my problem. Snake might have gotten carried away with his whole power over life and death shtick. We plan to set an ambush at Witch Hill, and Snake will be waiting there for me. One thing at a time here. I need to get those shards from Adam. Now that his Yorick problem is solved, they're mine. I add both the shards and the ancient belt buckle to my cabinet. I asked Jerry about the Vampire Queen too, but please don't mind my morgue right now. I wanted to make sure that I had lots of bodies for when I start seriously getting into organ modifications, so I've been storing a couple. Concerning Lady Beatrice, Jerry's gonna do a little bit of recon for me with the ghosts. I've got these new charged shards too, so I can continue the healing process with Uric. He feels peculiar, very lightweight inside. He's gonna need time to rest. So be it. Oh, hey, Donkey, watch yourself on this road for a little bit. It's gonna become dangerous. I meet with Snake standing on a cliff edge with a plank in hand. We wait for an entire week, tirelessly watching the road for signs of a threat. Aha, there he is. He's rocking down the road, saying how much he loves these in and out side quests. And whack. Undefeated warrior, my donkey. That's another problem solved. Oh, speaking of Donkey, stop. Ah! I think I'm gonna have to keep a closer eye on Donkey. There's more to him than meets the eye. Harvesting this rock gives me the Hunter's Medallion and access to the last 5 floors of the dungeon. And of course, I'm gonna be taking this guy's soul. They should all be grateful to me. I have just now started the process of fully upgrading bodies to 26 White Skull quality. To do this, I must first modify all of the organs to have max White Skulls. I do not want to max out the Red Skulls, but I do, after inserting all of the modified organs in the body, want 2. This means pre-embalming, every single corpse must have 21 White Skulls and 2 Red Skulls. No more, no less. After that, I can start the embalming process, once again handling it in batches of 6. I visit the astrologer to tell him that Miss Charm needs his help. We need to break Wagner out, and he might have a plan that first requires a silver quality book from me. While I'm here, I will ask the lighthouse keeper about the amulet of the ancient god for my tavern. He's adamant about not selling it, so I'm gonna have to ask Snake to steal it for me. Crafting that book for the astrologer takes seconds, so I pop back out to turn it in. That's it for now. I'll see you next week. I decide to check in with Uric, and he's feeling great. He's thinking maybe he'll travel, take on the world, and I hope he finds what he's looking for. Maybe he wasn't so bad after all. What is it in this game with people watching me sleep? This time, it's Cresvold and Heradric. I'm definitely being arrested. Not arrested again. It seems like some shenanigans went down in the village last night. There's tons of property damage, and this poor soul is all beat up. Wait, no, he was part of it? He's still wasted. It looks like he went a little bit hard and had to go home early. Did Uric do all of this damage on his own? Because I was his closest friend, apparently, I'm in charge of repairing all of the damage. Heradric has the list of damaged properties, starting with the table in his own tavern. Okay, I'll get some supplies. In a minute. I want to go check out that dungeon first. I unlock the gate on floor 10, proceeding to 11. Cool, now I don't need to carry this amulet anymore. Alright, zombie, get to work. Make all of this stuff for me. For this week's sermon, I'm going to choose Pray for Souls through Cleansing, extending my Sin Shard buff. Priority 1 with my sermons moving forward will be maintaining that buff. Luckily, it's quite a long buff, and like other buffs, its time is additive, going over 2 hours in duration. I upgrade the camp's water well and bring in a new refugee. This water well is amazing. I can grab water directly now. I can actually upgrade the well at home to behave similarly, but I won't realize it for a little while longer. Alright, Jerry, what's the lowdown with this vampire queen? It seems that there's a ghost on the 8th floor of the dungeon that I need to speak to. To speak with him, though, I am gonna need an amulet made from human intestines, some wax, and the hair of a communist donkey. Well, hey, I know just the guy. Back on track, fixing everything in Uric's wake, I repair Heradric's table. For Cresvold, I need to reinstall the door on his potty. Easily handled. Heradric gives me the scoop on the next round of repairs. First on the list is Adam's pottery stone, but I need stone. While I wait for my teleport stone to recharge, I head over to the swamp to dig up some more spots. Here I find obsidian. This only serves to provide me with a ton of tech points when studied. I could also give it to the astrologer in the next quest in lieu of a gold quality book, but then I'd lose out on the best seller achievement. I find the shackles I was looking for and then fix Adam's wheel. There are a couple of these busted up items strewn about too that I deal with along the way. I repair the egg basket next and get distracted. Hey, donkey! Wait up a minute. I'd like a piece of your hair? He could spit at me. Only a capitalist would want to shear an honest worker. Shame, shame. But I just kind of spin his words, honor donkey, and all is well. Hair from a communist ass. Check. I talk with Smiler about Uric. Yes, he's gone, and we do not like him. I let Smiler know that I've been thinking about his situation. Maybe I could help him move on. There's a missing piece of the Keeper's book that might have that knowledge, and Snake might know something about those missing parts. I ask for more information about Uric, and apparently Smiler heard screams from his room one night. He kept screaming for someone to come back, and something about loneliness, losing himself. Maybe the treatment had something to do with this. Now I feel a little bit bad. Anyway, I fix up the first beehive, and I'm one bee short of fixing the other. Beekeeper? Buddy? Can I buy a bee? Thanks. Okay, beehive's repaired. Next, I need to fix the farmer's house, and something happened to Rosa's cow? Rosa first. Someone painted her cow. Who does that? Okay. And at the farmer's house, it's just a broken lantern. Need glass. Back at home, it's time to craft the pagan amulet of spirit summoning. I'll take that to level 8 in the dungeon right away. For Rosa's cow, I need 4 ash to clean off the paint. I'll then grab some glass, wash the cow, and fix the lantern so that I'm ready for the next tasks. Now down on level 8, amulet in hand, this guy appears. He cares for nothing, and despite everything. If I could find his leg, maybe that would help with his bad attitude. Back in town, I go for my next repair tasks. Now I get to clean up the remaining garbage and minor fixes. Oh, here's the door to Cresvold's toilet. Something is written here. Sard the town. That kinda sounds like a floating skull that I know. It took me a little bit of exploring to finally find it all. I'm not sure if this stone counts, but this barrel does for sure. 1 gold, 65 silver for me, and I keep looking for that last piece of debris. I even get stuck behind some random NPC. Excuse me, help? Teleport stone to the rescue, I guess. I spent so long looking for this, and it turns out that there's a second barrel that needed some repairing right next to that first one. Task complete. Hoy, there you go, Heradric. Yep, my pleasure. It now seems like Tress is looking for me for some business. On my way to him, I can speak with the shepherd. I ask for his help with the one-legged ghost, the shepherd having lost a leg himself. He comes with me to the dungeon, convinced he needs to slay all evil. Soon enough, though, these two are bros in shared pain, and he tells me what he knows about Lady Beatrice. I'll need to find the Misty Quagmire for more answers. Tio might have some information about that, but so could Clotho. All right, Tress, what's up? All he wanted was to tell me how much he appreciates the work that I did fixing up the town. Aw, of course, my pleasure. The new refugee at the camp is the Undertaker. She needs a set of 5 iron chisels and 10 wood wedges. Easy enough, and I ask Tio about the Misty Quagmire. From what I can glean, that place is super evil. I can ask him more about it when my end of the bargain to build up the camp is completed. Don't forget about your known NPCs tab. I've been pretty much living in it for the last several weeks in-game, going from one objective to the next in quick succession. This is because I have all of the materials and money to back it up. That's another 3 gold from the tavern, and because of my zombies, this is just happening passively all the time. I give the Undertaker her supplies, and she requests a workbench next. Add it to the list. I asked Clotho about the Misty Quagmire as well. The very mention of it drives Clotho into a rant. Rotten winged demon, blood sacrifice, nothing good. She snaps out of it and can't recall a thing about what just happened. Okay, Misty Quagmire, bad. Checking back with the astrologer, everybody at the university loved my book. Now they want a sequel? All right, I'm gonna need a gold quality book, and this is the quest that I mentioned earlier where I could use the researched obsidian item. But I want that achievement, so I upgrade another gold hardcover. So glad I prepared all of these silver ones beforehand. I assemble the components required, craft a gold chapter, and hey presto, gold quality book. I give it to the astrologer right away and have to wait for another week. Hey, check out this distraction. If I walk over the same place over and over and over, my footprints get really deep. Feet prints? This teleport stone cooldown is just too long. Somehow, it's Pride Day again, and this week's sermon is going to be Soul's Contentment. This will continue my gratitude buff. Thank you all. See you next week. I knew there was going to be a big grind liming in my future, but I did not know how big it was going to be. I'm currently getting myself organized to max out the graveyard, and by the way, none of these 26 skull bodies will be turned into zombies. I feel it's just too much work. Right now, I'm prepping the morgue, organizing my stockpiles of organs by type and quality. Bodies that I don't need get burned immediately. By the way, I have shelves upon shelves of organs to sort through and prepare for modification. Another 4 gold, 42 silver from the tavern, thank you. Tidying up the morgue has netted me 17 more burial certificates. That's not a bad payday either. I haven't shown this yet either. The underground path that connects my cellar to the warehouse in town does also connect to my tavern. Low on speed potions again, I grabbed 19 blood, crafting myself back to a full stack. Much better. Enough time has now passed to do more building at the camp. I upgrade the storehouse, finishing this round of upgrades. That leaves one more tent and a workbench for Tio. This storehouse is massive, by the way. Why can't I get one of these in my yard? All right, time to catch up with Snake again. I have so much business with him. First, can you help me steal an amulet? Refused. Huh. What about this keeper's book? Snake steers me back towards Jerry for that one. I ask him about the final task that he needs me to do. He's gonna need me to go deeper into the dungeon and get him a golden apple. As a side note, I could buy one of these from Clotho, but heck yeah, dungeon time. I'm on to my 4th variety of jelly now, orange, and now on floor 11, I start encountering elementals. There are a few varieties of elemental, and they pack a wallop. Good thing wine restores health too, eh? It's always so annoying when you're at the end of a floor, but there's some branch way at the other end that you didn't explore. That's a big reason why I didn't even start the dungeon until I could have more speed potions. I take back all of my complaining about coming up here. That's a diamond node. 5 faceted diamonds for me. These are incredibly rare. Hey, astrologer, what's the latest? Oh, he's been promoted. He just needs someone with aristocrat papers to accompany him on an expedition to the mountain fort. Mine are at home. That's another 5 gold, 19 silver. Teleport stone cooldowns, am I right? Hey, astrologer, I have aristocrat papers. He sends for Miss Charm, and cool beans, let's get this show on the road. We 3 enter the mountain fort at night. We bust out Wagner, and we're caught. Tensions rise, and the commander is threatening death. I, of course, offer to help him deal with the bodies. Miss Charm kisses Wagner, and poof, he's back to his old self. He's actually the Lord Commander's son, by the way. Joyous reunion. Our merry band exits the fort victorious, and I'm awarded with the necklace and golden angle. That's now 4 out of 6 items needed to build the portal home, and another story arc completed. Here we go. I'm gonna research that piece of obsidian from earlier. Yup, that's worth a couple of points. Not that I really need them anymore. I have 2 things for Jerry. First of all, you cheated me after all of the loyalty I've shown you. This amulet, the spirit laughed at me. It was so embarrassing. Anyway, about the last part of that book, it's actually just fallen between Jerry's crate and the wall. This whole time. And I bring the lost knowledge over to Smiler. Smiler seriously has the best attitude in this game. I can help him pass on through my awesome soul infrastructure, and that concludes the Better Save Soul DLC questline. I now have access to Smiler's crate, providing space for another stack of gold quality crops to boost my maximum gratitude. A quick visit to the farm later, and 2086 maximum rating. This should be the maximum possible gratitude that I can obtain in the game. This week's sermon is going to be Souls through Cleansing, maintaining my buff. From this point forward, I'm no longer going to mention the sermons unless they're interesting in some way. Just know that I'm maintaining my Sin Shard buff at all times. At the camp, I build the fourth and final tent. I was actually realizing at this point just how close I was getting to being completely finished with all of the story elements. On floor 13 of the dungeon, I find another elemental, but I'm as geared up as possible, have all of the perks, and unlimited wine. It's fine. I find another gem node too. Awesome. I've actually acquired so much silver in all of my adventures that my trunk is now full. I smelt a bunch of it into ingots, which I'll probably just store forever. The only use for silver ingots are to be sold to the merchant or moneylender at the camp. Floor 14, that's another silver vein. I mean, I can't say no to them. But just down the hallway is a gold vein. That's more like it. And here we go, the final floor, 15. The elementals down here are the strongest yet, but they also drop gold nuggets. Unfortunately, once these enemies are defeated, they will not respawn. You can only clear each floor once. There are some pretty intense rooms on this floor, but as long as I keep my wits about me and one hand on the wine bottle, I'm successful. There's another gem node, love it, and another gold vein, love that even more. Having 2 stacks of gold nuggets in my inventory is a first in this playthrough. In the final room of the dungeon, I can pick a golden apple from the tree. Dungeon complete. I'm totally acting like Mr. Moneybags these days too, buying all of the stuff that I might need to achieve my goals. I spend gold like it's nothing, because it might be. I just got back everything that I spent. At the church, I deconstruct these standing candelabra 2s, replacing them with 3s using more gold. All of this time, I've been slowly accumulating sin shards, 8 or 14 per body, per day, except for Pride Days. The flesh, skin, fat, and blood always start the same, costing 36 sin shards per body. For the heart, brain, and intestines, I've been trying to choose organs with high numbers of skulls already on them in order to save on sin shards. The shard cost gets incrementally higher as you add skulls. 1 for 2, 2 for 3 or 5 total, and 3 for 4 or 9 total if starting from 0 skulls. I have so many organs that I could just take my pick, grabbing mostly 2 white skull, 2 red skull parts mixed with 2 white skull only parts. This gave me perfect red skulls for embalming, and I only had to add 1 additional white skull to each component, costing 12 more sin shards per body. All of that means that every single body costs around 50 sin shards to upgrade. There are a maximum of 92 spaces available in the graveyard, so I need to collect around 4,600 sin shards to complete this grind. I actually did that math for the first time while writing this script. I didn't want to know before. Looking back on the time I invested, yup, it sure feels like I grinded 4,600 sin shards. Rambling aside, I place my 5th fully prepped body onto the table, 21 white skulls, 2 red skulls. Snake, old buddy, old pal, I have your golden apple for you. He wants to lick it, offering me the chance to as well. I'm not big into licking things, thanks. Now he's gonna ask me for a dark heart. Hey, I saved one of those. Now that I have a bit more friendship with him, I ask him again to steal the amulet from the lighthouse keeper. He's willing to do it if I organize some rat races at my tavern. Right on. All right, be right back. One dark heart, as requested. No distractions at all. I'm so proud of myself. Snake now will be right back, so I chill with Jerry. He comes back with his cultists and performs the ritual he's been working towards his whole life. He summons his father, the Inquisitor. Well, this just got juicy. The Inquisitor's son, who he thought he'd lost in a fire many years ago, is alive. Snake's mother threw him out of the window, saving him from the fire at the last moment. It turns out Snake's actual name is Seth, and now all I can think about is Dr. Evil and his son. Except these two might actually like each other. I'm rewarded with Seth's endless notebook and Edward's eternal burning coal. Edward. What a name for the Inquisitor. These are the last two pieces that I need to open the portal home to my love and complete the game. But I don't want to do that quite yet. There are loose ends that still need addressing. It's back to business the next day, building a rat race table at the tavern. I then host the event, and hot dog, look at all those smiley faces. 78 silvers in profit. I can continue progressing at the refugee camp as well, picking up another refugee and building Tio's workplace. Looping back to the Souls room, I have all of these charged sin shards from the quest line. Remember before when I mentioned that there were open slots in that large stained glass piece at the Cathedral? I can insert them all into it, and then I can choose to display different art from each of the characters' past. The merchant and bishop as boys. Pride. The astrologer, lonely, buried in his research. Sloth. The Inquisitor, watching everything he loves burn in front of him. Wrath. Snake, being an outsider because of his burns. Envy. The brothers again, this time at the dinner table. Gluttony. And of course, Miss Charm doing Miss Charm stuff in this place of lust? This game is so well done. I haven't completed building the camp yet, but Tio has some more rewards for me for keeping up my end of the bargain. 1 gold, 3 gold quality marble statues, a gold ingot, and much more importantly, the universal bag and its recipe. I really wish I'd unlocked this sooner. The universal bag gives you additional inventory space, something that I've struggled with a lot in this playthrough. I ask again about the Misty Quagmire and the Necronomicon. He agrees to take me there so that I can investigate with my Witcher's eye. I dig up a bone leg. I think I know who this one belongs to. I also find a charred vampire shoe, but when I tell Tio it's time to go, he seems to be slightly possessed. This entity possessing him is furious, but I managed to talk it down a little bit. It needs to answer my riddle. What is the principle of the Large Hadron Collider? 3, 2, 1, you lose. Tio, welcome back. Let's get the heck out of here. We make it back all right, but then we're ambushed by an elemental. There will now be several of these ambushes waiting for me around the map, and an achievement for defeating them all. Taking a look at my new bag, I fill it with all kinds of supplies and random quest-related junk that I've been hauling around. That's so much better. Next is my character's favorite. It's time to craft some more memory tincture. Nothing on the first time, just like before, so I'll craft 2 more, assuming 3 does the trick. Stupid tincture work. Here we go. These are Lady Beatrice's lackeys. Sounds like Vampire Carl here might have a connection to Donkey. I'll have to ask him next time he's around. Oh gosh, he's here right now. Confirmed. Donkey's master's name is Carl. Donkey agrees to arrange an audience for me. I still have not rebuilt enough happiness to build anything new at the camp, but this is the latest refugee, the Tanner. Another workbench request? I'm on it. I'm not ever gonna need this much production again, but I decided to finish filling in my workyard. Why not, right? I want to complete everything in this game. Except for the achievements. Sad, sad day. Actually, let me know in the comments if you'd be interested in seeing me try to speedrun the game to get that final achievement. That could be an interesting challenge. Donkey works fast because only a few hours later, Vampire Carl is chained up in my dungeon. I mean morgue. Ugh, that's even weirder. He seems to be willing to talk until I mention the lady in a black and gold cloak. Suddenly, the conversation takes a darker turn. I need the shepherd's help to now torture the information I need out of Carl. As I approach having the first batch of perfect bodies ready for my graveyard, I need the grave fences and tombstones to go with them. I craft 6 marble grave fence 8s, costing more gold jewelry. These will provide 11 of the 26 rating. The tombstones require 3 gold quality marble statues each, and each of those is going to cost 5 faith and needs to be crafted with a gold quality steel chisel, which are also consumable. Yeah, a lot of resources go into this. All of that is only for an 80% chance to get a gold statue, but I'm right around the corner from being able to unlock another perk, industriousness. The gold quality steel chisels aren't exactly cheap either, and despite all of my efforts, I'm starting to get concerningly low on sticks. See, I told you they were important. I also told you that I wouldn't discuss sermons anymore last week, but here I am. This one's different though. I go for the prayer for repose, increasing the number of skulls on bodies that come my way. Again, I was hoping that this would increase the rate at which I received bodies, but it does not. Hey, shepherd, want to come torture a vampire? Oh yeah, he's gonna show me how it's done. We start the torture process. With me eating a bunch of garlic again? Come on, man. I now lean over Carl and breathe my garlicky breath into his face. More garlic? No, I've had enough of that. Tactic 2 involves the shepherd switching to singing, and that's enough to drive us all insane. Carl is more than willing to talk to avoid any more of that. It turns out Beatrice is not a vampire queen, but instead a powerful magician. From the sounds of it, she's also betrayed these guys for her own means. The ritual in the Misty Quagmire? That was to kill the 4th keeper. Like I said, with the DLCs, the lore runs deep. There was a spy present though, a woman with red hair. Alright, now get out of here. I'm gonna go talk to Mrs. Chain. I continue my investigation and she gets super defensive. I apologize and ask her nicely for help. I have to stop this woman. Mrs. Chain, though, is just defending her sister, Clotho. Mrs. Chain then runs off. Hey, Heradric, how's business? Any idea where your wife might have just ran off to? Totally not as a result of my actions? The coast, eh? Ah, thanks, man. See you later. After the tiniest of distractions, I approach Mrs. Chain on the beach. It seems all of this is tied to the ancient curse. Now, I don't want to spoil too much about this because I really do recommend playing this game for yourselves. It's a complicated story with complicated and flawed characters that you just learn to love. Speaking for myself, it has been such a treat to come back and play through this game again. I returned to floor 8 of the dungeon with the leg bones that I found. He's overjoyed. So, whatever happened to I care about nothing and despite everything? Okay, fair enough. At the camp, I've regained enough happiness to spend it all building the Undertaker her workbench. I can then bring the evidence that I've collected to Master Alaric about the 4th Keeper. And we then attempt a ritual to restore Clotho's memory. When Alaric goes into her home, he finds a black cloak with gold trim. Dun, dun, dun! Alright, black magic time. Let's take a deep dive into her memory. This section has a lot of text and a bit of a puzzle to it. As far as I could tell, I can't actually fail anything here, so I'm just gonna check the box and move on. Something went wrong though, but we managed to make it back to reality and snap Clotho out of her trance. Another failure, and Alaric is convinced that nothing can stop the ancient curse. His message? Live your own life while you still can. He gives me another golden apple, which, as far as I know, is completely useless to me now. Oh, for goodness sake, can I ever just sleep? At least these guys waited outside of my house. This time, I'm arrested for real. Lady Beatrice is behind this, but Heradric is ready with all of the legal precedents. The laws that we're accused of breaking only apply if the defendants have hair on their feet, the crime involves cattle, or during odd years, obviously. Well, we definitely just lawyered our way through that one. Free again, I need to warn Tio of the coming threat. I study the cloak for a pretty good amount of tech points. Again, not that I need them anymore. In order to max my graveyard, I'm gonna need 92 of the best tombstones, which require 276 of these gold quality carved marbles. Currently, I have a 20% chance to craft a silver quality one, so it's more like I need 330 instead of 276. There's no way that I know of to bulk craft these. It has to be done one by one. This alone is going to cost me a minimum of 460 faith to craft, but over the time period required to get the sin shards I need, I should have more than enough faith, especially once I max out my gratitude and try my pray for soul's repose sermon again. I have another trick for you here. I accidentally start embalming this body with a gold injection. I do not want this right now, so I move over to the blueprint table, queuing that table for removal, but then immediately reversing it. This effectively cancels the craft, refunding my resources. This trick can be really useful for your furnaces as well. Anyway, the first full batch of now nearly perfect bodies are ready for embalming. Soon, I will fill in my first 6 maxed out graves. I do still have to do some maintenance here and there, making sure my trunks aren't full so things don't backlog, but all of my money and raw resources are effectively infinite at this point. It's allowed for a lot of fast progression, but try as I might, the upcoming graveyard grind takes so much longer than I thought it would. I let the Undertaker know that her workbench is ready. She's gonna now need 5 gold quality steel chisels, and that's actually really simple for me to do at this point. By the way, no matter what I'm doing lately, anytime I hear a body arrive, I address it immediately. Souls decay faster than the bodies themselves, and I can't afford to lose a single one. The bodies themselves then just get thrown onto pallets. I'll deal with them soon enough. A great use for wheat is creating paper glop. This is by far my favorite paper recipe. It's nice to have graduated from people. I let Snake know that I successfully threw a rat race at the tavern, but Snake is looking a little ill. He got himself bit by one of those rats. I try to help, but he thinks my injection is meant to put him down? Yeah, you know what? I can only help those who are willing to help themselves. I claim the Amulet of the Ancient Gods for my tavern. Along with paper glop, I'm gonna need white paint. Again, something I'm able to craft in bulk. I combine them in my paper press to create a sizable amount of paper. I will not be running out of this again. I now also have the happiness accumulated to build the tanner's workplace. I'm actually getting really close to being done with this DLC as well. I talked to the tanner, and my next task will be to build an animal farm so she has, things to tan. She has more varieties of bags that I can use, and this is why I really wish I'd gotten into this DLC sooner. These bags would have solved all of my inventory struggles. I've also started to buy raw gold from the moneylender on the regular as well. I'm gonna need a fair amount for my graveyard, and I'm using it for embalming. I give the chisels to the Undertaker, finishing my tasks with her. This unlocks new grave recipes, and I buy several more from her shop. The Game of Crone DLC came out before the Better Save Soul DLC, and these grave markers used to allow you to get a maximum grave rating of 16. 10 less than each body that I'll be aiming for today. 9 gold, 41 silver, and 60 copper wait for me at the tavern. That's what I love to see. I turn in the recent artifacts to Jerry and then place them on my cabinet. I'm getting pretty close to being done the Stranger Sins DLC as well. My next artifact leads me back to Kukul, seeking an ancient pickaxe. Clotho will know more about his request. I then talk to Tio about everything that's happening, and he decides that they need to stand and fight. I'm now going to help them fortify the camp with stakes. The help that I need from Clotho this time is to try and correct Kukul's hump. While she can't exactly help with that, she might have something else. I have to bring any dark organ and use this spell on him. I'm now flat out of sticks. They're being consumed way too quickly by my need for chisels. Witch Hill is a great place to find lots of these little stick bushes to dig up. On the western edge of the hill, I find myself in another elemental ambush. Please, let me find more of these. This guy gave me some gold. In the northeastern corner of the hill, I can now dig up a clay pot of tar, another artifact. I show the spell from Clotho to Kukul, and I can choose a Dark Argon to use. Anything works, really. I brought all three. All right. I'll check back with him tomorrow. I'm gonna need another artifact from Adam, this time inside of his house, the Ancient Keys. He wants some high-quality vases to even entertain that idea. Funny thing is, I never once crafted a porcelain anything in this playthrough. I have 10 of them from helping the refugees. In one of these trunks, there they are. Also, I thought you might enjoy a quick peek into how my resource supplies are stacking up at this point. Here you go, Adam, made special for you. He thinks they're garbage, and suddenly I'm giving him 5 silver? Okay, I'll talk to the merchant about some super fancy vases then. All right, Kukul, let's get on with it. The spell that Clotho gave me does not remove Kukul's hump, but instead makes him see everyone around him with a hump. I mean, just check out those hunchback squirrels over there. He figures out pretty quickly that it's an illusion and still isn't satisfied. Maybe he would enjoy free drinks at the tavern. He seems okay with the idea, but the tavern has to meet his standards, and I have some additional upgrades to do now. Here we go, though. Oh, so exciting! The first batch of perfect bodies is just finishing embalming as I deal with my backlog. I'll get to setting those up ASAP. I talked to the merchant about the vases, but he sold them to the beekeeper. The rabbit hole. It turns out the beekeeper only bought them because he knew that Adam wanted them. Children. We conclude that I need to add poisoned honey to the vases before I can give them to Adam. Alas, his hyper-toxic bees were stolen by Dig. He has made them into a cake. Of course he has. I have to answer his riddle. It grows in spring, it falls in fall. Cakes? That's right, cake with bee poison, and now I've won one. The beekeeper prepares the vases full of poison, and I'm back off to Adam. I've found so much in this game, it's better to just do things and not think about it too much, you know, morally. I warn Adam that there's spoiled honey inside, but he wouldn't eat it anyway. It reminds him of a pastry chef that rejected him. Hey, I think I'm helping her at the refugee camp. Anyway, keys in hand, that's another task completed. Speaking of the refugees, I lay down fence supplies for the farm and build it up. Imminent danger? Nah, these poor people need cows far more than they need safety. The final task makes a lot of sense. Now with a pen, she needs animals. Rosa might have a cow hookup, and I'm gonna need some hens. I offer a quick sorry to all of my patrons. I mean, you don't have to leave or anything. Please keep spending money. I just have to deconstruct every table in the tavern really quick. Sir? Ma'am? Excuse me? Move? There we go. I build up 4 new tables with silk tablecloths, raising my tavern quality to 75. On my way north to let Kukul know, I find another ambush. Yes! Ambush me! I need silver? Never mind. I even stop for the gladiator moment. Is there no one else? That's Russell Crowe gladiator, by the way, the good one. Kukul is super happy, giving me my ancient pickaxe. After submission to Jerry, I can now add the ancient keys, ancient pickaxe, and clay pot with tar to my cabinet. I have another request for Dig, his priest's signet. Dig, though, really enjoys licking honey off of it, so I'll have to get him a rat from the lighthouse keeper so that Dig can be a part of my rat races. This game. Apparently, though, some boy came to town playing his pipe and all the rats left following him. Kukul might know something about that, but I'll have to wait for tonight. Until then, I definitely have the Symphony of Destruction stuck in my mind. Just like the Pied Piper. Instead, I'll talk to Rosa about cow procurement. She is very attached to her cows, so I recite a quick poem that ends in, "And to love a cow means to sell it for 1 gold. So wise, so touching. Done deal. Ooh, my morals just twinged again. Nope. Can't feel bad about that right now. Gotta keep progressing. It's not awkward at all asking the farmer about his deceased wife's ring. That went about as expected, so I'll try his son. Oh, actually, hey man, can I buy some seeds? Yeah, no, I'll leave now. Definitely will not distract your son. The passing of the farmer's wife was hard on the entire family. Maybe the miller has more insight. Ooh, shiny. Hey, Miller, info please? She was a healer, but because of her skills, some called her a witch. Clotho will know more. I asked Clotho for the information, but she demands a compliment. Your chin is so attractive. All three of them. Information gate opened. Bella was Clotho's sister along with Mrs. Chain. Bella overused her magic curing people, and it took a big toll on her. That's actually really sad. I talk more about Bella with the farmer, only wanting to offer my sympathies. It's a hard memory for him, and I'm gonna have to let him be for the moment. Oh, just kidding, he's ready to talk again. That was fast. Apparently, she had 2 identical rings, one buried with her and one left with the farmer. I give him 1 gold for it, helping to pay for his children's education. I am such a bad person. What am I doing? No, stop this, stop. Nope, it's not real. I'm not doing this. Maybe they won't notice? Well, in for a penny, in for a pound. Her soul is long gone. Yep, here. I'll try to remember to turn you into one of the good ones. Checking back with Kukol, it seems that he too is interested in rat races. He and his friend, the Piper, gathered everyone else's rats up and sold them to the town zoo, but the best rat went to the Gypsy Baron. Well, he's like, right here? The Baron is convinced that his rat is the chosen one. 1 gold and it's mine. Progress is more valuable than gold, friend. Thank you and goodbye. I stop at the egg basket where I can buy some hens for the refugee camp. And an egg for me. I like eggs. I've been stockpiling gold nuggets for a while now, and I think it's time to put them to use, smelting 10 gold bars. I really need to wrap up that Game of Crone storyline because that industriousness perk is gonna be so nice. It's frustrating when I get the 20% chance for a silver quality piece of carved marble. It's just so much clicking. At least now I'm ready to craft the Marble Sculpture 6, providing 15 rating points to a grave. Remember when I needed blue tech points? I have 1,300 now. Oh, the late game. Wait for a body, any second now. I've done this a time or two if you couldn't tell. Okay, off to the graveyard. I'm gonna start in the northwestern corner, working my way across and down. Goodbye, lawns. You have served me so well. I apologize for the bad lighting here. It's tough work being a graveyard keeper. I lay out 6 new graves and take stock of supplies that I'll need to bring over here. Easily handled, time to keep building. Now, for some light! I would normally fill in the remaining gap with only marble flagstone, but in honor of the lawns that brought me to this point, I'm gonna do one of each. These 2 options reward the exact same number of points per tile, so the choice is entirely aesthetic. I bust out the shovel, prepping the graves for their new recipients. One note here, this may have been premature. The pathing can get a little wonky sometimes, and I'll start constructing my graves 2 at a time instead of 6. Just look at this beauty. 26 white skulls, 0 red. You're coming with me. This is what I meant by the pathing. I do eventually find the sweet spot, but be aware of this. I install the tombstone and the fence, creating my first max rating grave. 1 down, 91 to go. Distractions! At the refugee camp, I let the tanner know that the animals have arrived. This opens a bunch more bag recipes with her. I purchased the remaining recipes from her shop, learning all of them. I also realized that the last 3 recipes I need to complete this tab in the technology tree were being sold by the cook that I helped earlier. I buy the last 3 and check it out. All recipes learned. In fact, there are only 2 technologies in the entire game that I do not yet know. soon. I bring the super chosen one rat to dig. By the end of our conversation, I finally see a glimpse of the true dig. He says that it's a strange world and the only way a wise man can survive is by pretending to be a psycho. Just like Donkey, I'd say that there's more than meets the eye here. I suggest playing the game yourselves to learn more about it. I've got my signet though, that's all I needed. Seriously though, the DLCs add so much to this game. It was a real treat for me to play through this rich story once again for the video. I add the priest's signet and the priestess's ring to my cabinet. Okay, where was I? Oh yeah, building amazing graves. I install the final one, bringing my graveyard rating from 319 with the lawns to 457. I'll also quickly snag a brick from the church. I turn it into Jerry. This is the last artifact that I needed to collect for my tavern. This all leads to needing to put Jerry himself into the machine. What could possibly go wrong? I don't want to give anything away here, only that when it's all said and done, Jerry thinks he was better off not remembering. I place the final artifact in my cabinet, increasing my tavern to its maximum quality, 81. Jerry also told me about this buried stash out back, a bunch of wine and gold, which of course Jerry claims ownership over. Maybe this all turned out okay for him after all. I of course get nothing except for another box checked. I've been preparing myself all of the materials that I'll need to complete the graveyard. While I have technically started the process, once I begin the grind proper, I don't want to be focused on anything but gathering sin shards and upgrading bodies. Some of these stone shrines that I'll be building in the graveyard require books. I'm building up everything I need at the graveyard, and I'm actually going to be removing this lantern. I want to install those stone shrines on this layer with the lanterns below, for symmetry or something. Next, I install the protective stakes up at the refugee camp. It's a good start, but they're gonna need some weapons. I need to build a rack of swords, steel swords no less. Good day, zombie worker number 8. Would you whip those up for me right quick? I have been processing so many bodies, all to get that one single plot of the graveyard filled in. I want this grind to go as smoothly as possible, and I felt that organization was a key part of that. Here, I'm organizing all of my organs by skull, grouping favorable ones together. I even have additional shelves of organs that I've been stockpiling over here. As I've been filling up my storage, I've been taking less and less parts from incoming bodies. In the later stages of the grind, the process is just gonna be extract soul, extract blood, burn. My zombie finished the sword, so I can build the sword rack up at the refugee camp. The final improvement that I'll be building for them is a viewing tower so they can't be caught off guard. While tending the quarry, I find another one of the ambushes, but this guy's for graphite. Boring. How many of these ambushes am I gonna survive? Well, all of them obviously. I just want more gold nuggets. To be honest, there really isn't much left to do in the game. I've completed 2 of 3 DLC storylines, and I've had everything that I need to complete the main storyline for a little while now. The graveyard grind is serving me really well right now. It's a great way to pass time while the refugee camp accumulates more happiness. I pop back up there to build the observation tower. I then grab all of my extra building materials that I've been storing here, since I don't need them up here anymore. Tio is thrilled. This means so much to them. I'm rewarded with the second best sword, tech point books, 2 gold, and a big universal bag, along with the recipe for it. The big universal bag is just like my current universal bag, but bigger. There's a problem though. An army of soldiers has just grouped up at the mountain fort. Surely, this camp will not survive such an assault. Tio needs time to think. But look at this bag. It's massive. I mean, they've got their problems, sure, but look at what I get. Plus, I can carry both it and my universal bag. Ugh, I should have gotten these so much earlier. I teleport home where armed guards await me. They aren't from the Lord Commander though, but I still have to go with them. I meet with Lady Beatrice on the dock, and she has a proposal for me. She needs 5 emulsions of death. She's planning on creating some ghouls, which have been a running joke throughout the entire playthrough. They don't exist. She would make the emulsions herself, but black alchemy is difficult to practice in secret. She can't take that risk because of her reputation as an Inquisitor. I find out that Beatrice has been playing me all along. Big shock. This is where the player is given a choice of 3 options. I can support Lady Beatrice and then betray her by talking to Kukol for the sad ending. This ending will reward the Eloquence perk, increasing my faith generation. I can also refuse her, then once again going over to Kukol and warning the camp for the right choice ending. This rewards the Persistence perk, giving a permanent energy restoration perk. The final choice is the Dark Side, agreeing to help Lady Beatrice and crafting the Emulsions of Death for her. This grants the Industriousness perk that I've wanted for such a long time, increasing all crafting quality by 20%. Now, I could choose one of the 3, but there's another way to do this. I'm going to agree to help Lady Beatrice, and I'm going to craft her the Emulsions of Death. I really want that Industriousness perk. It will reduce the need to craft gold quality carved marble alone by 20%, guaranteeing the gold quality. No turning back now. I give the secret password and meet with Beatrice. Now, all I have to do is return to the camp and tell Tio that everything is well, they're safe. I do just that, and he tells me that he knew trusting me was the right choice all along. I'm rewarded with steel armor, a top-tier sword, and 2 ingots, 1 gold, 1 silver. The camp celebrates, huzzah! Gosh, if this was all I intended to do, I would feel so bad here. Dark path indeed. Before anything else, though, I go and talk to Alaric, warning him of Beatrice's plan and being rewarded with the Persistence perk. My energy will now constantly regenerate. I tie up my loose ends with Master Alaric and head home. In the morgue, I find a note and a couple bodies in the wrong spot. This isn't where Donkey usually puts them. The note is from Lady Beatrice. These soldiers refused their injections, and she'd like for me to deal with them. 1,000 kisses, and stay in touch. Our work together has just begun. Oh crap. But for my evil deeds, I gained the Industriousness perk. Yes, worth it. Probably. Because of my duplicitous nature, I now have 2 of those endgame perks instead of just 1. Everyone up at the camp is alive and well, so I talk to the tanner to hopefully track down this last recipe. It's the tool bag, so I buy it from her and learn it. That should be the last thing that my character can learn in this game. So concludes all story elements. Actually, there is one final task, which is activating the portal home, but I'm not done here. It's time to grind the graveyard. With my 2 new perks, this is officially a lot easier. A guaranteed gold quality craft every time, and I'm constantly regenerating energy, which significantly reduces the amount of food that I need to consume. Food. Who am I kidding? Wine. I drink wine. But not so much anymore. I'm cutting back to maybe only a bottle or 2 a day. Before fully diving into that, my efforts healing souls have now maxed my soul's gratitude, 2,086 out of 2,086. I want to have some fun with this. Using a bunch of the beeswax that I've accumulated, I craft a bunch of candles in my church workbench. Then, on the morning of Pride Day, I activate all of my incense burners. In each of my candelabras, I can put 3 of those candles that I just crafted for a temporary boost of +9 per candelabra. All of this brings my church rating to 164, well above what I've ever achieved before. It's time to pray for soul's repose. That's 135 faith that just overflowed into my inventory, and another 141 from the second, verse? Including the 290 that still remain on the ground. That's a total of 566 faith from a single sermon. Oh, yeah, that's the kind of faith generation that I like to see. All right, faith needs are officially solved. Now, I've been building up to this grind for a while, and there's a reason. I knew that it would be lengthy, but like I've mentioned, I had no idea how lengthy. For some context, I'm at around day 270 in my save file right now and have already completed 6 maxed out graves. I'm well on my way to having the second batch ready as well. At around day 270, I have started from scratch, built up my industry, and completed the main story, aside from the final task, and all of the DLCs in their entirety. This grind takes me from day 267 to day 709 to complete. The grind takes 442 days, around 2/3 more time than it took me to beat the entire game. Here's a few things that I learned along the way. While still creating the tombstones and fences needed, batch craft everything. Obviously, having zombies bring all of my raw resources to me and help process the less complicated recipes is immensely helpful. Having polished marble and complex iron parts on demand, for instance, saves so much time. I make a bunch of little optimizations throughout the process, things like moving all of my embalming fluids to these inventories so that they appear higher in the crafting window. When modifying organs, again, batches are best. Since I'm embalming them in batches of 6, that's also how I'm organizing my organ improvements. I mentioned it before briefly, but I'm aiming primarily for organs with only 2 white skulls or with 2 red and white skulls. I combine 2 parts with only white skulls with that 1 part that has both. This provides me with the 2 red skulls that I need for embalming, and I only need to add a single white skull to every single organ, costing only 4 sin shards each. Well, for the brains, intestines, and hearts anyway. I would definitely say that there's better ways to min-max these organ combinations, but this method was consistent, and that consistency made it easy to follow so that my focus could be elsewhere while I spent the countless hours modifying the organs I needed. With the amount of polished and carved marble that I needed, I had a serious need for chisels. The metal components are free at this point, but it's the darn sticks. I've about run out of those stick bushes on the map, and Tress only has so many sticks in his inventory every day. Another great source of sticks around the map are these saplings. They provide a healthy amount of sticks, and there are quite a few of them spread around the map. A big problem that I faced in this grind is how slowly Donkey delivers bodies. At first I tried sleeping to pass time, but you can't sleep when your energy is full. Once all of my components are crafted, I won't really have any good ways of depleting my energy, especially with the persistence perk always regenerating it. I thought I had shot myself in the foot a little bit by showing off that I could have both the persistence and industriousness perks, but I figured out that meditating, for like 3 days at a time, was the best way to go about this. Even with that little hack discovered, this is going to be a process. There's no avoiding putting in the time if I want to achieve this goal. The second batch is complete and my rating grows to 602. Meditating through all of this time is also hugely wasteful of my speed potions. But at this point in the playthrough, I refuse to not be buffed by them at all times, so I have my zombies keep my supply full. I mentioned before about how souls decay faster than the bodies themselves. I found that the longest stretch of time that I could meditate for was 3 days. Right when that bell goes off on the 3rd day, the first body's soul will be nearly decayed. So I've been making sure to come out of my trance right before the time when Donkey arrives with a new body on the 3rd day. That way I can get the soul processed from the first body as it's about to decay. By the time I'm done with that, the 3rd body is arriving, I process the lot, and go back into my trance. Let the bodies hit the morgue. Let the bodies hit the morgue. Let the bodies hit the morgue. Slowly but surely, I replace the old with the new in my graveyard. Days upon days spent meditating, healing souls, modifying organs, trying to stay organized, and not go insane. As far as I could see, there was no way to automate this. It's the same process day in and day out. The thing that kept me going? Well, occasional stops to the tavern, that's 28 gold, 80 silver for me. A rating of 868 becomes 1024. I have nothing but respect for these bodies, as long as they respect my need for efficiency. 1,314. 1,742. It was as the graveyard rating crested 2,000 that I started to gain hope that there would be an end to this. 2,280. 8 graves remain. 2,436. 2 graves remain. Of course, symmetrically placed around the entrance for fullest effect. Finally, here they are, the final 2 prepared bodies en route to the graveyard. I cannot express how good it felt to finally be done with this. There it is. A maximum graveyard rating of 2,488. That's including a final fence upgrade that I neglected to mention. Just look at it. It's a thing of glory, and I will never do this again. With that massive undertaking behind me, there are only a few more things I need to do in the pursuit of completionism. I do have a few lingering achievements to go for. First, though, check out some of what I accumulated during that grind. For tech points, I now have 8,100 red points, 4,000 green, and 5,400 blue. Excessive. I decided to hold on to all of the burial certificates that I got from the bodies during that grind. I have 418. I was really curious if faith stacked up to 999. Nope. In fact, I have this stack here that currently has 13,728 faith. I didn't really do many trips to the tavern or any upkeep. My production all seized up at one point. I do have 212 gold to my name though. I'm gonna have to host some tavern events, so I need all of these backlog chests cleared. This backlog is the reason why everything broke. Speaking of the tavern, that's 76 gold, 40 silver, and 37 copper for me. He sold another 2,422 gold quality red wines. That's amazing. I'm just gonna smush this back in here for him. He'll figure it out hopefully. I'm gonna need more booze production, which starts with a lot of apple harvesting. Despite the backlog chests at the garden too, I have another 17 gold waiting at the business. Not bad, including another gold 44 from the tavern. I have 307 gold to my name now. Unnecessary, but pretty. Something I've completely neglected until this point is fishing. I'll quickly cover it now, as there are achievements for catching 15 different kinds of fish and for catching 200 total fish. There are achievements for using fish to cook, but I have all of them already. I just bought all of the fish that I needed throughout the playthrough. The lighthouse keeper supplied it and can provide almost everything fish-related that I need. I buy a couple of poles and lures. I pick up a couple stacks of maggots. They can be used for bait. I feel the ocean is a great place to start your fishing endeavors. I was still figuring out the mechanics a little bit, but to catch all varieties of fish, I need all 3 poles and all varieties of bait. Using my excellent pole, the game shows me the percentage chance of catching fish in a few different cast ranges. At the bottom, I can choose what bait that I want to use. I then press and hold the cast button to select my cast length and wait until I see a little bloop. The fishing game itself feels very similar to the one from Stardew Valley, as I'd suspect if you like this game, you probably like that one too. I get a handle on it eventually, catching a sardine. I can catch anchovies here, which can be used as another form of bait, which is why I like the ocean. I need 200 total fish catches and can fish a bunch of bait right here before going on to do any of my other catches. I'm saying this with the power of hindsight while writing the script. I did not figure this out immediately. I'll leave some footage of me catching frogs in the swamp in the background as I break down the fishing locations quickly. There are 5 in total: the sea, village pond, waterfall, river, and swamp. Each location has different varieties of fish, all with different bait and rod requirements. This map that I'm using can be found in the same document created by Delarin that I mentioned earlier. Seriously, this is the best graveyard keeper resource ever. I used it so much throughout this playthrough and will continue to do so. I spent extra time at this fishing spot because I wanted to catch a bunch of frogs. They can be used as an alternative meat source, but the required bait is my precious butterfly and moth supply. I spend what I'm willing because I want meat for my tavern dishes. Might as well, I still need the catches anyway. I go through all 5 fishing spots, catching everything that I need. As long as I have my 3 rods on me, it's really easy to tell what I'm missing because the game just tells me. Some fish appear exclusively during the day or night, so do be aware of that. I'm just going to appreciate the walk up for a second. This graveyard is gorgeous. This is the first Pride Day after completing it. I have to start with that combo prayer. How much money does this graveyard get me? All of those hours, all of that work, and my sermon is worth 2 gold, 51 silver, and 80 copper. I mean, granted, that's free, forever income, but a little underwhelming considering how much time I put into it. Out of sheer curiosity while writing this script, I went back in-game to see what a prayer for donations would get me, but it's exactly the same as the combo prayer. Just use the combo prayer. There are achievements for throwing excellent events at my tavern. Again, referencing that same document, I see that red wines are among the best picks for Miss Charm's event. I throw the event and 162 customers are fully satisfied. An excellent event. Maximizing my use of this oven at the tavern, I'm making a bunch of treats for my patrons at events. I just have to be careful to keep anything that I don't want sold during the day-to-day activities at the tavern separated. By the way, this entire time, whenever I needed water, I'm grabbing it from the refugee camp. I still haven't upgraded the well in my workyard, but I'll realize my mistake right away. Another missing achievement is to drink 50 health potions. Life powder plus health powder creates 1 health potion. Health powder plus chaos solution is an alternative recipe. Now that I know the recipes, I can come to my zombie table and queue up the rest. I'm gonna need more reagents, so I get my other zombie to make those for me. The last variety of fish that I need is up in the river between the quarry and refugee camp. The golden crucian only shows up during the day and requires anchovies as bait, which I had to catch myself. He's a bit of a tricky customer, but I catch the final unique variety of fish in the game. Hey, did you know that in the workyard you can upgrade your well to a water pump? The tank will fill up slowly over time to 500 water, which I can extract for no energy cost. I've had this unlocked forever. Oh well. With all of the fish varieties caught, despite all of the frogs and bait that I caught, I'm still short of having enough total fish caught. At the sea, I catch anchovies until I finally do. I didn't have my Steam achievements showing during the recording. I'll be more aware of that in future projects. I try another prayer the next week. The Uber Faith prayer usually had terrible donations before. I wonder how much they are now. Plus, there's just something so satisfying about watching these hundreds of faith overflowing into my character. 1 gold, 27 silver. Alright, I'm glad I know now. The next event that I'm going for are the rat races, and for this I want a ton of gold quality beer, onion rings, and toast with onions. Another 162 fully satisfied patrons, not netting much money, but that's another excellent event checked off. Admittedly, while completing all of the fishing achievements and working on the tavern, I kind of neglected the bodies that have been showing up. Yeah, I'm just going to incinerate all of these after extracting more sin shards. It's pretty much automatic at this point. I want to sell all of these burial certificates because I'm sick of storing them, but Heradric can only afford so many at a time. This is all I wanted in the early game. Most of what I'm doing these days is assigning jobs via the soul healer and passing time as things craft around me and my tavern reputation recharges for the next event. I could have done more of this during the graveyard grind, but that was just too much to think about. For the next event, I prepare gold quality kebabs and baked pumpkin. The comedy stand-up audience will love these, and they do! But I only had 120 purchases and ran out of food. Therefore, not an excellent event. Though I do need to throw 15 events in total for another achievement, so it's fine. For the next event, I have gold quality berry pies and some cakes thrown in. The booze I want to save for another event. Passage of time. Oh, here's something cool. I awake from my trance going to do the day's sermon. Yes, I kept doing these because it entertained me. There's no other need to continue doing sermons. But my apple orchard is growing up right in front of my eyes. I almost missed it too. This was pretty cool to see. So satisfying. Here's that water pump in action, by the way. I should have built this eons ago. My zombie is still crafting, but I do have the 50 potions that I need. I'll slap them onto the hotbar and go to town. Whew, 50 at once. I'm feeling a little queasy after that. It still isn't as bad as the shepherd's garlic. An unfortunate achievement to realize that I need this late into the game is that I have to die 7 times for Mac player. There are these bats on the road, and I discovered a trick here. I've taken off all of my armor, and if I can keep myself really close to them after they strike, they will go absolutely nuts and take me down pretty quickly. This is definitely still better than what I put my character through in my 7 Days to Die all challenges run. That was rough. At a certain time, though, the bats will vanish. Darn it! I'll be back tomorrow. I love that my porter zombies just go about their business as I'm being torn apart over here, walking by all like, it's not my job. I finally accumulated the booze that I need to throw a killer graveyard fest. These guys are here for it. 162 very happy patrons. That was actually the final excellent quality event that I needed, so I throw 2 more consecutive graveyard fests. Since I had 0 supplies for the follow-ups, people didn't seem to like them as much. I then kept throwing events until finally I was done. I now have 124 out of 125 achievements in this game. All because I was such a good friend to Jerry. That'll teach me. Like I said though, I do want this video to come out this year, so I'm not going to be getting that last achievement today. And we've made it, everyone. It's finally time to place the components that I fought so hard for into the marble pedestal and get back home to my love. In typical me, of course I forget stuff, tripping at the finish line. Ahem, okay, now I'm ready. Oh, the Inquisitor's guards are here. I hope they're ready for a show. Yes, Jerry, it's time for me to leave. I have to get back to my love. All of the characters who contributed these final items to the portal show up to give thanks to my contributions and discuss the future. The portal activates, and my love emerges, throwing her arms around me. Wait a minute, she's here now? So she's dead? So I killed her? This isn't a happy ending. She brought a handkerchief from our world, which we insert into the archaeological machine in the tavern's basement. Let's see what happens. This all looks familiar. Wait, 23-6 convenience? The events play out just like the intro, but this time I see the full picture. Red Eye's Black Robes splits me into 2, sending my overly aggressive half to the town. Then, snap. I don't remember anything. I'm supposed to be a graveyard keeper? What's a graveyard keeper? As the credits roll, I want to give a massive shout out to those of you who support the channel directly. You make this content possible, and without all of you viewers out there, I would not be here. I sincerely hope that you've enjoyed watching this project as much as I enjoyed creating it. Let me know by leaving a like and comment about why Graveyard Keeper is such a great game. If you've made it all the way to the end of the video, thank you so much. Hey, maybe you'd be interested in this one. YouTube thinks you'll like it. Until next time, take care everyone.